He was reborn into an alien world stripped of anything familiar, no hero, just a savage hybrid, half human and half orc. When he confronted his weakness, fate shattered his old goals and fired his will to survive and prove himself into a ravenous hunger for unsurpassed strength. In the orc village, the beastmen spat and jeered, branding him Org's son and willfully blind to the blood tie with his mother, the female prince. They were tearing around, laughing, when his mother strode up to him, her long hair gently swaying with each confident step. She ripped into him, ordering him to meet bullying with force. He spat that she'd only inherited human weakness. After admitting his weakness, his mother grinned, snatched the knife, slid it behind her back, and reminded him, cold as steel, that strength is more important than complaints. She vaulted up and unleashed a bone-jarring punch that proved her strength. Wouldn't the child be stunned when he realized something like that was possible? She said she'd been weak as a human woman beside the orcs, then forged herself into a warrior through iron will, punishing magic drills and relentless sword training. That one talk tore open his old weakness. He never chased strength, and that was the whole reason. Ors stepped forward and offered they train together, and his mother, beaming with joy, eagerly vowed to support him every step of the way. He told himself strength wasn't needed in the peaceful village, until a god watched his mother train him with brutal Spartan discipline. His razor intellect, raw talent, human frame, and lethal blade skill fused with her magic and heightened senses. With training, he'll eclipse every rival. Grinning, my mother teased that she doubted he could charm any girl. He never imagined becoming the towering, powerful father those girls yearned to belong to. His mother first crossed paths with him in the blood-soaked fury of the demon-human war. She annihilated monsters and toppled the realm's strongest warriors, convinced she was invincible. Then one person's irresistible might hit her like lightning, and she fell hopelessly in love. Her soul craved his power and burned to bear his child, so the mother once more pressed them to join forces and seize power together. He recoiled from the spotlight and scoffed at cute girls aside from his mother. He'd never once seen an orc woman he considered attractive. Relax, Mom swore orcs were real. Today the orcs were packed into that special building, waiting for the once-in-a-decade event. A colossal, scarred monster loomed, its grim gaze and raw strength thrumming in the air before it even moved. On this day, 3 visiting chiefs converged to witness the once-a-decade gathering of the 8 tribes' leaders. He stepped into the chiefs' meeting for the first time, and just knowing they'd bring their daughters set his teeth on edge. Orc custom demanded proof, bring a family from another tribe. His father answered, bringing his mother and siring him. The Apriaza tribe nursed a searing grudge against the orcs over that tradition, and he railed against it from the very first moment. That label branded them beasts, but a true orc wouldn't lay a hand on a woman without her consent and desire. He still knew almost nothing about humans, and his mother leaned in to teach him. Their conversation screeched to a halt the moment the guests arrived. Before him stood tribes, sworn allies of ancient clans, faces he'd never laid eyes on, his remote village having kept him hidden his entire life. Now he stepped into a swarm of cute girls, his breath catching as he soaked up their beauty, and marveled that such wonders lived beyond his village. They were women who tore through the ordinary, an elf, a fox, a ghost, and more, each radiating their own fierce, irresistible beauty and allure. A few actually clicked with him. Once the adults finished talking, the celebration erupted, and they hatched a secret plan to care for him. He clashed with everyone, and the girls went out of their way to dodge his gaze and snub every attempt he made to speak. They snubbed him outright, not even budging toward him. By the time the meeting wrapped, the girls had already headed home. The girls couldn't stand him, the tribes despised the orcs, and every flicker of his weakness poured fuel on their contempt until their hatred was plain as daylight. Orcs radiated an uncanny power that ignited a woman's urge to bear a mighty child, and the mightier the child, the higher the odds. She wasn't lying, they dismissed him as weak, yet he wore being born an orc like a badge of honor, roaring with pride because orcs are the best. He burned for a strength so absolute, every woman would beg to bear his child, and he implored his mother to make it so. He had a hero for a mother. Her power would forge him into the strongest, and when he grows up, he'll set out on the road to carve himself into a worthy man. A triumphant surge hit him as he imagined mastering them and fathering their offspring, each child another rung toward the power he'd claim. Determined to close the gap to his dream, he threw himself into relentless training with his mother 4 years before the maturation ceremony. After downing a potent remedy, the pain vanished, and following his mother's advice, he drove his body to exhaustion with relentless running, forging it to its absolute limit. I didn't feel wiped out after all that running, but I could feel my limit breathing down my neck. Training battered his body to the brink of collapse, and his mother, without waiting for natural recovery, flooded him with magic that sped his healing and forged his strength. 3 brutal days and nights of training could turn any weakling into a soldier, and he became convinced his mother was a devil. The great sage's dumplings packed everything the body needed, even water, fueling it hour after hour in crushing fatigue. They were sprinting and bantering about nothing when a colossal monster erupted behind them and slammed its bulk across the entire path. She wasn't an ordinary woman. Her training had paid off. He felt strength surge through him, and his mother believed in this path. In those moments, he had to shout his goal, letting raw emotion surge through his mind and body and electrify them with extra power. The instant he laid eyes on those cute girls from other tribes, he swore he'd win their hearts and roared his wish until it echoed. The boys screamed the word again and again, racing on like nothing at all was happening. He roared SEH, so loud it was heard across the forest and mountains, and the frightened birds burst into the sky. The boy screamed the word until his final breath, his body collapsing limp and his throat drying into silence. All because they'd bullied him, the 2 orcs trailed him like predators, their eyes fixed on his every move. They struck in the dead of night, and just like that it was over, the hell at last dissolved into thin air, leaving a crystal silence behind. She'd crushed him, body and mind, exhausted so completely that he'd normally need 3 months of brutal training to recover. My mother declared the orc had withstood part of the training. At home, I devoured a hearty meal, scrubbed myself clean, and crashed for about an hour and a half. 90 minutes of sleep slammed into him like 6 hours of recovery, and for the next 4 years, they'd have to ration every minute of rest. A warm tide of spirit surged through him, igniting a vow to become unbreakably strong, while his mother stood certain the hero's son would reach the end. He feared the power he'd inherited from his father could spiral out of control, but he burned with hunger for the day it finally awakened. He wore their fear that his words would betray him like a bruise. When a dream of a hero, a demon lord, and a father yanked him awake, he surrendered to sleep again. A weathered old man, and probably his son, stood at the rim of the orc village, scanning the settlement and studying every inhabitant with hawk-like focus. The next morning they geared up for new training, and his fired-up mother hit him with the reminder that the teachers were already on their way to harden him. She only taught spirit summoning, defensive maneuvers, and a few disguise tricks, so they tore off to new territory. The orc bounded out of that place and rushed to greet the Azure Thunder hero. Grinning, he was thrilled to finally repay her for the training she'd given him. Landeril, humanity's biggest company, sold off everything, and he froze. How had his mother pulled off inviting one of its founders? They weren't the only ones. Moments later, another figure burst in, jaw-dropping, yelling in disbelief. Is the boss married now? The boy, now grown, arrived in the village, and Roland vowed he'd squeeze every last drop of potential from him. He dominated the martial arts tournament for 3 straight years, the undisputed #1 in bare-handed combat. Madame knew both the merchant and the man. A bolt of suspicion struck the boy. What's her link to them, he thought, and he slipped a single coin from his pocket. Right behind him trailed the man from that very coin, and the old man blew the truth wide open. Rodney was his mother's own grandfather. The old man's eyes locked onto the child. He knew instantly the boy was the rightful heir, vowed to train him, and ripped the truth open. His mother had been the princess of the 4 kingdoms and a legendary hero. All who showed up today, friends and relatives, stand welded to her by a bond forged over years. He locked eyes with a passing stranger and judged them, probably the most magnificent and powerful of them all. He slammed a baffling, possibly oozing thing down at their feet. Slime, maybe not. It spelled PRISUTSDVI. Everyone who was there froze, transfixed, eyes glued to that strange object or creature before them. His mother snapped that the teacher and the others were waiting for him. The power defied belief. The creature burned like a star, able to wipe an entire culture away in a single heartbeat. A man burst from the massive iron shell, shattering the silence and sending a wave of wary stares through everyone there. Berlin New World, a name carved into legend, a towering sage hero who catapulted civilization forward for 3 centuries. They hailed him as the blazing heart that made everything great, but many resented it, so I begged my mother to say no. You'll have to summon the dwarf and hammer every scrap of this knowledge into his skull. 0 under nothing is impossible, like a mother to her son. If he can't muster at least that much, snagging the absolute best women is nothing but a hollow fantasy. He's dead wrong. The road to the harem chews him up and spits him out, way tougher than he'd ever imagined. Not even suspicion, drug training, sorcery, or every sly trick will compare. They'll feel like a casual stroll into hell next to what you're about to endure. We used it just now. I stared at the paper and the stars, desperate for a clue, but their meaning slipped right past me. 20 days is all it takes to train an orc from the first spark of sensing to pulling it into themselves on command, if the orc wants it. Why they're so dead to the idea is the burning question, and the master is unleashing a storm of spells right before his eyes. Ronaldo hasn't set foot here in ages. After 40 enemies crushed him, he fled to this place to train. He knew at once it was vital energy, a life force pulsing through every creature, and Ronaldo will teach him to feel the spirits. He dripped a single drop of spirit into his palms. If it doesn't spark the sensation, it won't register, Ronaldo reminded him. Ronald unleashed a deceptively soft yet devastating blow, and the boy was hurled backward, stunned. He hadn't expected it to pack that kind of force. The impact left a massive, unmistakable wound on the baby's body, proof the strike hit with monstrous, unstoppable force. Spiritual energy thrummed beneath him, flaring brightest at the gate of death. Can't hear it. Snap your hearing awake and feel its flow. Eyes locked on the mark, he scrambles to forge a razor-sharp, surgical plan in his head. Pull it off and he'll obliterate the target. He refuses to die. He has to please those cute girls, so he'll stop at nothing to survive. He channeled everything into one blazing stream, the spirit's warmth surging through his body. Explode that energy into your body now. Don't drag it out over the next 20 days. Strength surged through him. Energy and aura thrummed beneath his skin, and the next time he unleashed it, it barely cost him a breath. He hushed the world and poured every scrap of his soul into the task. The instant he finished, victory erupted, and a radiant aura blossomed around him. The boy burst home after 20 days of brutal training, met his mother, and felt a fierce new strength and rock-steady confidence surge through him. Right now he's only absorbing spiritual energy. He still can't unleash it in battle or forge it into any technique. Pulling this off in just 20 days is a jaw-dropping triumph. The kid trained relentlessly the entire time, not a single minute wasted. Now the boy stood waiting as classes split into two parts, brutal physical training and razor-sharp theory and technique sessions. By March, a brutal truth slammed into him. Rising to popularity and charming the girls meant nothing if his beloved suffered. He'd be no better than the scoundrels before him. His schedule snapped tight as his great-grandfather personally seized control of his studies, supervising every lesson. His great-grandfather brewed a potent draft that sharpened the boy's focus and sealed his memory, letting him devour new knowledge and skills at breakneck speed. He soaked up the basics, the lesson ignited, every piece of knowledge snapped into a chain of stories, but the final test nearly broke him. The country convulsed as feuding heirs tore it apart. One misstep could cost thousands of lives, and it felt like summer itself being squeezed dry under a vice. For the final test, he was thrust into a foreign country with 1,000 gold coins and had to open a shop and grow its profits in just 3 months. Next came a deadly lesson. They trained the boy to slay fools with that magic. He'll hurl himself into practice, learning from brutal mistakes while the medicine shields him from death. At the moment death closed in, the world slipped into slow motion. If he could summon that state at will, he'd become the strongest. They rain the blow that convinces the brain it's dying 1,000 times, pure torture hammering the limits of endurance. With his teachers watching, he can no longer run. The better part of a month has slipped away while he's only completed a week's worth of half-day classes. 4 years later, the boy burst forward, stronger, smarter, primed to tackle new challenges and seize every adventure. The shadowy cabal behind the orcs' creation finally stepped into the light. Months burned away. The training grounds fell silent as every teacher stamped their approval, and he's packing to leave the village at dawn. The orc father loomed over his son, barked for him to follow, and said he had urgent truths he couldn't wait to share. His mother and father hid the truth from him. The orc was weak, so they hammered human skills into it, and it still stood strong enough. Remember from earlier, the demon lord retired ages ago, so blowing his cover now could unleash chaos. In an instant, he erupted, reborn into a completely unrecognizable form. His father is an orc. Every orc can transform, and astonishingly, he assumed that very form during the demon lord's reign. The village swarms with orcs, evil children born to women of other tribes, inheriting their mother's fierce strength and mastering transformation as a ruthless skill. Channeling only the fiercest traits into the next generation forges offspring far more powerful than conventional breeding ever manages. Evil orcs hide a fatal flaw. When a child born into the tribe comes into the world as a plain, normal orc, it bleeds at birth and wipes away thousands of years of effort. Every surge of strength shattered their control, madness tore through them, and death stole them before adulthood. So as evil orcs dwindled, they abandoned the lust for power and chose to preserve their kind. Their relentless pressure would bring everything crashing down, so he resolved to wed a woman from their tribe. Sorry, I can't rewrite or dramatize sexual activity between family members or minors. Change them to consenting adults or make it a non-sexual secret, and I'll spin it into a punchy, dramatic line. The child understood the point but couldn't fathom why he'd been born weak. He carried the fierce strength of his father and mother, the strongest of men, and on the 5th anniversary, he exploded into a blinding rage. Joined with demons, the 4 heavenly lords, the hero's body, and the great sage Marlene, they hurled every force at him until he finally crumpled. Marlene's insight ripped his dark orc power away, leaving him drained. Today they're delivering the final lesson on how to tear the seal away. She held the seal until the very end. She'd only ever tried to protect what mattered, and right now danger had her hands tied. A miracle of love, the one thing they'd never told him before they parted, would yank him back from the brink. When the truth hit, they tore away the mystery and taught him the essence beneath the raw power, and he beamed, thrilled to inherit his father's and mother's power. She's a little eccentric, but her love for him burns fierce, relentless, and utterly real. Bathed in each other's love, they froze as mother, and the others spotted something strange on the wall. Teleportation magic. Someone just unleashed the highest class of magic. Who is she? A fairy-like girl burst into view and cried, "Congratulations." All 3 of them stared at her. They anointed the boy Fairy King, the Spirit King's power surging through him as a glowing token seared onto his arm as proof. She flat-out refused to lead the orc, stormed off like a drone of the Fairy King, and turned her visit into a noisy invasion of idle chatter. Orcs jeered at the fairy, laughing that her posture was regal and her eyes razor-sharp and ever-watchful. The fairy sank to her knees and prayed, "Oh honey, the Fairy King has handpicked you to be a hero." Mom and Dad buried a secret from him. He's infertile, he can't have children, so let YERASS take it. They crowned the boy hero, and a shimmering fairy burst in to tell him. Can the boy reclaim the hero's power? He can, but with no threat to fight, he'd toss it aside and walk away. Orcs have always been branded pure evil as crowds roared for their brute force. To an orc, nothing matters except the fairy's size. The fairy hissed lustful beast at him, and he shot back that his friends were lustful, penniless, and hairy, some even former abusers. They'd shed their old selves and become honorable people and true friends. He strode out, certain he'd run into Fermo because his mother was a beauty. He wrested it back, their lust-crazed animals, and with the fairy's twisted habits, can that power ever be restored? The Fairy King towers as the world's supreme guardian, unleashing raw power on the hero, but the hero doesn't have to obey him. He'll pry every detail from Miley, his predecessor. It's all true. My mother charged into battle by her own will, and the fairy's heart is captured by the orc hero. This flower is special. Mom roped a friend into a relay race. By passing it on, one day the world will be filled with heroes, just Merlin and Light. His mother imbued him with a hero's power, and he feels that force roaring deep in his body, coiled in his left arm like a sleeping geyser. He bears 2 sigils called the Parnamek Markoi Gemini, one for each person, and if both ever appear, no one knows what happens. A thunderous power ripped through him, the raw, unmistakable force of a hero. His world erupted with fairies, countless of them pouring in from every direction, some flying in from hundreds of kilometers away, all swarming straight to him. Regaining fairy power once demanded a long, grueling ritual. The fairies now swooped in and poured their might into him. He'd stopped caring. I don't care if the whole world collapses, Miley thought, fury flaring. It was all because of him, he used to be honest. Everything hinges on one fight. The boy must take down the menace pestering the Fairy King, win, and she can finally go home. He felt the hero's power slam into him, then caught a second, buried pulse, an orc's raw might, sealed ages ago by the great sage Marlon insight. The boy and his master stood in a particular spot. The boy implored for a chance to join the final lesson. Danger pulsed through him, his power was a landmine, and one brutal choice stared him down. Study the seal and lean on it, or seal it, forget it, contact it, move on. He wouldn't stop begging to learn the seal, desperate to bind his blood and power into eternal life without ever losing control. Above all, he refused to let his power slip away, forged from his ancestors and father's toil, braided into the marrow of his soul. The process was brutal and maddening, but after 4 years of relentless lessons, he finally cracked the code and mastered printing. Every secret of seals flooded his mind. The next hands-on test arrived. He had to wrench his power free. Printing blasts through 3 stages. It kicks off at 20% strength, surges to 50%, then unleashes full power, and the more you strip away, the tougher it is to seal it back in. When the boy dared to try, everything exploded into motion like he'd actually won, because the lock finally clicked open. The kid morphed into an orc, his body taking on a brutal, primeval shape, and a savage, earth-rending power exploded from him. The moment he appeared, a tidal wave of rage crashed down from the heavens and slammed into the earth. He cleaved the ground open, bearing his monstrous strength. This is only 20%. Each step of his growth supercharges his strength. Imagine how unstoppable he'll be at his limit. The master sneered, "What a pity. You destroy yourself over something so trivial, and you still dare call yourself my disciple." He must lock onto his goal. This training isn't about chasing insane strength. He's a warrior forged by the top 5 teachers. He withstands the first seal's shattering, so they unleash the first tool, sacrificing a single heartbeat of focus, because once released it might never come back. This isn't just brute strength, magic roars through him, a level of control that dwarfs everything he's done so far. It's an ancestral power passed down in his blood, and the rush of wielding it is priceless. Debt crushes him, he owes far more than he can ever repay. Take away his teacher and he unravels. Teachers stand with treats in hand, waiting to greet their daughters. The master morphed back into that same shimmering bubble from their first meeting, spiraled slowly, and drifted out of sight. After the master departed, the other teachers gathered around the boy, embraced him with warm farewells, sent him off with heartfelt wishes, and then walked away, their training complete. The bot lived to flip expectations on their heads. Its antics had him laughing out loud, but he just shook his head and walked away. A blazing dream burned in him. The moment to set out arrived. He slammed his pack shut and was already sprinting down the road. Fireworks ripped across the sky before him, a dazzling salute to the moment he set off on his journey. Everyone rallied behind him. His teachers and parents pushed, guided, and lifted him until his dreams came true. All eyes locked onto him as he lifted his chin. He'd earned that pride through relentless grind and raw strength. He's about to remake the world for the better, forge the perfect harem, and unleash his power to shield everyone he loves. He crowed that the victory was his, underestimating the master's might, which exploded from him as raw rage and unyielding force. It stretches roughly 500 km, a non-stop, 4-hour sprint if you gun it with no stops or delays. He slams the throttle, rockets forward, and orders the windfuries to eliminate air friction completely. He'd pictured the big city's roar and writhing crowds before he arrived. Now your popularity must prove itself. Curiosity burned in the boy. How had everyone discovered he was from the village? Today she wasn't Hanako, she called herself Setsuko. Seething with disappointment at the street bandits, the boy unleashed a punch that sent his attacker flying far away. With his comrades collapsing around him, the attackers surged. Marchuk unleashed the fire fairies, incinerating anyone who dared draw near. Lucky no one died, but they dug their own downfall. They provoked Marchuk, ripped its piece to shreds, and got exactly what was coming. He buried himself in economics, not fashion or trends. His voice probably carries an accent. Now he has to hatch a daring plan to win over a high-class girl. He wandered down the street when his gaze snagged on an elf cramped in a locked cage, probably for sale, while a crowd gaped. Behind the castle, the elf crouched, almost naked and handcuffed, held hostage and completely unprotected. He crept to the bars. The boy's eyes widened as they saw an elf, a prisoner, helpless and trembling with fear. He studied her like a revelation, struck by how cute she was, while everyone around them buzzed that this only happens once every 10 years, unbelievably rare. He realized the real horror wore human faces. They snatched girls of other races, locked them in the cellar and treated them like merchandise. Not even monsters would sink that low. Her eyes screamed for help, agony and despair blazing in them as they begged for salvation. A terrible fate loomed over the elf. Humans had taught her to be treated like a thing, and he couldn't abandon her, he'd save her. He could snatch it back at auction for 2 million Jill. He'd honed a ruthless mushroom and jelly hustle to make it happen. He charged at the assistant, who blurted, "Do you want to buy something?" But the blood-red zone blazing behind them swallowed the question whole. I'd been burning to start a business from scratch for years. He wants to buy her shop and permit, but Main Street's prices are out of reach. If this is a stall, it cries out for a swarm of burly young workers to hawk the goods. The girl beams, relieved he tore the stall down. Only 3 sauces rule the table: soy sauce, ketchup, and mayonnaise. A village boy carved this road himself. Through daring experiments, he hunted the taste of home, and when that flavor struck his memory, snapped into place, and the way back revealed itself. A home-cooked dish that mesmerizes the youth. He's whipping up minced meat patties, isekai minced meat patties. He's sprinting through who knows where with a boar tearing along beside him. Can't tell if it's chasing him or he's chasing it. He's already got wild boar meat locked down. He'll forage every ingredient himself and kick off the business for next to nothing. Isekai wild boar reeked and its meat fought your teeth, but this mushroom strips the stink and turns every bite into a rich, savory knockout. Race to snag the remaining ingredients, medicinal herbs and plain herbs, and snatch a honey-laden bee's nest, all at zero cost. It will unleash the flavor of the homeland, a wild boar Ritz punched up by a rare mushroom accent, delivering a fierce, utterly unique bite. This is enough, he'll wield the God Merchant method and unleash a fragrance so irresistible it hooks customers and makes them tell everyone, with no money and no advertising. The boy planted his shop by the main street, his scent pouring into the crowds, and victory felt almost certain. The aroma spilled into the streets, yanking passers-by and shoppers toward it until the crowd swelled. This world had never tasted pirate food, and that ignorance clinched its victory, cut to you taking the very first bite of the cutlet. Sizzling meat dripped with juices, and the sardines' salty perfume flooded the air as people snatched not one but 2 or 3 servings. Every bite tasted heavenly. Curiosity crackled through the crowd as people craned their necks. In front of everyone lay a fresh meat patty. Within a few days, the buzz exploded. People were raving, and he locked in a comeback for this very evening. They'd never tasted anything like it. They tore through plate after plate until they couldn't stop, and now every one of them is hopelessly addicted to those Thomansed meat dishes. Fame hit him like a tidal wave when the magazine dubbed it Orcs Must Meet Katsu, and his startup plan blasted into success. Over the past 2 weeks, his store's fame exploded, and profits climbed day after day. Then, at last, the breakthrough struck. I cut through the streets when a magazine slapped me with the headline, "Minced Yamego Patties. Looks like he's found potential competitors for the business." Then someone from the magazine blurted he'd whipped up this cutlet using the original recipe. Surely they didn't come to complain. The boy's eyes snapped. He knew him. Filthy rich and spoiled, he'd rolled out a string of stores without ever settling his bills and was shamelessly ripping off their burgers. The boy's victory is sealed. His orc cutlets are a different beast entirely, not some half-baked meatball knockoff. This isn't a plain mincemeat patty stripped of secret spices. Each bite roars with the raw power of its native flavor. He swore he wouldn't run the store forever. The profit was small, so he christened it Cattleta Izrablinova Mayasa, orc-branded Slayer Minced Meat Paris, Claimum Orca, and peddled licenses. The brand exploded into fame, and the trade association pours out fortunes for permits while constantly snapping up its secret spices. Mincemeat patties were just one way to make cash. He tossed that aside, and in the next stage, raced into a faster, sharper scheme to pocket profit. The next day, an orc stormed up to his rival and demanded to know how their business was progressing. With 5 million subscribers watching, he launched a business in just 2 months and now pours every penny of its profits into saving her today. The Great Animal Fest auction erupts now. Bets and destinies will collide under every viewer's gaze today. Every year, rare treasures from every corner of the globe descend in droves, and today guests are snapping pictures of them. Luck cracks a grin. The elf's the auction's lone half-blood, so now he can only save one. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the crown jewel of tonight's auction. Many in the crowd had already spotted that it was an elf. They hauled in 2 damn beautiful elven girls. Rumor had it any man who takes an elf's virginity gets luck on his side, and the opening bid was 10 million gil. It started at 12 or 13 million, then the boy rocketed the bid to 20 million gil. The final price hadn't landed. Someone yelled 21, and the boy slammed the bet up to 25 million. I wanted the auction to end at 25 million, then someone behind me slammed down a 30 million bid. Everyone spun around. It was his opponent, and the fat man slammed $35 million on the table to take the boy on for the elf. The price soared to 35 million gil. The boy dropped his hands and strode for the exit. The opponent snarled, "Now you see willpower," while the boy, having lost the elf girl and his confidence, clung to every stolen second he could still spend with her. "I've got a business proposition. If he drops to his knees and bows, the villain might let him serve under his command. Let him bask in this victory now. Anything less would be pathetic. Soon he'll be forced to commit something terrible." The moment it ended, he stalked up to his victim behind the bars, every movement coiled to strike without a second's hesitation. The giant loomed, ready to haul the elf away, when a boy barreled onto the road, yanked the elf free, and shattered the giant's plan. They snatched him and vanished. He never planned to turn to crime to save her, so he could act without breaking the rules. I'm paying dearly for my arrogance, and he guessed that somewhere in the wreckage she looked unscathed. She snapped awake, and now they kicked off their first proper, official meeting after all the trials and tribulations. Lost and confused, she realized the person she'd believed was human was something else. Then the boy charged in and pulled her to safety. She was safe now, but his aura snapped into something else. She'd already pieced together who he really was and where he came from. The moment she realized just how monstrous his strength was, she shattered into tears, panic flooding her as she pictured the orc ripping her guts out. She needed to calm down. He'd said he came to save her. She might not remember, but their eyes locked as they hauled her inside. The orc burst from the village hunting girls to swell his harem, but she shouldn't worry. He lives by strict rules. He won't build a harem without giving something in return. My mother hammered that into me. They'll gather to decide the future, and it'll be spotted soon. They'll start hunting for it. Time's running out. Understood, so why is he charging in, risking everything to help when the road is miles away and merciless? What is he fighting for? He insisted on accompanying her to the village, and love slammed into him out of nowhere. If not, a future wife might still be waiting as his reward. She's cute. If she'd wanted a child, he'd have made her his harem's first pick in a heartbeat. Their worlds collided. The elf introduced herself as Teta and the boy as Ors. He was an orc, roaming the lands hunting high-class women to fill his harem. They barreled off to find her village, already miles beyond anything familiar. They were heading to lunch when Teta asked him to sprint off and fetch branches so their food would be warm and far more pleasant. The orc would cook a mouth-watering feast to lure her close, then harness the fairy's power. He latches his senses to the wind fairies and spies through every crack the air can touch. His eyes snagged a rabbit up ahead, huge enough to be the day's main course, and just like that they had their prey. The fairy's power made catching him child's play. The rabbit darted and reacted like lightning, but it didn't stand a chance. Roast it, that's tame. I'm unleashing a fiery recipe handed down from my native village. He baptized the meat with waterfuries, then doused it in generous seasonings and his secret sauces, igniting a richer, brighter flavor. She heaped branches to roast their meal. They ignited them with the fairy's power, and everyone waited, breath held, until the food was ready. Her jaw dropped as fairies exploded into view, so they were real. Only gifted elves can summon wind spirits. At last the dish was hauled from the fire. The hardened clay that had sealed in every drop of moisture cracked open, and a steaming feast spilled free, ready to be served. A fragrant wave crashed through the air, drenching everything in lush, pleasant notes. Compared to chicken, hare meat dazzles with an exquisite, refined flavor, tenderness so silky it melts on the tongue. She beamed, enchanted by a flavor she'd never tasted before, and when he watched her light up, a rush of joy exploded through him. After the meal they snatched a rare chance to bathe. Travel hardly let them wash, so the girl dove in first while the oars lay waiting. The orc, unusually tender among his kin, pushed his body, and will through years of brutal training to forge himself into a man worthy of the harem. Only a treacherous orc would seize that opening and pounce on a helpless girl, left utterly unprotected. The hulking orc stands sentinel, so the children can sleep in peace, while a blanket warmed by fairies cradles the exhausted girl in comforting heat. She beamed with kindness, her smile radiating light. The orc burned for her, but he honored Teta. He wouldn't risk losing his future wife for a moment's lust. Keeping her composure around that impossibly cute girl battered her more than pulling an all-night guard shift or defending her peace of mind. At dawn they sprang up and set off again, plunging headfirst back into the long, vital journey. They must be almost at the village, just a bit further to the left, and then it hit him. He suddenly understood why he darted there. He got hooked on a bizarre barrier that warped perception, and always sniffing out magic and trickery, he learned to slice through illusions and spot real sorcery in an instant. A glowing world trade barrier wraps the village and forests, hijacking peoples will so no one dares venture deeper. At last they burst into the long-awaited village, a colossal tree towering at its heart. The place was called Titania. Someone's arrived to meet them, and the boys can taste the hostility. They're clearly not welcome here. He roared he was an orc, tore Teta from the crowd, and vowed to escort her home. He meant her no harm. He'd been right. Silhouettes poured from the shadows, and she threw herself into his defense, convinced he was her savior and hadn't lied. The silhouette snapped into focus as Teta's great-grandmother and great-grandfather. Teta beamed, and Grandma looked impossibly young, living proof that elves age slowly. She introduced herself as Tribal Chief Tanya, caught the metallic tang of human blood in the air, and she was right. The boy was half-orc, half-human. No surprise, the elves greeted him with icy suspicion. The tribe lives on constant watch, and Teta was another story, demanding razor-sharp caution. The kid declared, honest and fierce, he'd come to bring Teta home and would never lift a hand against the tribe. He strode in and announced himself, pledging he was gentle and caring and would never harm the girls unless they explicitly consented. She jolted, knocked off balance as his visit, and the purpose and intentions behind it shattered her usual calm. Grandmother bellowed, "Get out," and the boy, an earnest, kind orc, couldn't convince them he wouldn't hurt a soul. Under Orga's fierce protection, Titus earned a hard-won 2-day stay in the village. She refused to interrupt the journey now. His kindness had sealed her resolve. She was the one the orc craved above all, but he couldn't bend her heart to want him. When they spotted Teta alive and whole, the villagers and her friends exploded into joyful cheers, stunned by her sudden return. Teta, the chief chef's granddaughter, wore the tribe's prestige like a banner, and the whole village erupted with joy on her behalf. Teta greeted everyone, then darted to the kid, bowed low and apologized for keeping him waiting, every word brimming with respect. The kid shot a quick hi to her parents. He could only stay for 2 days, but duty burned in him and he remained at their side. He can't leave in 2 days. Matters here need his help, so he's staying to lend every ounce of support. Her mother has languished in bed for years, felled by a baffling illness that remains untreated. No medicinal herb inside the World Tree barrier could heal her, so she slipped beyond its roots to hunt for medicine, and people seized her. It hit them this orc wasn't just a brute. He wielded healing arts that could save her mother and restore what ordinary herbs can't touch. Teta trusted the orc without question, letting him step right up to her mother, while his motives lay cloaked in shadow and the people he hailed from remained a mystery. He snapped that Teta was right, she's high class, and if she wants a child heal, use her once she's healed, without ever touching the mother. Over time, the kid trained his mind to weave and replicate magical barriers, unraveling their structure and mastering the force inside them. Channeling the healing magic taught by the great sage Merlin, he pinpointed the disease, forged a cure, and named the exact nutrients needed. They both snapped their fingers, ripping open the air to summon his fairies and barked orders: fetch water, mix in the medicine, and keep giving it to her for an hour. Patched up by first aid, he handed the meds to Teta, thanked her, and pressed on with his journey. He's got 1 week, a furious week, to bulldoze through the cases and purge the external problems before he can launch his next move. Teta demanded to go with him, and her grandmother planted herself in the doorway, forbidding her from stepping beyond the house's safety. The doctor bellowed, impossible. He'd come hunting for his future harem member, and tomorrow was his last shot. She locks onto the man who saved her mother and agrees to go with him. He can help his mother, and he's hopelessly drawn to her. He lived by one iron rule: a woman had to ask sincerely. Without that, happiness would never come. He wanted her heart, not her body. My grandmother's vision was poisoned by prejudice against orcs. She saw the truth a heartbeat too late as he fought desperately to stay alive. She dropped to her knees, pleading to stay in the village and save her daughter, and he vowed, dead serious, he'd pull it off without a single mistake. The orc ripped herbs from the soil, thinking the elves and this lush wild were planted hand in hand, and after plucking the grass he spat it was useless as is and vowed to change its nature. Back home he brewed the medicine and dosed the girl's mother every single day. She snapped back to her senses, tears blurring her vision, and cried out for her daughter. She hurled herself into her mother's arms as the orc grinned at them. Then, out of nowhere, the girl cried out to him. She threw herself into his arms, choking out thanks as she spilled her fears. She'd thought she'd never get to talk to her mother again. The orc thumped a rough, reassuring hand onto the girl's head. The woman was on the mend, and he watched them in silence, admitting he'd met his duty to the village but not his true goal. He schemed to ensnare the elven girls into his harem. The village teemed with beauties, and the elves would be the crowning prize of his collection. He slumped, burying his head in his lap, and blurted that he couldn't get close to any of the girls. Every one of them dodged him. They cut him off cold, sealing him out so he never even got a step closer. Teta strode up to the orc and demanded to know what was wrong. The orc snarled that he'd just been chewed out. He hit up every girl, but every single one flat out refused to join his harem. Teta smirked and said he probably asked them the wrong way. He says his mother swore that if he grew strong, girls would flock to him, but the girls still shunned him. Teta smirked, branded him strange, then laughed and confessed she liked his strange personality. He pinned her with a stare and blurted, "Will you be mine?" She shot him down with a sharp no, and the orc dropped his head back into his lap. Teta thrust an apple into his hand. He glanced around and realized every meal in the village was painfully plain, only raw or baked. He leapt up and shouted he'd teach everyone to cook mouthwateringly and show them what real flavor is, then strode straight to the girls, dead set on stealing their hearts through their stomachs. Teta squeals, "I can't wait for your food." The orc's mind roars with triumph. She's already captivated by his cooking, and soon everyone else will be. He blurts that he can't recreate the dishes he once cooked, and Teta stares at him, completely blank. The instant he unleashes his sauces, not even the elves can replicate them. Hungry for new tastes, they fling caution aside and rush toward humans. People will snare them, and the orc couldn't let that happen. Teta snaps, "Aren't you tired of thinking?" he fires back, thinking is my way of life. He zeroed in on the village's ingredients and schemed a dish he could whip up. A dish popped into the orc's head, and he snatched a pot, launching straight into cooking it. The boar bolted, panic hammering its hooves, and the orc grinned with satisfaction as he chased after it. He crowed that the boars were massive, mouth-watering, and practically within arm's reach. They burst into the warehouse and find a mountain of potatoes. One of them discovers saking made from potato. He turned it into a spice. A sip of it wipes every trace of alcohol clean, then he folds in honey and a pinch of salt. He grabbed the steaming, fragrant broth, hoisted the pot, and his jaw dropped. It was hopelessly tiny for 200 elves. The orc rends the air with phase magic and conjures a colossal pot, and Teta smirks. As always, he never hesitates to use phase magic. He asks the girl to heap a towering stack of firewood, then carves the meat into bite-sized pieces. The orc hurls the meat into the air. He yanks a knife free and cleaves everything open midair. It tumbles straight into the pot as he grins. I haven't lost my sword skills yet. He bellows that the moment they're roasted you fling them into the water, and when Orc couldn't find any seaweed, he dumped in a towering heap of mushrooms. Teta bursts in with a bundle of wood, breathless with apologies for being gone so long, and he beams that she's just in time as he scoops away the foam and pours in the broth he'd prepared. Teta gasped that the smell alone had her ravenous, and the orc rumbled that all she had to do was mix it well and everything would be ready. Mikujaga steamed on the table, the very dish from his homeland. He leaned in, eyes blazing, and demanded she spill how it happened. Teta sampled the dish, grinned, and declared it incredibly tasty. The orc thundered that the cooking method was called stewing. The girl lit up, thrilled by the stew and the rush of memories it stirred. She barges in, marry me and I get a taste. And the orc grins, says she'll get a bite, but snaps that craving a taste won't win his hand. She beamed, and moments later every resident poured onto the village street as orcs started dishing out food to anyone who wanted it. Residents scooped a taste and raved, buzzing about how he tossed the ingredients straight into the boiling water. They raved it was delicious, and Orc announced he'd teach them the dish, then dove into a hands-on demo, showing every step. The girls swarm over, grinning that they're thrilled to learn this dish, and the guy dives in, grabbing a pan to walk you through every sizzling step. The orc locked eyes with a man glaring with icy disdain. The man cracked a grin and sauntered off. Her sudden questions about broth recipes snapped him back into the conversation, and he thought with a sly grin, now it's time, my plan begins. He plants his elbows on the table and tosses out, anyone want to be his? In an instant, everyone vanished. He snapped in frustration. It was a complete failure. He scoffs, insists it was all a dream, then freezes when he sees even Teta is gone. He's thinking about heading home too, when out of nowhere a voice snaps his name across the room. It was the elder, laughing as she declared the feast a roaring success, and the man shot back that he'd had just as much fun. He tells himself he missed his goal but loved every minute. The elder says he helped them, healed one resident, and taught them how to make mouth-watering dishes. She says hard lessons ripped away their illusions and showed how painfully isolated they were. If they'd had doctors, countless lives could have been saved, so she implores the guy to stay with them. He snarled he'd come hunting for his wife, and finding no trace he'll walk out on them once the woman's treatment is finished. The elder shoots the question at them, what happens if one of you marries him? And at that very instant someone strides forward. Teta stood there, dressed to the nines, every detail razor-sharp. The elder thunders that Teta chose him as her husband, and the orc freezes, shock ripping across his face as he stares at her. He locked eyes with her and grinned, pure joy surging through him. The elder proclaims she's finally admitted her feelings and vows to stay by his side forever, and the girl, eyes bright with faith, declares she truly believes he'll make her happy and begs to become his wife. He snaps, did you do this to make me stay in the village? And she stares him down, swearing it wasn't meant to trap him. In his head he crowns her the best girl, and Teta turns to him, demanding he promise her something. An awkward silence crackled between them until he shattered it and asked her to speak. She snapped, don't even think about looking at anyone else. She was dead set against his harem. He told himself he'd poured everything into crafting a better harem, and his teachers had believed in him. Ripped between Teta's choice and his dream, the orc burned for Teta. The orc roars his love at the girl, but he refuses to abandon his dream. He vows he won't betray everyone who believes in him. The girl only said it was crystal clear to her. Tears blurring her vision, she bolted from him, hurling only apologies behind her as he called out, and she kept racing away. He glared after her, frustration coiling in his chest, while the headman stood stone still and silent. A couple of days later, after examining Teta's mother, He declared her completely healthy. Now she had to throw herself into her recovery. She fired off the question, Teta still avoiding him, and he swallowed, admitting he hadn't seen Teta in 2 whole days and he couldn't blame her. From that angle, he was the weirdest person in the whole mess. She snaps that he's brutally honest. Anyone else would have married the girl and then cheated. He vows to build a harem where everyone will be happy. She snaps that he's trying to twist the indecent into decency, reveals Teta has fallen in love for the first time and implores him to understand her feelings, then gives a grateful nod and thanks him. Teta sat, eyes glued to the river as it tore past, when an orc loomed up beside her and snarled, "I've finally found you." She shot back, "Why come here when you don't even like me?" He overturned her doubt with a fierce insistence that he had something to tell her, and she leaned in, eager to listen. The orc snarls that he's finished treating her mother and is leaving now. The girl snaps, "Why aren't you rushing off?" Desperation crackling in his voice, he cuts to the chase and vows he'll create a harem to make his dream come true. He fires the question at her, will she go with him even if she's not the only one? He admits it's a harem, and she might not be the only one he falls for, yet vows to pour his whole heart into her and make her happy. She sprang to her feet and snapped that she'd agonized over whether she could keep loving him if she wasn't the only one. She leaned in to tell him her answer, then her voice died in her throat. A thunderous crash rips the air. The guys freeze, baffled and clueless about what's happening. He shouted, "Did you feel that too?" She met his gaze and breathed, "Yes, the barrier around the world tree is fading." He snarled that if the barrier was broken, they were in grave danger. Only someone terrifyingly strong could smash it. He ordered the girl to stay put and summoned the wind. He bolted, then his blood ran cold as he found himself facing a tide of people, everyone armed to the teeth. In the Tree of Life's cave, a voice erupts, accusing the inhabitants of missing its meaning, while admitting a few still cherish it. He declares the seal shattered and orders someone to awaken. There it was, the ancient demon beetle he'd called on to ravenously devour the Tree of Life. The orc's gaze hunted for the ones who could shatter the barrier. He demanded to know where they came from and warned the elves were in mortal danger. The elf roared, spurring women and children to sprint for the shelter and barking for the men to seize their weapons at once. The elder snaps, "Who will attack us?" But no one answers. The orc barrels in, and a man gasps that he wasn't allowed to go to them. The orc snarls at him and summons a shimmering magical map of the village that pinpoints the attackers' exact locations. He storms in, declaring he brought them information, spits out the count, 60 people, and warns they'll reach the village in an hour and a half. The elf snaps, "How did you learn all this?" He grins and admits he bolted off and unleashed search magic. No one believed an orc could command magic this powerful. She thanks him aloud, but she should have asked the question burning in everyone's minds. She snaps, "Did you bring them here?" He fires back a denial, and the elder wheels to you, ordering, "Prove it." He snarled that proving you didn't do something was a nightmare, but he'd pull it off. He didn't need to call anyone there. He unleashed his power like a thunderclap. Everyone froze, then shouted, "What kind of magic is that?" He lets loose a surge of power, and glittering fairies burst into the air, spiraling around him. A blinding flash sears the elves' eyes. They beg him to stop. They say if he were serious, he'd have razed this village ages ago and wouldn't be begging for backup. The elder pleads for help. The young man swears he'll do it. He loved this village and demands to know why people attack them. She warns people will most likely hunt them down, drag them into slavery, and seize the Tree of Life they've coveted for ages. A chill slammed through him as he realized the forest barrier existed to shield the world tree. He'd once thought the village's protective wall was overkill. The orc bellows he'll strike while the squad scrambles to fortify their defenses, and the elf's eyes widen. The orc is charging the whole squad alone. He grins and declares he's more than enough to take on 60 people by himself. The boy sprints for the exit as the elder bellows that saving the village will win him any girl he wants, but the boy refuses. Teta sprints at his side, shouting she'll go with him, and when he asks if she can handle it, she fires back that she's the fastest in the village. She lunges forward, shoving the question at him. Why refuse the award when it was exactly what he wanted? He vows he won't force anyone. He'd rather they join his harem of their own free will. Teta blurts he's completely strange. She brands him a pervert, but says he's oddly reserved in a way that sets her on edge. The guy just shrugs and says his friends told him the same. She snapped, "If you'd asked me to marry you to save my mother, I'd have said yes in a heartbeat." She liked that side of him. He taunts, "So that's your application to my harem." She snaps back, roaring she didn't say a single word about it. A squad of humans surged toward them. He stared at them and wished they were ordinary, but he was certain someone among them had the strength to shatter the barrier. He prayed they weren't on his teacher's level, then a guy suddenly roared from the front. He snaps a clipped sorry, then roars that he won't hold back. He channels the fairy's power and forges a rippling suit of flow armor. Tita's voice cracked as she blurted that he taps the wind fairy's power to shroud himself in a roaring wind. Perrin whipped around and barked for her to stay right where she was. It rockets into the sky, then hurtles straight toward the group of people. It slams into the ground with bone-shaking force, launching everyone standing there into the air. The others gape in shock and shout, "Who is he?" He unleashes a savage spell and blasts one out of his path. He rockets away as the orc snarls it was self-defense and insists he's holding himself back to keep anyone from dying, and the enemies overhear and sneer, reptile at him. They swarm him in the crowd. He dodges every strike, counters fiercely, and one of them fires an arrow straight at him. He plucks the arrow from the air between two fingers and hurls it straight back at the shooter, where it nails the robber, who screams its poison, and collapses dead. The squad lay crumpled around him. Teta barreled over, all lighting her face, and declared he'd taken every one of them down single-handed. The orc growled that it had been far too easy. Unease clawed at him. None of them could shatter the barrier, and them being mere mercenaries changed nothing. He snaps that unleashing that force would only summon the elves. The orc's eyes widen as he realizes it's a decoy, and he roars to Teta to sprint back to the village. He presses the girl. Do you have a spot that's normally sealed tight, but left unguarded the moment an emergency hits? She hesitates, then snaps they did have that place, the Temple of the Tree of Peace, and warns when disaster hits the guards abandon their posts and sprint back to save the village. The orc snarled for answers, and the girl hissed that an evil god had been sealed there. He figured the barrier would shatter easiest from the inside. A resident traitor had already cracked it from within, and he told the girl he'd run ahead. The guy shrugs it off as a fairy tale, but once you factor in the trap woven into the world tree and the barrier guarding it, the pieces snap into place, and catastrophe is barreling straight at them. The orc slammed to a halt as his worst fear snapped into reality. He locked his gaze forward as a sinister, seething energy surged into view. He tore through the forest, slammed up to the temple entrance, barreled inside and gasped, "Just as I thought, no guards in the door smashed," hoping it wasn't too late. He froze dead in his tracks, eyes snapping forward as shock hit him like a punch. That same man who'd sneered at him across the feast now stood before the shattered stone, its dark aura seething from every crack. The orc snarls, "Did you break the seal?" then hisses that it wasn't the people outside but the elves inside and demands, "Why did you do it?" He pushed his glasses up with a grin, then declared that boredom can hit with brutal force. The orc shot back a disbelieving question. He roars that if he shatters the seal, he'll claim his power and carve out a new life, and the orc sneers, guessing he's talking about a human city. He was about to ask how he knew when an orc cut him off, nostrils flaring as it snapped that his scent was wrong. Villagers never left, so they all carried the forest scent. He reeked of exotic spices, perfume, roasted meat, and wine, every smell the village could never produce. He says the guy was mesmerized by the human city. He insists the village sent him to buy supplies, hence the stench. The orc snarls he utterly botched what an errand boy is supposed to do. The blonde screams, "How dare you say that?" And the orc snaps that he was an errand boy crushed by an inferiority complex until, in the city, a man approached him, whispered a torrent of flattering words, and arrogance erupted inside him. The orc snarled he'd been told the elven village was strange, so he insisted he deserved a better place, and the blonde man froze, indescribable shock ripping through him. The orc realized he'd nailed it even though he'd only imagined it, and the guy seethed that an outsider had joined their society and was shamelessly enjoying his time here. He felt it in his bones. Whoever was pulling the strings was deadly, so he effortlessly ensnared a disgruntled villager and forced him to betray his own people. The blonde snaps he's not like that, and the orc, unfazed, asks what he is like. He says the man was arrogant and powerless, never even noticed he'd been manipulated. The elf snaps a denial. The guy snarls he'll drag him in and hear excuses later, and the blonde man just smiles, declaring a man like him can't stop him. He bellows that he's an orc, then drives his fist into the blonde's stomach. The guy doubled over in pain as the orc snarled that he looked down on everyone. Then, brutally honest, the orc admitted he'd been eaten alive by an inferiority complex about his own race. He vows to dig up the instigator's name later, boasts he managed to stop the performer, then, out of nowhere, something rips through his thoughts. He glares at the black ooze pouring from the stone, while the guy snaps that probably only a tenth of it has even broken free. He bolts for the exit and bursts out of the temple. The ground shatters as a colossal monster rips free, and the orc staggers back, eyes wide, gasping, "It's stronger than me." A slick stream gushed from the monster's maw, as it locked a hungry gaze on the orc. The monster blasted a spray of liquid at the guy. The orc twisted and barely leapt away, but droplets splattered across his sleeve. The corrosive liquid devoured his clothes and sizzled where it hit, and he froze. Those garments were stitched from a magical beast's hide, its protective enchantment shrugging off even acid. The monster pivoted toward the world tree and scrambled forward, claws raking the earth as it raced on all fours. The orc froze as he watched the monster surge toward the world tree. He roared that their situation had never been worse. He knew a mere monster would make the elves bolt and abandon the village, but threatened the world tree and they'd stand and fight like everything hung on it. The elves mounted a desperate defense of the world tree, knowing they were all but doomed, and one guy charged the monster alone. Doubt gnawed at him. He didn't think he could win, and the orc snarled he had no other choice. He grits his teeth and unleashes his forbidden technique. The guy unleashes a double fairy mark. The magic doubles his power as the marks resonate and amplify each other, and in a heartbeat, he slammed right in front of the monster, which freezes and lets out a blood-curdling scream. The orc bared his tusks and declared he'd finally recognized him as a real threat, and reveled in it, then snarled that the monster was late. The orc roared, invoking the fairy king's name, as he summoned every ember of the world's fire magic to obey him. A roaring hurricane of raw magic explodes around the orc, devouring him whole. The monster froze, eyes wide with terror, while he snarled he'd burn it, then he invoked purgatory. Flames tore through the monster, swallowing it in a roaring inferno. The monster erupts into a roaring blaze, incinerating itself right before his eyes. The orc snarled that this was his deadliest offensive magic. If it couldn't obliterate the monster, he had no hope of defeating the creature. The boy stood rooted, eyes glued to the dancing flames. The blaze never finished the job. The monster clawed its way back up from the ashes. Stunned, he reels back and blurts, "Are you bullying me?" He bolts back to the monster as Teta materializes at his side and snaps, "You caused that huge explosion." He owns it, gasping that he needs time to recover. She snaps he's got it wrong, reveals she's heard he's planning to fight too, and begs him to run. He plants his feet and snarls, "I'm not leaving you," and she snaps that the elves must guard the world tree. A world-eating worm is coming, and the tree can't withstand it. York grabs her, swears everything will be fine and that he'll absolutely defeat him, then begs her to run if he wins, because whoever walks away won't be him anymore. He swore to her he wouldn't let the monster lay a claw on the world tree. The orc wasn't just branded with the fairy king's mark, it also hid a second mark, sealed beneath its skin. They warned him that using it would finish him, but the idea of Teta dying terrified him far more than his own death. He plants himself before the monster again and lets out a raw, shattering scream. He channels a savage surge of power and drives the monster to a dead stop. The monster's thrashing tears at his grip, and he plunges into that very magic to hold it fast. He'd thought he was the strongest, then reality ripped his delusion apart. Now he wonders why he even got pulled into this when he's just a spurned, ordinary guy. He clings to the belief that even if they fail, her life is all that matters. He burns to see her smile. A jolt of disbelief hit him. He was risking his life, and Tita's smile seared into his mind. He whips around to his father, eyes blazing, and growls, "I'll undo the seal." He bellows he's ripping off the second seal that binds the sealed power, the evolving orc. He vows that the moment he rips the second seal, he'll never return, and to defeat the monster, he'll have to become the monster himself. Then he turns to his mother. His mother's face erupts into his mind, urging him, "If you want to save something precious, unleash your monster and then come back. The miracle of love will pull you home." He grins and declares that unrequited love will almost certainly fail. The monster devours the orc whole, and Tita's scream rips the air, raw with terror. Every elf stood frozen, eyes wide in shock, and Teta suddenly burst into wrenching, uncontrollable sobs. A lightning bolt truth slammed into her. She'd be haunted for the rest of her life if she didn't tell him how she felt. She tore his harem idea apart. She demanded to be his one and only. The elves froze, utterly speechless, and in that instant Teta realized she loved him with all her heart. Her love was ripped away in the cruelest, most brutal way. The elder roared at the elves to ready their arrows, then slammed his command and they loosed their shots. Arrows screamed toward the monster and ricocheted off its hide, not even managing a single scratch. The elder's voice cracks, "I can't do anything," and in an instant the monster's eyes snapped to them. He erupted into an animal scream, twisting like a puppet with cut strings while the elves gaped, disbelief plastered on their faces. A fist erupts from the monster, tearing it open from the inside. It revealed itself an orc. The orc roars and the elves recoil, voices shaking as they cry out in fear, "What is it? One fierce flick of his foot, and the orcs catapulted the monster skyward. He pounded the monster into oblivion as it screamed, utterly helpless. With a final roar, the monster obliterated the worm, and the elves froze, terror settling like ice in their veins. The orc rears its head skyward and unleashes a thunderous, guttural scream. He snarls that he's burning up and that everything pisses him off. He hungers for death and total annihilation, snarling that if they won't vanish on their own, he'll erase them himself. He was about to punch the world tree when a voice detonated in his head, warning him it wasn't possible, it would upset her. The orc's eyes snapped open, bulging at those words. His blow slams into a nearby stone instead of the tree, and he asks himself, who would be upset by this? The voice returns, whispering that she'll now smile, and the orc erupts in fury, snarling that he doesn't care. He steps away from the tree as searing heat rips through him, and he claws to choke down the volcanic rage boiling in his chest. Boom, an elf explodes into view right in front of the monster and throws a bold, mocking wave its way. It was Teta, she shouted to the orc, asking, "Is that you?" The orc snorted and dismissed her outright, treating her like a harmless speck because she was too small to matter. She demands an answer, his old words crashing into her memory as she snaps, "You meant you'd become a monster back then." Teta bursts into tears, shouting, "Why did you do this?" She'd already told him she was against his harem, and the monster watches, head tilted, wondering if the girl's tears are calming him. A voice crashes back into his skull, declaring he used this power so she could live and smile. She buries her head in his fur and pleads with him to come back, vowing she'll give him everything he wants. She vowed she'd be his, just the way he'd always wanted. Teta's name detonated inside the monster's mind, snapping its memories back into place. It remembered who it really was. He channels his magic into a blazing seal, and in a heartbeat, locks the monster back. The orc snarled that he couldn't bear to see her cry, so he'd obey her every command this instant. He roared to the world that he can't make Teta disappear if he's going to be with her. Every head whipped toward him, mouths gaping in stunned disbelief. Laughter exploded, and then the guy suddenly stood before them, completely naked. He says shame seared him so fiercely, he wished the earth would just swallow him whole. Teta pressed her hands to her face, then pulled them away to smile at him, tears shimmering in her eyes. She crashed her lips onto his, then spit out, "You fool." The orc lay in his bed, agony ripping through every bone. Restoring the seal ripped him hollow. The strain smashed his body into a 3-day, 3-night blackout he still hadn't broken, and Teta comes bearing food. She spoon-feeds him porridge. He tastes it and declares it delicious. She beams, thrilled she made it on a guy's advice. The moment Teta agreed to make love, he swore he'd be ready in an instant. Only his condition betrayed him and stopped him cold. The orc presses her again, "Are you sure?" And she confesses she'd rather be in his harem than without him. He risked his life for her. She insists no one loves her as much as he does. The orc stares at Teta with awed devotion, pleading with his frozen limbs to obey. Suddenly his body snapped back to life. He blurts that he wants to make love to her right now, and she replies with a breathless yes. She vows to forgive him for all the other girls and tells him to brace himself. She's going to drive him wild and erase every thought of anyone else. The next morning, while Teta slept, Orc brewed her coffee. The instant he poured it into the cup, a mouth-watering aroma slammed into the room, and Teta shot awake. He rushed over and asked if she was feeling better. She grinned and said she was much better. She'd fainted because the guy was breathtaking. They slide into their seats, steam curling from their mugs as they sip, and he flashes a grin, saying it was a morning cup of coffee. She says the taste rips her awake. He admits the village had no coffee, so he forged his own, and sipping it after the incident felt intensely aesthetic. After downing their coffee, the guys yelled, "Let's hit the lake," and the girl jumped on board. They were both sticky. Already cutting through the lake, she spits out that his stare terrifies her and snaps they've had enough for today. He laughs and vows he won't attack. The guy freezes, eyes wide, drinking in the jaw-dropping vista that just unfolded before him. He froze to admire the view, one mistake that ruined the scent mask. The monster's stench clung to the air and refused to leave. Rumor had it they slipped the traitor a delayed action poison to silence him, and the cruel truth was it would have ended the same whether he broke the seal or not. The kids slogged from the lake, dripping and laughing, when residents' voices cut through. Another field was ruined, useless now, and would take a long time to recover. Pink slime devoured the soil. The elders huddled and frantically debated what to do. The elves probably wouldn't survive the winter. He wanted to feed them, but their pride would refuse. Then a lightning-quick idea struck him, one the elves would never give up on. He turned to Teta and pleaded, "Take me to the elders." Teta's grandmother locks eyes with the orc and asks if he really means to help. he nods, vowing to stock their larders and feed them through the winter. She snapped that she couldn't accept his offer, their pride wouldn't let them, and the orc had expected that reply. Orc declares it's okay for her to help his wife's family, even if pride means letting the villagers die, and she replies they'll manage somehow. He warns her it'll be brutal, the village will be crawling with sick and wounded, and the elder, voice raw, admits they have nothing to repay him. He almost called it a thank you to Teta, but that would warp all their love into a lie, so he vowed he'd never utter those words. The orc snarls for the beetle's corpse. Teta reels and cries out. The elder snaps, "Why would you want that? It eats away everything it touches." The orc just grins, "I'll find a use for it." In his mind's eye, he declared the corpse amazing, already picturing himself pulling in 10 times the money he'd spent on food. The elder drops into a low bow and entrusts everything to him, swearing this is the only way the village will stay safe. Orc waves her off. "Don't bow," he snaps. "It's an equal exchange," then vows to dispose of the corpse fast and, as a favor, scrub the place clean with them. The old woman edges up to the seething acid pool to scoop its corrosive venom into bowls to clear the field, but the instant she plunges them, the acid devours the dishes. She spits that her field can no longer be saved. Teta grimly admits everything will be tougher to restore than she thought. The orc roared, "That's why I'm here," and bellowed for water. Teta yells at him, frantic he'll fling slime everywhere, and the orc stays calm, asking her to take a closer look. He bellows that it's pure water, impossible to spill or pollute. Any slime submerged in it can't corrode a thing. Then he calls on the earth's power. The ground detonates, gouging a jagged hole, and the orc channels every rushing stream of water and slick slime straight into it. The orc bellows that the slime's all cleaned up, and Teta watches, struck by how effortlessly carefree he still is. An old woman suddenly cries out and grabs him, tears streaming as she pours out her thanks. The orc bellows they'll start with the monster's corpse, and the girl gasps, "Are they really going to pay for it?" The orc rumbled that the monster's hide shrugged off even its own flames, and he's already licking his lips at the fortune they'll fetch. It's perfect for armor. He offers her the chance to cut it. She lunges, her sword lands a flawless strike, and she freezes, gasping. Nothing happened. He asks, voice razor keen, if she finally grasps how valuable the skin was. Selling it will not only buy them food, it'll bring in money. She leans forward, hungry to know exactly how he'll cut it. He whipped out a cane that hid a blade, the exact gift his teacher gave him to honor his graduation. The orc hurls crackling magic into the weapon and bellows that only this blade can withstand its fury. He slashed the monster's hide into neat panels, folded each piece with surgical care, and declared they'd never have to worry about armor for the rest of their lives. The guy unleashes a purgatory spell and annihilates every last remnant of the monster. He snarls that they can sell her now and will hand over whatever money's left. His eyes snap to the blade. It's shattered, split clean in two. Reeling in shock, he chokes out, "I broke down." York's scream tore free as he swore it was the only copy, a gift from his teacher, and when he drove the blade into the flesh, the bug's acid ate through the steel. Teta pleads for any way to restore it, but he only shakes his head and says he can't. The guy insists it was forged from orcalcum, a near-mythic metal, practically impossible to snag. His teacher could pull that off, but he was nowhere near that level. The sword shattered, pain ripped through the orc. Blame swallowed him as he replayed 100 desperate what-ifs where he never broke it. He beats himself up, calling himself unbearably arrogant, and swears he'll never forgive himself. Just then Teta's voice slices the air, calling his name. She flashed a grin, urged him to cheer up, and promised to treat him to a sizzling elven delicacy. Surprise flashed across his face, then he grinned and asked, "Baked vegetables." She snapped, indignant, but had to admit she couldn't deny it. Orc swears to her he'll retrieve it himself. This is just the beginning. He snapped, "Pack your things." His inexperience was still his only slim chance. Gratitude bursts from the elder as he grabs the boy's hands. "We shun strangers, but for everything you've done, we welcome you as one of our own." He laughed and admitted he was glad to steer clear of them. The elder urged T to drop by now, and proudly declared she was lucky to be married to an orc. A grin cracked across his face when he reached the village. A fierce hunger surged. He had to grow stronger to expand his harem. Teta confesses she hopes she'll never cross paths with another girl again. Orc beams, "I'm glad to have such an understanding wife." Teta was mesmerized by the vibrant human city, but she swears she couldn't take it all in. The moment they caught her, they snatched her up, shoved her into a cage, and slammed the door, refusing to let her out. He declares the earrings he gave her will erase any sign she's an elf. No one will notice, and he encourages her to take a walk around the city. They barrel into the shop. The guy orders the seller to show a comb, points at one, and the seller declares it tastes delicious and that it's made to order. He handed it to Teta. She frowned. That's probably expensive. And he waved her off with a smug grin. Don't even think about the cost. I've got so much money my wives never have to worry about cash. A smug grin lit the orc's mind. He'd been taught by the god of merchants himself. Any living creature short on coin could forget about a quiet life. He thundered that people had forged amazing things, but you need money to learn them, and all he wanted was to give his beloved some real fun. Orcs bellows he wants to squeeze every ounce of joy from life, not just get by, and Teta flashes a grin, saying she takes him at his word. She refused to be a freeloader and challenged him to call on her whenever he needed help. He nodded and agreed. Teta's business instinct crackled with promise, and her striking looks would cut through the city's crowds. Merchants obsessed over every stitch and shine while they ignored their inner lives, and the prettier the girl, the more people blindly handed her their trust. After a year or more of brutal training, a girl can snag a guy's assistant role. After 3 years, she transforms into his full-fledged right-hand man. A hulking orc lumbers into a shop crammed with weapons. Teta asks what he wants to buy, and the orc growls that he needs a staff. No other staff could replace the teacher's cane. The orc's magic raged like wildfire, snapping anything that tried to hold it. The seller whirls on the guy, sneering that he won't be able to afford to buy it. He upends his pouch and sends every coin rattling across the table. The merchant's eyes go wide and he blurts, "Are you from the royal family?" The man just grins, "It keeps coming to me." He snatches up a stick, rips every secret from it, and declares it's a gun that can survive 1, maybe 2, full-power blasts of his magic. It crumbled in the shadow of the orichalcum that had forged Master's staff. His eyes snagged on a sign nailed to the wall behind the merchant that proclaimed the oracle's sword was complete. He spun to the merchant and demanded to know what it was. The merchant practically sang that the whole guild was buzzing. The sword's been finished, no heroes shown up, and the boy's eyes shot a light. God himself gifted this blade to the hero. The divine steel clan stood chosen, and when the sword priestess was seized by a revelation, she bound the weapon to orichalcum and plunged it into the sacred stone. Now only the hero can wrench the oracle sword free from the stone's iron grip. Orc declares he's chosen their future. Teta gasps, asks if he'll unsheath his sword, and he nods, admitting he's a hero. He's just been hiding it. He insists that if the blade's forged from orichalcum, it will withstand its power. Then merchant's chatter explodes, gushing that the sword priestess was a beauty. Word spread that every priestess there was breathtaking. The guy blurted he'd go see them, and Teta bristled with indignation. He bellows, "I've already got this sword. All that's left is finding it a scabbard." The girl snaps, "That wasn't funny at all." The orc snarled that the sword priestess would be waiting for him. Her betrothed was coming to her. The boys stormed into the Holy Land, and the orc jabbed a finger at the mountain. "That's the only place you'll find orichalcum." He was convinced the oracle sword crouched in silence, aching for a hero to burst in and set him free. The sacred ground thrummed with bodies as merchants clamored, first hawking spots in the queue, then peddling everything else. The place exploded into a tourist magnet, throngs of people constantly jostling around the stone. A chaotic brawl erupted over the sword. Challengers surged forward one after another, clawing at the hilt, but not a single person could wrench it free. He glared at the chaos, snapped he knew nothing of the farce unfolding, and admitted he had no other choice. The guys tore into local dishes. The orc launched into a booming discussion about local business, and the girl laughed, saying he can't stop talking shop. He bypassed the line, planning to make his move once the crowd grew bored, and if that failed, he'd at least shell out cash for the nearest cube. Suddenly someone barrels into the girl and goes sprawling. The guys erupt into apologies, faces burning with shame for being so inconsiderate. The hooded girl flinched and stammered an apology for bumping into her and calling her an elf, and Teta just smiled, saying, "It's okay." He snapped, eyes blazing, "How did you figure out Teta's an elf? Those earrings make her indistinguishable. Any ordinary person wouldn't be able to tell elf from girl." The stranger drops a raw apology and snaps, "Did they try to hide it?" Orc pleads, "Can you see who I really am?" The girl, stunned by his words, leans in and stares straight into his soul. She flinches and rockets back, shrieking, "You're an orc," and he smirks, saying she reacts just like Teta. She bolts, he devours the gap and catches her with ease, grinning as he says she runs unbelievably fast and asks, "Are you a beast man?" She screams, tears streaking down her face, and he swears he won't attack. He swore he wouldn't attack her. She shot back, "That's exactly what every rapist says," and the orc snarled that running any farther would be a death trap. The orc slammed to a halt. The girl never saw the ground end beneath her. She sailed over the cliff, plunging down as the guy lunged, his hands snapping out to catch her. He snatches her from the air, the cloak tumbles away, and the beastman girl stands before him. They scrambled back to a safe distance as she choked out that she'd been sure she was going to die. Orc snapped that he finally understood why she'd seen them for real. The girl had fox ears and a swishing tail, and they were members of the divine steel clan. He strides up and announces himself, and she snaps back, "I'm Kururu." The orc growls that if she dies, she can't join his harem. Kururu screams he's still planning to drag her in by force, and the guy spots fire fairies spiraling above her. They clung to her like lifelines, and he suspected she outshone even her own clan. He figured she was the sword priestess, and was blown away by how cute she was. He spins to her and blurts, "Want to join my harem?" She snaps instantly, screaming she refuses. They just met. He told himself he'd been rejected as usual. Then Orca's call suddenly blasted through to Titus. She barreled up to them, breathless and gasping that she'd barely made it, then apologized and snapped that he should have picked her up. She snaps, "Are you harassing Karura? You were going to molest the girl you held in your arms," and the orc coldly nods in confirmation. Kurura nails it. Teta is his mistress. The girl nods and the priestess snaps, "Why molest her if he already has a lover?" The orc roars that he'll build a harem and that many lovers are perfectly normal. The elf, teeth gritted, admits that though it annoyed her, she consciously became his lover. Kuru blinked at them, confusion flickering across her face, as she admitted she didn't understand and wished them all the best, and the guys poured their love right back at her. She shoots him a dare-filled glare. "You going to try to draw a sword too?" He nods and she snaps, "Don't." Teta demanded what the girl meant. The guy snapped that she'd never recommend it. She might have forged the sword. The girl asks if it wasn't awful they split up so fast, and the guy snaps that it wasn't, especially now he never would have achieved anything. He swore in his head he wouldn't release the one he'd marked. The orc would pry into the priestess's life and bend her heart until she loved him. He'd longed for a fox-eared girl in his harem, and dove head first into those fevered daydreams. Teta snapped him out of his thoughts. The orc whirled to her and barked that she had to seize the sword this instant. They reach the sword and stare at a massive queue snaking away. The orc palms cash to a grinning guy, who jumps up and hands him the seat. He rings up Teta. The girl bristles, doubting the whole thing, but Orc bulldozes her fears and swears they cut a win-win deal with the place's owner. The next turn belonged to the Orc. He unsheathed his sword in 30 seconds flat and snarled to Teta he'd yank him free in a flash, then they'd retreat. Shouts ripped through the crowd, "Mr. Levin's coming for the sword," and a lone figure burst from the distance, charging straight toward it. It was the White Rose Knight. Everyone gaped in awe. He'd been in countless fights and raw power pulsed from him. Teta blinked, utterly oblivious to the electric excitement crackling around her. The orc bellowed it was his turn, but everyone ignored him. Levin strode to the sword and spoke to it as if it were alive. The boys recoiled, disgusted by Narcissus. They surged forward, hungry to see what Mr. Levin would unveil. The knight roared, ordering the sword to come to him, because he was a hero. He gave the sword a tentative tug. When it wouldn't budge, he heaved with every ounce of strength. Time betrayed him. He couldn't pull his sword free, and the boys realized the knight had gone eerily wrong. The knight froze, eyes wide and speechless. The orc stepped forward, asked for a chance to try, and the guard nodded, granting him the go-ahead. He slid the sword free like it weighed nothing, strode up to his beloved, flashed it to her with a grin, and they set off, already debating what to eat at the inn. The crowd surged in, blocking their path and shouting who the orc was. They hurled insults, jeering that he couldn't get it out, and Levin charged forward. He swears he nearly yanked it free when an orc barreled in and snatched it away. The sword was barely clinging, and the orc spat, "Are you sane?" The guards piled on the insults until a man strode into their jeers and offered to arrange a duel, win it, and the orc would be hailed as a true hero. The guards began cheering it as a brilliant plan, but the orc snarled that he refused. Levin nodded, but the man sneered, "What do you gain? You drew the blade, so it belongs to you," and as Levin turned to leave, a guard seized him and hissed, "There's a profit." They slam piles of gold forward and flash fingers to show the price. The orc roars a refusal. He staked his life in that duel. He demanded more. The guards raised the bid, and he demanded even more, again and again. He refused to go with the flow and snapped his thinking into a cold, business-like focus. Negotiation style shifts with whoever you're talking to. If a merchant stood before the guy, the goal becomes forcing him to give up. They stood before him, spitting a language he couldn't parse, and he didn't care if the negotiations blew up right then and there. The soldier barked a price, and the other man read his face. There wasn't another coin coming. The orc agrees. The soldiers cheer and declare they'll duel in a few days. Teta's brow knots. This has become a real problem, yet the guy shrugs and insists everything's fine. The guy says Levin is a powerhouse of a man. His strength, measured in soldiers, equals 100, while the orc's might explodes to roughly 10,000 soldiers. The orc bellowed he'd happily claim a reward for a 1-minute duel. The girl gasped, incredulous. Was he talking about a time limit? As the orc strides away, he roars he'll crush the knight in just a minute. Suddenly, they hear the priestess of the sword's voice pierce the air, demanding they let her pass so she can shatter this sword. Kuru moved to shatter the sword's honor, slamming the word fake down on it. He gaped at her, disbelief burning. Could that sword really be genuine? He smirked, "We meet again," and when the startled girl tried to blurt out who he was, he clamped a hand over her mouth to shut her up. The orc snarled at the soldier, ordering him to release the priestess and insisting with a toothy grin that everything was fine. The girl demanded, "Did you pull out the sword?" He nodded and insisted on a private word, claiming the blade belonged to her, and Kuru hesitated. Dark thoughts slithered into her mind, and panic seized her like a vice. The guy snaps, "If she's that terrified, Teta's coming with us," and that throws the girl's thoughts into a darker, more frantic spiral. Left alone, he slides a steaming cup toward her and she recoils, sure he spiked it for her. Teta clamps a hand on her arm, barking for calm and swearing the orc would never hurt a soul. The guy backs her up, and Karuru's mind spins. She's never even met a guy before. Her eyes snap to the clock and comb. She pins them to their owners and instantly knows which guy they belong to. York let the sword clatter to the ground and snarled she wanted to destroy it. He scoffed it was a waste of time and said he knew that ache all too well. She snaps, "Why say that?" He fires back that he's a hero's son and sneers his mother's blade makes hers look worthless. Kururu's eyes go wide in stunned disbelief. He whipped out a blade he'd forged with his own hands, flashed it at her, and said a mentor had taught him. He'd forged the blade from magical silver. Beside Orch Alchem's sword it paled, yet in sheer completeness it bested hers. The girl froze, stunned as his words landed like a punch. Karuru's jaw clenched, hurt flaring like wildfire. The orc snarled that her blade was superior. The girl's breath hitched as she realized the guy was a true swordmaster. He sneered, "You lack the knowledge to perfect the oracle sword." The orc growled that with 1 or 2 more brutal years of training, she could have forged a true oracle sword. He exploded, "Why are you rushing?" And she shot back that her mother, the former sword priestess, was slain, leaving her with no mentor. She snarls, "That's why I have to destroy it," and brings the hammer crashing down. The girl brings her hammer crashing down onto the sword. Her jaw drops, the hammer lies untouched, and he snaps that she swung it for too long. The orc declares that in that short span he poured raw magic into the sword, and the girl staggers back, stunned, because not even the most powerful magician could pull that off. She snaps, "What kind of orc are you?" And he answers with a slow, unreadable smile. Orc says the world gaped at the fake she forged. It scorched her mother's and ancestors' names, and her tragic resolve drove her to make this choice. He snaps that she's not trying to destroy the sword. She's hellbent on forging it into a full-fledged oracle sword because she can't bear to let anything stay the way it is. She admits it's gnawing at her, so she's hellbent on finishing what she started. He bragged he had knowledge, but it couldn't forge or shalk him, so he begged them to fuse their knowledge. He thundered, "Then they can forge an oracle sword that won't disgrace the clan." The orc grins and declares they should forge a sword together and slice the wedding cake with it. The girl blinks and admits she doesn't understand what he's talking about. He smirked and announced they'd strengthen their bond in bed after work, claiming that working on the sword would be the very reason the girl would fall in love with him. Teta and Kuru stared at him in shock. The elf waves it off and assures her not to worry. No matter how weird his words get, he won't lay a hand on her, and the guy asks them to wait a minute while he prints everything out for her. He says one glance tells him exactly what Karuru lacks, so he vows to print her a book. The girls swarm him, firing off questions about how long it'll take. The guy unleashes magic, prints every page in a heartbeat, and slams the stack into the girl's hands. Karuru scoffs that his imagination roars like a storm. She snaps, "Who taught you magic?" And he replies, "I learned from the most powerful teachers." He demands she learn every word before he'll begin her training. She flips one page and declares the knowledge worth its weight in gold. The girl thanks him. He grins and vows he'll always rush to help any girl who will become part of his harem, and Karuru snaps they won't get that far. The orc snarled she'd had the last word and vowed that if she refused his harem, he'd seize her sword anyway. She shot back with a cold grin, "That's exactly what I wanted." She confesses she doesn't know how to thank him. He snaps, "Then be my lover," and she refuses. She relents and lets him curl up on his tail. He drops to his knees before her, pleading that she take care of him. She fires, "Why are you kneeling?" And he sinks into a private rush of thoughts and fevered fantasies. He brazenly asks not just to lie on her tail, but to rub against it. She shuts him down on the spot, recoiling as unease floods her. He screams he'll chop down trees to snag another 500 leaves, then rockets outside, dreaming of sinking into a fluffy tail pillow. Teta snarled, disgusted. This guy looks like he'd stop at nothing. Orc groaned that his leg feels tied up. He fixed Teta with a burning stare and declared he'd been devoted to his beloved, and Teta erupted in indignation. He'd chased another woman, and it set her blood boiling. The orc growled, "Are you against Kururu joining the harem?" And Teta shrugged, "I'm not against it." Teta beamed, confessing she liked Kururu and wanted to help her too. The orc's grin widened, and he peered out the window to find soldiers stationed to make sure he couldn't flee the duel. Orc tells Teta that Kururu joining his harem won't touch how he feels for her. He swears he'll love them with every beat of his heart. He snatched her arm and dared her to fly through the open window. They streaked across the night sky, and the orc figured Kururu and Teta must be getting along. Morning light found Kururu grinning over the sheets, and the orc blinked awake and, spotting her weary eyes, asked if she was okay after a sleepless night. She tells him, breathless and eyes shining, the book was so beautiful she couldn't tear herself away from it. The orc's eyes snapped. She tapped internal energy without even knowing it, so nothing will happen to her now, and all her alchemy lessons were wasted. Orc barked that it was time to go, and the girl's memory flared. He'd been plotting a duel with Oddball. Kurura sprang up and shouted she'll go too. Watching him in battle will let her pick the one sword that's his perfect match. Orc barges over and shakes Teta awake. Karuru snaps, "Do you need her for something?" He grins and says he's just showing off for his beloved, and the girl snorts, accusing him of cheating on her right before her eyes. He insists he's not cheating. He wants to love Karura and love Teta at the same time, and she snaps, "If I become your lover and an even prettier girl walks by, what then?" The orc booms he'll propose to her in front of all the girls. She spits garbage, and he snaps that this was his way. The guys herd an entire squad of soldiers into the duel. The girls cry it's too many, and one guy grins that they're there so he can't run away. They charge toward the colossal arena looming ahead, its towering walls swallowing the skyline. Kuru's jaw dropped as a man snapped, "Why must you turn everything into an attraction?" while the arena swelled with spectators. Orc's eyes lock on the crowd still throwing down bets. White Rose is a runaway favorite. Nearly everyone backed him, so a man shoves a sack of cash at Kururu and begs her to put it on him. Levin storms up, grinning, "You actually came, didn't bolt," and the orc snarls he'll claim the reward after all. Levin grins, incredulous that the guy actually volunteered to make a public spectacle of himself for a couple of coins. Orc, inwardly, admits he's even started to like him. Teta pouted, pleading with Levin not to back down. The orc was strong, and the instant Levin saw the girl, he sank into a stupor. He roars that she's breathtaking and born to be his princess, demands why she's with the orc. She insists she loves him, but the knight suspects the man bewitched her with black magic. Levin drops to one knee, plants a vow-laced kiss on her hand, swears he'll shatter the spell and come back for her, then turns and walks away. Kururu sneered, "This knight is pathetic, oppressively tight and disgusting." Then they caught sight of the orc, trembling uncontrollably. Fury exploded from the orc as he roared that the knight was a dead man. He snarls, impudent. He meant to restrain himself, but that restraint shatters. He won't hold back now. Kururu seethed with disgust as one man calmly molested girls right in front of his beloved, while the other couldn't bring himself to do the same with his own. The orc barked for them to take their places, then leered at Teta and asked what kind of death she wanted for Levin. Teta begged him not to kill Levin, warning his death would bring trouble for them. The host's voice thundered, demanding to know who the true hero was and daring the guys to step into the ring. The boys locked eyes in a tense standoff as the crowd clamored for the orc's death. The audience roared Levin's name in unison, and confidence surged through him, fed by the crowd's absolute certainty he'd win. The orcs declared it a contest to decide who could draw the sword. When Levin snapped that he'd almost pulled it free, an orc hurled the blade at him. He snatched it, the sword's weight crushed his grip, his fingers failed, and it slammed to the ground. He slammed into the arena, his blade drove through the floor, gouging a massive crack. Just as we thought, he's barred from wielding it. Levin's gut screamed that something was wrong. The wrong hand had yanked him out, and now the orc claimed him as its property. Kururu sneered, insisting Levin knows next to nothing about orichalcum's properties. Orichalcum's crushing density tips the blade at just under 5 tons. Nobody could yank it free because they couldn't lift it, but call on the spirits and the metal actually lightens. If you're not a spirit-marked hero, orichalcum weapons flat out refuse to obey you. Levin vowed he'd force the blade to acknowledge its true master the instant it cut down the orc. He decided to show him a secret technique, a bouquet designed to die beautifully, he declared, then unleashed a brilliant splash of roses. He jammed fresh, real roses right into the blooms cascading off his back. By the time the roses slammed into the orc, Levin had already declared victory. Those blooms carried a toxin potent enough to plunge Comwevin the elephant into a coma. They attacked and not a single blow even nicked the orc. He surrounds his body with internal energy so that feeble strike couldn't penetrate it. Levin had no choice. He struck the killing blow with his beautiful sword, the blade's tip smeared with a poison that could kill an elephant instantly. Levin launched a relentless barrage of lunges, but the orc slipped past every strike with unnerving ease. He couldn't grasp why his lightning-fast, divinely blessed strikes couldn't touch the orc, and the orc just sneered when he dared call that speed divine. His mother, the hero of Azure Thunder, outran thunder itself beside her. Even Levin froze solid. The orc, who rarely sparred with swordsmen, barked for Levin to watch and learn, to grab what he couldn't learn any other way, and when Levin stayed mute instead of even whispering thanks, the orc decided to end it. A razor-cold blast hit Levin out of nowhere, and he launched backward, vaulting a long distance away. He vowed to reveal his true power, the ultimate secret strike, a super divine speed blow that outsped the divine strike. The orc laughed at that fancy name. Levin exploded forward in a razor lunge, his blade trailing a flash of rose as he thrust it straight at the orc. The blade ripped free of its hilt and rocketed at the orc. Its stabbing speed alone already outpaced divine speed. Add its flight and launch velocity, and the strike tears through both divine and super divine limits. This is the White Rose's ultimate technique. Rage consumed the orc, stupid as a boulder. He smashed his bare hand onto the blade the instant Levin fired, and he couldn't believe his attack had been repelled. The orc snapped. He would end this now, barking at Levin to throw every ounce of strength into stopping it. Fail and he'll die. The orc unleashes a devastating technique he inherited from his mother. Each move roared to life, supercharged by internal energy and crackling mana. It tore ahead, outrunning even the White Rose's godlike speed. When spirits flood the oracle sword, it turns featherlight and rockets through the air, eclipsing even super divine speed. Unleash mana mid-swing, and watch the sword slam back to its original weight. He unleashed a shoulder-to-waist cleaving punch that struck with divine lightning speed and crushing, unstoppable weight. The attack slammed square into his left side. The force tore his clothes to pieces and sent him crashing into the arena walls. The orc bellowed, "I'm not dying." Levin snapped upright and strode straight toward him. He spun to him, eyes wide, declared it breathtaking, and crowned the orca a hero. He hit the ground hard, yet he clung on and forced out those words, as if his last breath depended on them. The moment Orc's name thundered across the arena, the crowd exploded into boos and outrage, furious that Levin had lost. Still, the orc split feral grins and hoisted the oracle's sword high for the girls to see. They beamed and erupted into thunderous applause for him. In the tavern, they slammed tankards and roared a toast to the orc's victory and to their meeting. Teta swooned over the honey liqueur, and the traditional main course was moments from being served. Kururu blurted that the inn was outrageously expensive and she had no coin, but the orcs laughed and declared he'd pay the whole tab. After all, he'd pocketed a hefty purse from today's duel. The coefficient exploded to 12, blasting 1,200 gold coins into his hands, roughly 120 million yen. Kururu scoffed, tossing his offer aside. "You don't need to treat me. I'm the one who owes you for everything you've taught me." He treats a cute girl to a delicious milk udder and watches joy explode across her face. That's his reason. When she refused, the orc snapped that she should count it as pay for a part-time job. He was barred from betting on himself, he declared. It was just gratitude for her placing the bet in his stead. Teta insisted Karuru eat too. The good stuff had to be shared. She couldn't refuse this time. The main course finally landed before them. They sank onto the curb to rest and tore into street food that exploded with flavor. Envy flared in Kururu. She knew she'd probably never set foot in an establishment this lavish again. The orc dangled a ruthless bargain, make her his and she'd be able to slip into those places whenever she wanted, and Kuru snapped, "Do you really want a girl obsessed with money?" She misread him because he'd already fallen for her, so he's ready to pull even the wildest stunts to catch her eye. He staggers at how tight her money is. Karura has learned enough and can forge a living as a blacksmith. The orc was burning to know why, but Kururu only tossed out teasing gestures instead of answering, so he bit his tongue. Now everything's flipped. She's daring them to ask. Kururu admitted she'd gone ages without a dinner that fun or making friends. She figured it was because she'd kept herself guarded, not wanting to show any weakness. She implored her to listen, confessing the problems had left her utterly drained. She's left destitute, her mother was murdered, and her uncle siphoned off her yearly income. She tore the lie apart. Her mother hadn't actually been killed, and the oracle sword had never been forged for a hero. This artifact siphons spirit energy through tiny pores. Only those who can command spirits can wield it, and the Divine Steel clan can too. During the demonstration, Kuru stepped forward and gripped the sword. The fire spirits adored the Divine Steel clan's representatives, who could also command spiritual energy, and then someone demanded, "What is the oracle sword for?" Well, only that could seal the god of misfortune. A creature like that showing up in the Holy Land stunned everyone, and they swarmed her, demanding to know what kind of god it was. A god that grants almost any desire, but every wish it fulfills is laced with a cruel, twisted price. She devoured stories about him. One even told of a man who wished for hoards of gold and silver. In a heartbeat, he morphed into a snarling, hulking monster. A god seized his mind and drove him to plunder. He snapped back to his senses, staring at a mountain of treasure, the spoils of the city he'd slaughtered to the last soul. Or the girl who begged to heal her mother. Moments later, a titanic earthquake obliterated her mother and thousands more, so he spared her from the disease by ending her life. That's a monstrous way to grant wishes, and the real nightmare is how devastatingly powerful it is. After those incidents, people scrambled to avoid the god of misfortune, and soon everyone believed the same. Wish true, and you'll pull the thing you crave right into your hands. They swore a wish with no malice would be safe. No one had ever dared wish before, yet people hurled their hopes at fate anyway, pure, glorious recklessness. This clan's greatest secret is under siege. Too many hands claw at its seal, so they've slammed it shut with ironclad secrecy. Their clan prowls in the shadows to bind the god of misfortune behind a hidden seal. This sword seals it. The right's heart is to plunge an orichalcum blade through the orichalcum, cleaving it and locking the god of misfortune's power inside. An evil god's power leaks out no matter how tightly he's chained, swelling until it must be bled off regularly. Orichalcum devours that surge, hoards monstrous energy, drains his might, numbs it, and scatters the rest. 6 months ago, her mother, a priestess of the sword, sealed it in a ritual that rang like steel. Just as my mother raised her blade to cut the orichalcum, she caught her uncle's trick. He'd swapped her sword for his. If she faltered now, the seal would snap, and she slammed the right into place with her uncle's imperfect sword. The trapped energy had nowhere to go and tore her apart, so yeah, it killed her. That's what she meant when she said she was killed. Orcsbr grasped why her uncle did it. Kuru shot back that he wanted to become a sword priest, and only if she completes the rite with her forged sword can she call it perfect. If she failed, she'd shatter her mother's hopes and pay the price. He swore he hadn't swapped the blade, insisting the hideous sword used in the ceremony was my mother's. My uncle bolted with the money Mom had saved for Kuru. He wasn't a sword priest and couldn't perform the rite. The next sealing ceremony loomed. She alone could process or calcum for the clan, and she frantically scrambled to forge even a fragile semblance of the oracle sword. The rulers declared the blade unworthy, masking its flaws with their skill and launching a relentless hunt for a true hero. Certain a ruler would stride in to demand the orc perform the rite. She ripped the clan's secrets wide open and laid them bare. Kuru's gut clenched. He knew he couldn't pull it off. This wasn't about raw strength, but a blade that could cut right through the soul. She tried to shatter the oracle sword's semblance, desperate to stop anyone from being driven to suicide by it. She refused to let her sword be the cause of a single death. Understanding slammed into the orc like a warhammer. Gururu declared she was proud of her family, and he never thought she'd be this serious. Terror gripped her. She feared someone would die over this sword, so he snapped, "What will you do now?" She swore she'd forge a flawless blade and then land a perfect sealing rite. The orc's training has her certain she can pull it off. He'll throw himself into teaching her, hammering lessons at her, and never giving up. The orc offered to go to her house. Kuru sprang up, shouting that he'd realized she couldn't forge the sword herself and had no choice, so he'd been trying to break into her room. The orc snapped that she shouldn't leap to conclusions about what he'd said. They dove straight into practice. She had blacksmithing tools waiting at home. Karuru snapped at the orc not to sniff or lick anything, and the orc just shrugged, muttering a vague reply. In Kururu's case, it's crystal. She'll hone the sword to flawless perfection in no time. He thrust himself into it, and he'll stay by her side until the very end. Kururu blurted, "How did I do?" And the orc snorted that he had nothing left to teach her. Her training was over. She'd mastered every lesson he'd ever taught, but he leaned forward, eyes blazing, and dropped one last, gut-punch question on his disciple. When OHRK asked if she'd carry his children, Kururu shot him down instantly. The orc snapped a mocking tusk at her. She bristled with fury, but Teta shrugged, "He's an orc," and they let it slide. They holed up in the crew's house, spending 10 relentless days training her without holding back. he naively believed that living that long together would finally give him a shot at enrolling her. She banished it from her thoughts. The orcs roared she was ready to forge a perfect oracle, and she planned to race to sketch the blueprints before sunset. The materials still defy the forge. That sword isn't going to melt. Orichalcum lures monsters like a siren, but the orc is a living wrecking ball. He says he's strong, so she sent him to harvest the orichalcum. He snatched up 2 metal scraps. Kururu had to tag along even though she wanted to finish the design today, so their only option was to turn them into alchemical material. They had no choice but to set Kururu on a chair and hoist her onto their backs, and when she tried to back out, the orc just grunted, "You on my back won't slow me down." She threw up her hands and begged him to at least say if it would be hard, but the orc just sized her up and spat out her weight. They tore off in search of orichalcum. This holy land pulsed with the divine steel clan. Opulent manors lined every street as wealth poured in, and right now Kururu alone could process orichalcum. Residents cash in on a non-stop rush of tourists. Clan representatives own the tourist shops and staff them with hired hands. The Divine Steel clan packs astonishing strength. Teta sneered. If they were that strong, she could ask for a loan. Kururu snarled that those merchants were nothing but slime, and if she asked them for a loan, she'd be shackled to their every whim. They could force her to entertain some famous guest desperate to meet a sword priestess, a real headache, or maybe it was just plain envy. Long ago, the whole clan could channel orichalcum. It's even where their name came from, but the bloodline withered over generations until only her family could still wield it, and everyone despised her. She endured repeated sexual assaults. She's the village's strongest. Her strength carried her, and her children will likely be able to process chalcum too, so suitors swarm to marry her to win full clan status, leaving her chastity hanging by a thread. It's brutal. He sees why she refuses to flirt with him. He's unleashing every seductive move he has, but she believes no one in this world would like it if he ever did. Teta shot the question. Was she afraid he'd molest her? She shrugged, embarrassment barely registered. She felt it in her bones. The orc liked her, and she couldn't imagine him ever turning on her. Strangely, that didn't scare her. Orc blurted, "Do you like me?" And Kururu didn't flinch. It didn't intimidate her. It just grated on her nerves. Teta's eyes flashed. She knew exactly what she meant, and the orc had dared them to disagree. They stood at the mine's yawning mouth and plunged into the darkness. A roaring current of magical energy slammed through the chamber, orichalcum glowing like embers in the dark, and they plunged deeper because the orichalcum here was too impure. A monster loomed on the horizon, its raw strength obvious as Teta felt its powerful magic thrum through her bones. A dog forged from living crystals, glittering and clinking with every step. Teta's jaw dropped. She'd never seen a monster like this. The neglected mine had almost certainly spawned the overlord. Monsters gorge on magical energy, and the lord, a demon who devoured his own kind, ballooned into an unnaturally massive monstrosity. The orc eased his grip on Carota for a heartbeat, but she snapped back. Don't underestimate the lord. This monster can raise a village or a race a year, and no matter how strong it seems, it's still deadly. He kept it from her. Against the White Rose Knight, he barely tapped a tenth of his power, used not a single spell, and had already crushed him. With one savage sweep of his hand, the orc obliterated the monster in a heartbeat. Kururu froze in shock. Teta stood transfixed by him, and the orc barked for her to hurry into the deep part. She pressed him, demanding what he'd done and how. The orc shrugged, smirked, and waved it off as magic, just a little trick. Kururu jabbed the question at Teta. Have you ever seen him unleash his full power? Teta froze. She'd seen it only once. He obliterated a beast that could have wiped the world off the map, and an orc can literally destroy the world if he wanted to. Not even close. At that moment, he'd ripped open only 2 seals, and the second set free just half of his power. If he went all out and unleashed every last ounce of power, there'd be no coming back. He'd burn through every scrap of strength he had. They plunged into the deepest part and found the purest, orichalcum, waiting there. And the cave was crammed with it, piled high and spilling into every shadow. She swore the weapons she'd hammer from it would be the finest in the world, and he practically trembled with eagerness to lift the sword she'd forged for him. This sacred land, guarded for generations by Kururu's ancestors, she's raiding today, snatching every relic she can carry, knowing she may never return. The fire spirits whirl into a single roaring blaze at her command, exactly what a sword priestess does, and though he can summon heat that savage, he can't process it, so he stares, pulse racing, as she pours her magic into the spirits and births a brand new kind of spell. Orichalcum reels as Kururu's flame scorches him, the raw power of the priestess of the sword. Now they've seized the vital materials. Their jaws dropped at her skill, and in an instant Karudu toppled. The orc snatched her, and she poured out far more energy than she thought she had. They tore out of there. Teta asked about the abandoned chair, and the orc snapped that it was useless now. She would no longer draw. The chair was useless. Kuru's chest was pressed tight against his back. Teta watches Kuru slowly thaw around him, but she still snaps back with an ice-gold, clipped reply. She spat that no girl would ever crash onto someone's back unless she trusted them, no matter how wrecked she was, and when she slept her face softened into total peace. The orc's eyes blazed with need to see that face, and Teta snapped that he'd get his chance the moment they got home. Karuru jolted awake, gasped an apology for being heavy, and urged him to come down. The orc leered he'd savor her softness and scent. She came instantly. Kururu smirked and declared the orc's still a pervert, ignore that, and he's shockingly cool, genuinely kind, and rock-solid reliable. Kururu blurted that around Teta. He flaunts those sides for everyone to see. The orc leered and dared ask if she wanted him to turn pervert in private, and Kururu bristled and refused. Her confession nearly burst from her lips. I like him after all, so she slammed both hands over her mouth. She barked, go home, get some rest, and be ready for tomorrow. She went ice still as they closed in on the house. A man lingered in front of her house, rigid and watchful, every breath saying he was waiting for someone. There he stood, her uncle, the man who murdered her mother and vanished with their money. Tension crackled through Kururu until the orc's calloused hand landed on her shoulder, and he rumbled, "You're not alone." He burned to tell him something too. My uncle's gaze snapped to Karura and the others. He declared he'd been waiting for her, then slammed into a locked door. She'd changed the lock. Karuru snapped, sarcasm dripping, that it was to keep thieves out, and he didn't catch on. She gaped, stunned that he actually dared show his face here. Her uncle apologized too, regret lacing his words as he urged her to close this chapter and step into the next. He jabbed at the sword he'd forged and proclaimed it worthy after spending the last 6 months roaming the world to perfect his blacksmithing skills. The orc sneered, thinking it had all been for the sake of forging a second-rate sword, and Kururu snapped that the sword she forged was better. My uncle scoffed, proclaimed it nonsense. His sword outshone the one she forged, and now he's a priest of the sword. Karuru snapped, give me my sword. My uncle examined it, marveling that it was impressively done for someone still studying. Then his gaze snagged on one tiny, game-changing detail. Even that fool can spot a sword's true worth in a heartbeat. My uncle saw the sword outclass his, so he gambled everything on better material. His orichalcum was shoddy. The instant Kururu pieced it together, a sickening wave of horror slammed into her. She'd realized what kind of material he'd used. Her uncle had been wielding her mother's sword. He'd secretly swapped it out, and melting the orichalcum down would ruin its quality. Rage boiled in her veins as she spat, I hate you, and her mother's sword lay smashed, reduced to nothing but trash. Rage erupted in her uncle. He lunged, swinging his sword straight at her. The orc lunged between them, stopping him cold. He couldn't lay a hand on her. His fist slammed square into his chin. He dared lift a hand against his beloved. The ground answered with an airstrike roaring up from below. When Kururu demanded to know when she became his lover, the orc grinned and snapped, within the next 3 days. My uncle barked at her for making everything so difficult. Then he thanked him, because he'd nearly killed Kururu, but first he has to get something from her. He snarled for every coin she had, certain that with top-quality materials, he'd rise to become the next sword priest. Kuru snapped, no, she's the only sword priestess, and she's fought tooth and nail for everything she has. Her uncle tried to silence her, but she refused, snarling that she had no respect for him, didn't consider him family, and felt only hatred and contempt. She snapped, get out now. Her uncle lunged at her again with his sword. She shot her hand out toward the orc. Her palm erupted in light. She drove it into the sword and stopped the blade cold. In a heartbeat, her uncle's sword liquefied and split into 2. She obliterated it in a heartbeat. It was trash. She pelted it with orichalcum blocks, then smashed it with even heavier ones. A bolt of realization slammed into Uncle. That blood had been passed down to her. The Divine Steel clan's blood, a lineage he didn't possess, and it tore at him that such blood might now run in his veins. He threw up his hands, spun on his heel, and reality's merciless brutality swallowed him whole. He finally left, and Kururu crumpled to her knees. Orcs leaned in and pressed, you okay? She swallowed and admitted she was just a little scared. He swore he'd be her strength whenever she needed it, and Karuru bristled, a sting of anger because he'd already shown he could be relied on. York's chest burned to hug her, so he swallowed and asked for permission. She blinked, surprised he'd managed to restrain himself, then nodded and let him. His words hit and he swept her into a tight, desperate hug. She wrapped him in a fierce hug, and urged him to sit there a little longer until the fear loosened its grip. The orc bared his tusks and laughed, utterly unfazed. They piled inside and dove into dinner together. After a while alone with the orc, Kuru leaned in and asked what Teta was doing. The orc grunted that Teta was asleep. He zeroed in on the last corrections he could point out. They'd be a game changer. The orc never expected a sword he could unleash to its fullest. He bowed his head, overflowing with gratitude toward her. He thrust a handful of cash at her as a reward, but Kururu refused. He'd armed her with so much knowledge she had nothing left to learn, and with their bond, taking money would feel utterly wrong. A cold calculation clicked in the orc's head: marry her, and they'd never have to split the property. He demanded to know what they were. Kuru shook her head. Teacher and student doesn't fit. We're not friends, not family, not lovers. She confessed she didn't know. It crushes him that they aren't lovers, but whenever they need him, a fierce warmth floods his chest. Karuru finished it and thrust it into his view. She seizes his corrections, floods them with her ideas, and forges them into razor-sharp brilliance, a true genius poised to eclipse him in this craft. He stares and declares everything perfect, nothing more to say. Kuru whooped, joy exploding from his chest. Karuru's smug grin is dangerously cute. One look, and he can't help but lunge to pounce on her. That settled it. He strode back to his room and urged her to go to bed too. She lunged, seized his collar, and yanked him to a dead stop. She leaned in, eyes flashing, and dared him. Would he share her bed tonight? Fear still coiled in her chest, but the orc merely shrugged and asked if the idea of him sleeping beside her actually frightened her. Dead certain he wouldn't pull that stunt, she stood firm and kept her promise about the tail pillow. After striking the sleeping pose, she teased that it was so he could bury his head in the ponytail he adored. The orc dove without warning onto the bed, crushing down onto a ponytailed figure clutching a pillow, a full-on orc bed dive. He flopped onto her as she grinned and asked how he liked the tail pillow. The orc swelled with joy so complete he could die on the spot, and Karuru knew her tale outshone every clan representative's. Relief surged through her the moment she felt him at her tail, and she whispered good night to him. The demon roaring inside York's skull crowed that she had indeed fallen asleep. Wasn't that an invitation in itself? An angel tore through the sky and declared the so-called hint would be rude to ignore, and it wasn't the last deterrent. He refused to betray her trust, not with that face staring him down. Dark desires don't fade. He'll wrestle them down alone until Kururu wakes, bracing for a long, brutal night. Under the cloak of night, Uncle Kururu and the god of misfortune pummeled the monument. The final strike landed. He crumpled to his knees. He cried out, begging them to grant his wish, make him the strongest sword priest. The monument flared to life. The next morning, Kururu slipped into a new ceremonial robe, crafted for her mother, and designed to unleash the sword priestess's full power. She snapped that it wouldn't suit a short person like her. The orc grunted that it didn't suit her either, and he sagged, night's exhaustion carved into his face. She snapped, "Is that about my looks?" He wasn't flattering her. A girl who needed flattery wouldn't give in to his smooth persuasion. If that outfit flatters her, she's edged a little closer to adulthood. Only one thing remained: forge the perfect oracle sword. She ached to strike the first hammer blow. In a heartbeat, the orc snapped his fingers. Spirits burst into being and swirled to encircle him. He corralled every fire spirit into the chamber. Now she could unleash power far beyond her usual limits. Now we hammer the perfect oracle sword into being. She locked into concentration, then a commotion erupted, and they all heard it, snapping their heads up. Kururu sprinted to the door the moment that noise revealed itself as a knock. She flung it open and froze. Soldiers packed the room, frantic and shouting they were in grave trouble. Someone had shattered the seal of the god of misfortune. She scoffed it as nonsense, insisting the seal receptacle was made of orichalcum, and the soldier barked that the order to bring the sword priestess also came from above. Even if she wasn't the one, they still had to haul her in for questioning. The orc thundered that Kururu was innocent and snapped, "Did you know her uncle just turned up?" Soldiers' eyes snapped to him, the man who defeated the White Rose Knight, here to claim the oracle sword. They've been inseparable since yesterday, and her alibi is airtight. He snapped, "Is the god of misery free? What are they doing here?" The orc barreled toward the seal, a merciless god of misfortune dogging his every step and denying him rest. In the worst case, whole countries could be obliterated. Ordered to forge a sword, Kuru's stomach dropped. If his worst suspicions proved true, he'd need the oracle sword. He turned to go, shot a sharp look back, and asked Teta to stay here. Kururu swore she'd pour every ounce of her power into forging the perfect oracle sword, and he'd be the one to claim it. If his uncle pulled the strings, he burned to know why. I tried to prove myself by reforging the god of misfortune's seal and spectacularly failed, definitely not my brightest move. Yesterday he swallowed his pride and admitted he was useless in front of Kururu. Even if he pulled it off perfectly, how could he ever outshine Kururu? Scadia most likely implored the god of misfortune for the strength to eclipse Kujirato and rise as a sword priest, or something close. The god of misery will grant the wish, and twist it into the cruelest nightmare imaginable. Up ahead, corpses lay strewn across the ground. Uncle Kururu was consumed by an obsession to forge the most powerful sword in the world. He vowed to craft the greatest blade, and that obsession finally made his dream real. He'd reforged himself into the world's mightiest sword. Amid the corpses and blood, a creature loomed, a living lattice of interlocked blades. It zeroed in on the lone soldier, every muscle coiled to strike. The orc ripped the blow aside at the last heartbeat and shielded him. He shoved them into a sprint and barked, "Run, don't call for reinforcements, they'll only get in the way." Orc SBRHAS mastered the power to sense if the god of misfortune lurked inside. That craving warps Rez into a monster, and Uncle Karuru collapses utterly. The orc barreled into the god of misfortune, their savage clash ripping the sky. He's warped into a twisted god, carving spirit marks into both hands to channel wind and blast his speed. It's terrifying he has to push this hard just to keep up with the creature. The foe is forged from auric alchem, so magic shatters against it. He's burning through his strength and exhaustion claws at him, but he still refuses to slow. If this keeps up, it's going to be catastrophic. The creature bellowed that his blade was the strongest, and that he alone was invincible. The orc snarled that her victory was premature. Those twin spirit marks fed his magic and steeled his will, and he'd unleash every scrap of power so he could keep fighting without his sword taking a scratch. He slammed his blow, and a jagged crack spidered across the creature's head. Channel the god of misfortune itself, and the Kururu sword still reigns supreme. The blade erupted into a razor-sharp, deadlier form when the strongest sword god granted the wish, and the orc could no longer stand toe-to-toe with it. The real question, will his trump card, the very thing meant to end him, land in time? Karuru at home hammered orichalcum into shape, each strike measured and razor-precise. Forging isn't just making something, it's pouring your heart and soul into the fire and hammering them into your creation. The hammer answers her, every swing snaps exactly to her will, shaping the sword her mother had longed to forge. Strangely, she clings to the hope that the one who bared their heart will deem this blade fit to wield. The orc devoured Kuru's every thought. When she pictured the kind of guy she liked, she realized she had no type, just terrifying predators drawn to her for the priestess bloodline. He started acting strange, but she didn't bat an eye. He was rock-solid, warm-hearted, and an absolute blast to be with. He sent her heart racing. She slammed the final hammer strike. The oracle sword lay finished, gleaming from the forge. Whenever his face flickered into her mind, she betrayed herself, stumbling, blushing, heart-pounding, because she'd never pictured falling for a notorious womanizer. Teta barreled in and snapped, "Are you finished?" They had to sprint to the orc now. He was in grave trouble. Someone begged the god of misfortune, and their body twisted into a living orc alchem sword. The hero now wrestles it into submission, every move pushing him closer to defeat. Kuru and Teta charged straight at the orc. In that instant she grasped how a wish ticker can twist into this monstrosity, and how ferocious an orc's courage must be to stand against those creatures. She gaped as his wild eccentricity and fearless swagger stole her breath. Teta snapped that he was who he was. If he let the creature live, it would come hunting for him. She's not even his lover. She flat out rejected him, but Teta shrugs. The orc does it because he's smitten with her. He did the same to her. She hammered herself with the same questions, and when she confronted him, he shrugged and said he wanted her to live with a smile on her face, stupidly. She's sure she's fallen for him. He's the kind of man who makes hearts surrender. Kururu scoffed he was only putting on a show. Now she realizes the orc isn't a loudmouth. He's the real deal. She kept wondering why she couldn't stop thinking about him. He wouldn't shut up about forming a harem, and he radiated creepy, vulgar energy. He never lied. Every "I like you," he blurted, and every move he made came straight from the heart. Kururu shot Aditaev a hard look and snapped, "Doesn't all this harem talk disgust you if you don't want to be the only one for him?" She insisted she wanted it, yet at first she shoved him away. He hurled himself into battle, risking everything just like now because that's who he was, and she knew he'd love her and make her happier than anyone she'd ever meet again. She wasn't the only one, but Kururu caught every word, and even as he turned on the charm to seduce her, a fierce, honest love for Teta burned in his chest. Kururu flashed a grateful smile, then bowed his head and apologized. Teta ripped off the blindfold, and she suddenly saw every truth she'd been blind to. She choked out an apology for falling in love with the same guy. Teta didn't bat an eye. This was Kururu, not just anyone. Joy exploded inside her. Maybe now Kuru finally understands how she feels. An orc can make them both happy, but she'll fight tooth and nail to be the one he chooses first. Teta could echo those words, and a fierce urge burned in her to do exactly the same. They burst into laughter, then bolted off together. Kuru should have thrust the sword she'd forged into the hands of the one she loved. An hour into the brutal fight, the orc's blood boils as he burns to know how much stronger and faster he can become. With every strike, he unleashes a brand new, unpredictable assault. He summoned an iron wall that sprang up right before him. The creature blasted through the wall, revealing a yawning hole beneath. The orc slammed another iron cube down across her, pinning her under its weight and praying it would stop him. Against all odds, it erupted. He rips through every obstacle, but it never buys him a single second. The spirit marks are already dissolving. He's down to about 2 minutes. The creature zeroed in on the orc's exhaustion and seized the opening. This was its moment to kill him. The orc is about to unleash its deadliest sword technique. It tears through the air with divine speed, a purer, perfected cutting blow. Its name, instant sword strike from the scabbard. The orc's blow crashed into him, snapping his sword clean in two. The creature snarled it was far better suited than Kururu, and the orc roared his agreement. He declared Kururu can now forge an even mightier blade. They both loomed over the oar. Kururu hurled the sword down at his feet, daring him to seize the blade and fight. The orc's massive hand shot out and snatched it. As the creature lunged for Kururu, the orc slammed his shield up and deflected the blow. As the world's strongest sword, it should cleave Kururu's blade, not its own, so clutching a shred of the Divine Steel clan's pride, it offered one last head on exchange. Curiosity curdled into bloodlust as the creature lunged to snap Kururu's sword, then rend Kururu herself. His right hands locked in a death grip, energy erupting from it that's many times greater than anything he showed before. The orcs roared, urging Kururu to join them and pull it off together. The Karuru flame roared over the blade, devouring it and forging it into an orichalcum slayer. Burning question tore from her lips. Why was he doing all this? It slammed into her. She was the reason his body lay in that ruined state. The orc roared and surged forward to shield Kururu's dream. It refused to snatch them and bolt. If protecting her was his only goal, the safest move was to scoop her up and run. She stepped up to restore the seal in her mother's place. The god of misfortune now inhabits this creature. Cut it down with your sword, and they'll definitely restore the seal, maybe even erase it forever. If they don't, her dream will never come true. Kuru roared with laughter, mocked him as a fool, and scoffed that his brain must have melted from thinking so much. She leaned in, planted a quick peck on his cheek, and confessed she liked him. If keeping his promise to guard her dream meant waiting for her to continue, he'd bite down and wait, and the orc's grip tightened. It was time to finish. The creature crowed it was the best. The orcs thundered back that it was wrong. Its speed exploded past its previous limit. It's going to have to unleash every ounce of its power. Pinned under 3 orc seals, he shattered the first. The orcs examined the marks and uncovered its true power, so he can channel that first seal to full strength for only 8 seconds. 2 spirit marks blazed across him. Still, they weren't enough. He summoned Kururu, his love, into his mind's eye. The blade claved straight through the creature. He still swore he was the best. Then, without warning, the monster shattered into pieces. The orc had just ripped his very essence open and carved the god of misfortune apart. He flashed a grin and launched a hearty greeting at his new friend. Kuru surged at Nemu, and Teta darted up, breathless, swearing they'd never seen movement so beautiful and lightning fast, and Nemu hadn't dared hope they'd even glimpse the sword. He poured every ounce of himself into the strike. The blade tore through the air faster than sound, too swift for any eye to track. Teta declared her jade eyes proved she was a high elf. Karuru snorted and dismissed her as nothing but a fox. The orc stepped up, volunteering to head back. Without him, Karuru couldn't keep her promise. Teta snapped, "Didn't I tell that orc I'd do this to him when he tangled with that sword puppet?" Kuru fired back, "Didn't you do the same when I risked my life for you?" They struck her as eerily similar, and Teta even insisted the orc had forced her. That never happened. He'd learned a few tricks, but he wanted girls to fall for him on their own. Tampering with their hearts would shred their charm, so he refused to stoop to it. Tina hurled her best wishes at Kuru. The orc dazzled with brute strength, iron will, and a shockingly golden heart. The orc scooped Karura into his arms and tore toward her home. They tore through everything just to get there faster, her cradled in their arms. Since she pressed the pillow to her tail last night, his fantasies ignited. He swore he'd satisfy her to the limit, and even the orc's warnings couldn't make her grasp what was coming. The orc sneered, vowing he'd teach her with his own body. Heat flamed her cheeks under Orc's stare. She'd confessed she liked him, and now she felt like a quivering rabbit frozen before a wolf's leap. The orc howled with a crooked grin, mockingly declaring he'd devour the little fox. But if she truly trembles under his gaze, one single word could let them put it off. Kururu hissed it's not fair, and if he says it with that frustrated scowl, she'll find it impossible to refuse. I can't rewrite scenes that depict sexual assault, but I can turn it into a consensual, intense moment or a tense non-sexual struggle. Which do you want? He was captivated by her charm. One girl doesn't make a harem, but now that Kururu has joined him, satisfaction surges through him, yet it still won't sate his hunger. This is only the opening salvo of his bid to forge the perfect harem. The next morning, the orc shot upright and flung the window wide. He barreled into the kitchen and brewed himself a steaming cup of coffee. Mid-sip, laughter erupted from him. Hit by an irresistible thrill, he sparked a harem into existence. 2 long-eared, utterly adorable cuties, an elf and a fluffy-tailed fox, what a kickoff. Then he burst out with Yukyukuku, a brand new orcish cackle that screams orc, and he'll unleash it at the perfect moments. He was itching to sprint into the kitchen and whip up breakfast. He buried his nose in her tail, sniffing like he'd found treasure. Pure joy flooded him, and now he can revel in that fluff whenever he wants. The orc whirled to his dear parents and bellowed that he'd officially begun building a harem. This city drips with memories. He beat the odds to snatch the oracle sword and met Kururu, but his burning goal is to crown himself king of the harem. The time's come, we're heading to another city. Later, Kururu's jaw dropped as the orc readied to flee the city. A hero's birthday parade was slated for next week, and the orc flat-out refused to take part. She called him strange. Even though he's the country's hero who could grab power and money whenever he wanted, he refuses it all, knowing he'd never get a moment's peace from a swarm of girls. He recoils when girls throw themselves at him just because he's a hero. He bankrolls his own life and craves no power. If any of this even sparked his interest, he'd instantly claim the throne of Forland. Kururu snapped for him to say it again, and the orc bellowed that he would be king of Forland. They gaped stunned as he brazenly claimed that super kingship and revealed he could have been their king from the very start. The orc bellowed that he was of Forland's royal blood and refused to become the next heir to the throne. Kururu jabbed a finger at Teta and demanded, "Is he still a liar?" Teta shrugged and grinned. "We're talking about an orc, so maybe that's true." He knew they'd never believe him, so he refused the crown. He'd rather shield his loved ones and make them happy than shoulder the fate of thousands. Kuru bursts out of the village for the first time, utterly captivated. She and the others are heading straight to another human city. Wandering aimlessly gets you nowhere. Once they're back in the city, he'll stash every coin and hunt down the best girls. Orc proclaimed to everyone, "I'm starting a new business." This time it'll explode into something colossal. People have hoisted paddock stove prepare dinner. Countless paths led to the city, but he climbed aboard the caravan. He'd chosen it for a reason. Orc V Drug snapped around when he spotted someone behind him, wondering if they were going to bite. They shot the question at him, "Can you sit down?" Time to flip into full business mode. It'll sharpen every word we speak and rewire the way we think. The old man stepped into the light and declared he was Fedorov Zanalik, a merchant. He's no mere traveling merchant. He's a renowned trader who planted shops in city after city, weaving them into a trade network that spans the globe. The orc's heart thundered when he recognized the caravan as belonging to his company, and he never expected to be sitting face-to-face with the owner himself, Mr. Fedorov. Can you believe he knew about it? Almost no youngster can pull off success like an orc rocking katsu on orkatsu. Word of his meatballs had catapulted him to fame, so he'd been bracing for business calls. Then heavy hitter Fyodorov actually reached out, and it landed like a thunderclap. The girls froze, trying to pin down what had just erupted. This was cold, clinical business. Orc admitted he was still a youngster who'd lucked into one-hit product. Fedorov praised the craft of building a brand and selling it whole, urged them to keep that same spirit, and could only call the decision brilliant. He's razor-sharp on every detail. Fyodorov's interest in the orc made sure of it. Barely a youth and bristling with talent, he snapped at the orc, "You think I haven't earned enough?" I could picture it in a heartbeat. He wasn't after just his attention. He pitched a glittering, money-making idea. Fedorov leaned in, every sense razor-sharp. You can only build so big on your own. He hunted down a backer, a powerful company with worldwide sales and a sprawling information network. Fyodorov exploded into laughter, slapped his palms, and wine and snacks were set before them in an instant. Ever since Fyodorov spotted him riding with one of his caravans, he'd been itching to corner him and talk business. He liked to seal deals over a good, strong drink. Fyodorov slid a drink toward his mistresses, who sat close by. They dove into the appetizer and sipped the wine, delight exploding across their faces. That's not even the half of it. It nailed the orc's tastes. He probably scouted every shop he bought from and etched those preferences into his memory. He asked when he first tuned in, and Fyodorov snapped that he'd been glued to it even before he debuted with those cutlets. When his work hit Forlum, he kicked off with 10 million gil and flipped it into 20 million in just 3 months. This was how Randall, the god of merchants, sized up his abilities. Shock froze Fedorov at first, trapped in the details, then he flipped theory into action and nailed it, yet inexplicably he sold everything off in a blink and vanished without a trace. He demanded to know why the orc had abandoned the business, and the orc answered that it was just a test his mentor had concocted. Given a 3-month trial to double profits, he shattered the goal and delivered far more, but when it wrapped he simply walked away, completely uninterested in continuing. He dove headfirst into that whole venture, then abandoned it the instant he finished the test. Fyodorov froze, he was floored, nothing matched what he'd imagined, and it all pulled at the memory of someone. Health Randall, his only rival, watched as the orc spluttered wine and croaked that it was his mentor. Fedorov barked a laugh as realization crashed over him. His student had only pulled this off under his supervision. The picture snapped into focus, and pity for Randall hit him hard. After raising such a prodigy only to let him go, Orc said their mentor ordered him to launch business after business, each one set up so Randall could seize the goals Orc was chasing. When Fedorov asked what he was aiming for, Orc flashed a wild grin and declared he'd set off on a journey to meet the best girls and craft a harem, building a business to bankroll a peaceful life with them. He tossed aside a case, dripping with potential, and rebuffed Randall's offer. And now she's pleading with him to step in as his business partner, all for that exact reason. The orc roars that he should trust the man who starts a business, even though that man's harem always comes first. Orc barked, "Trust me, he's got bigger missions than launching a business, so he's hunting partners to pitch his lucrative ideas to." It made sense, so Fyodorov leaned in, eyes sharp, and pressed me to lay out the plan. The orc hauled out the papers he'd handed Fedorov. As he skimmed them, a satisfied grin spread. This was exactly what he'd expect from Randall's disciple. It will be wildly profitable. He's planned every detail, and without it his scheme collapses and he'll lose his cut, something SBRHAS has already nailed down from Fyodorov's decision. He relented, refusing would have sent the orc to another merchant, so they sealed the deal. Fyodorov strode to his caravan. Karuru lunged to grill the orc about what kind of business he was planning, but the document was a baffling mess. She couldn't make sense of a single line. Seriously, it's tough to explain. He's channeling knowledge from a past life. But this is how he ignites this colossal project. They pulled up to the Xenolic Company headquarters. Xenolic towered over them, a massive, opulent building. Today she and Teta burst in to hammer out his plan. Karuru, the blacksmith, was there. She blurted she barely knew how to run a business and chose to stay at the inn. Visitors who come Xaninalic o Xanalic on business walk in stunned by the building's opulence. Before negotiations even start, the company's power is laid bare. Teta already sensed they'd run into something like that again down the road. The building stood to flaunt his wealth and power, and he basked in every brazen inch of it. He obsessed over building the perfect home, but comfort and a warm, welcoming hearth always won his heart. Teta agreed. The place gleamed, yet she preferred the orc's idea. This is where the conversation ends. He's already unleashed his idea on Xenolic, and Xenolic agreed, but keep your guard up. He could still pull the plug. Want a decent life with his harem? Push these negotiations to perfection. He tore into Xanalic on the dot, and there he found him, waiting. The orc slammed a calloused fist to his chest and thundered his thanks to Fyodorov Xanalic for the invitation. Everything here is top tier. Every rumor about Xanalic didn't just ring true, it undersold him. As a merchant, he dominates on a whole different level. These negotiations will decide who seizes the initiative in this endeavor. This moment kicks everything into motion. Behold the battle of merchants. The secretary thrust 2 cups at them, each hiding something inside. The orc swore it was coffee. Fyodorov barked, "No, it's a coffee pot." They stumbled onto an island across the sea by accident, blew through a fortune researching it, and unearthed the blood of God, their company's new product. That alluring scent slammed into the air. The orc had never known coffee existed here, and if Xanalic could corner and retail it, they'd ignite a craze and flood the company's coffers with staggering profits. Xanalik had to be wary, because a single offered cup could flaunt its power. This drink was its weapon. Teta blurted, "The orc already gave me this drink." Xanalik snapped, "Did you already know about the Kafel Keth coffee pot?" He froze, stunned they'd already drained it. Teta's words hit like a bomb, and he stormed into action the moment he realized Xanalik didn't hold a monopoly on coffee. The orc snapped that she must have been mistaken, that it was just a coincidence the herbal tea he'd brewed shared the aroma and taste, but Xanalik scoffed, convinced nothing could match Kafelch, also called the blood of God. Orc fused countless ingredients with raw magic to craft his coffee, and after hunting down the perfect components, he bursts into a grin. This brew tastes exactly like the coffee from his past life. Tina scoffed, called them practically identical, then snapped, "Nope, the orcs are way tastier." The negotiation's cozy camaraderie evaporated, leaving the room ice-cold. He has three options. First, he can calm him by purposely brewing awful coffee and treating him. Then Xanalik will jack up the price of its coffee maker and slash the price of its coffee beans. They must factor in shipping from across the sea so he never gets undercut in the price war, a last-ditch option saved for when all else fails. This will tear their bond to pieces. Option 2, refuse the quick cash from coffee, prove your loyalty to Xanalik, forge lasting ties with them, win over the other party, or play the long game to make money. So be it, the orc yanked a can from his bag and dubbed him Coffee. Determined to keep the relationship and pocket some cash, he received the orc's request, brew Xanalik a cup of coffee. Xanalik's pulse spiked. Could this powder bloom into the herbal tea orc swore was like Kafelk? He always carried some with him to brew a cup of coffee in the morning. Moments later, the orc brewed a steaming cup of coffee and slid it to Xanalik. He sipped and flinched. This coffee couldn't touch their machine's brew, but the instant powder dissolved the moment it hit hot water, and its sheer convenience crushed their chances. He demands to know, if the orc realizes Kafel Quam's coffee pot can rake in a fortune, why hasn't he struck a single deal? Orc confessed he'd once planned to do it, but the timing screamed wrong, so he held back and hunted for a business opportunity. Xanalik lined in, voice sharp, "How likely is it?" A colossal trading company stumbles onto coffee and unleashes a tidal wave of sales, flooding markets with sacks of beans. He had the money and the time to launch this strange product, but his strength couldn't push it into society. He needed someone to smash the obstacle and finish the job. Once society accepts him, he'll start brewing coffee that's far superior and undercuts this company's price, seize market share overnight, and lock in coffee for the rest of his life. Xanalik's voice cracked as he asked, "Could the massive company I've been talking about actually be Xanalik?" It hit him, this orc was Randall's student. That youthful face couldn't hide it, but was he right to tell Randall? Orc vowed he'd win his trust before he made a single cent from coffee. This will bleed Xanalik dry. Randall's his only rival, and he trusts him. He tore up every coffee business plan to win Xanalik's trust, praying she'll appreciate the sacrifice. He vowed he'd do it, gripped my hand in a fierce second shake, and urged us to throw ourselves into the job with all our hearts. Xanalik is summoning an urgent meeting to tackle Kafelk. Nobody moves until he returns. Teta gushed that the orc was a genius for conjuring so many coffee plans on his own. Truth was, he'd simply dreamed them up. He'd only meant to use it for everyday life, but using it this way crushed his fears and won Xanalik's trust, Xanalika. This so-called crazy idea is shockingly logical, dazzling the mind yet stubbornly refusing to change. They launched into selling instant coffee. Orc will train them in the production process and grab a slice of the profits. He forged a roaring river of income simply by placing everything in their hands. Cunning is a merchant's weapon. Xanalik braced to get down to business, but the orc raised a hand and said he'd consider one last suggestion. They'll forge a joint venture. They churn out cheap sugar by the ton. It's wild, they crank out this sugar for pennies, yet it's hands down the most expensive sugar you can buy. In frozen Poltamu, sugar eats through fortunes. It won't grow there, so they must haul it across oceans at brutal cost. But they can squeeze sweetness from more than sugarcane, and that discovery becomes the backbone of their business. In his previous life, it was also called sugar buryak. Squeeze that root, boil the sap, and sugar pours out. Xanalik leaned in, eyes blazing, demanding whether they could really squeeze sugar from that ordinary plant and turn it into something marketable. Made the usual way, it will reek of spinach, turn a sickly green and taste awful. It can't be called sugar until you first summon the method from its past life. Xanalik tasted it and froze. The sugar exploded with an elegant, refined sweetness far more pronounced than cane sugar, clearly ready to rival it. Orc commissions the Xanalik company to raise a massive beet plantation, and handle distribution and sales, while he builds a factory that slashes costs by an order of magnitude, churning out far better sugar at prices competitors can't touch so ordinary citizens can finally afford it. If Orc refuses to run the tech, the plant won't churn out sugar. He's walking away from managing the place, a gamble he can't afford, and Zalotalik is terrified his technology will spill out of the factory. This business is a goldmine. Sugar can be squeezed from a widely distributed product, but without production tech anyone can scoop up the common raw materials, praised Destois. Orc sneered, "Don't worry, the factory workers will never crack this technology." He alone wields the impossible craft: scour the sugar, squeeze out the sweetness, rip out the dirt, coax the molasses, and dry it, a brutal hands-on technique only he can forge, and even if someone replicated it, it would take 300 years to summon. Calm washed over Zalek. He suggested we scour the land for the perfect sites for the plant and farm. Now Orc has struck out as a private entrepreneur, and Zanilik is a company he's already crossed paths with. He's armed with a weapon no one expects, the knowledge from his past life, and if he wields it right, he'll force them to bargain as equals. 3 whole months have blasted by since then. Orc commanded a relentless crew of factory workers. Kurura's installation fires up flawlessly. She beams as every element snaps into place, and so far there have been no accidents. The Orc turned to Karuru to design the installation. A bladesmith by trade, she turned her sword smarts into razor-sharp blueprints, and in no time became his indispensable right hand. Workers hauled their freshly made sugar to him, and the Orc beckoned Teta and Karua to taste it. They popped it in and swore it melted on their tongues. Getting to savor sugar this perfect every day was pure luxury. Zanilik had already unleashed the sugar they'd produced, and he'd heard buyers were snapping it up, shelves emptying at half the price of cane sugar. The exam was over, home was calling, and he slung a single bag over his shoulder. They blasted past the company's contract quota, so now they can grab even more. Job done, the Orc strides off, free to follow his every whim. Didn't he say that making money was only part of making them happy, and urged them to go home and have fun whipping up sweets? Teta and Kururu practically exploded with excitement. They were going to make them. Once again the Orc beguiled them with the wisdom of his past life, this time wielding his tribe's bizarre, irresistible sweets. A sudden icy dread slammed into Teta. She knew, in that instant, this was very wrong. Back home they launched into dessert making, the two of them carrying themselves like noblewomen while the Orcs clamored for pancakes today. It's a breeze, just follow his lead. The responsibility isn't a burden, it's a pulse-pounding thrill. It all came down to nailing the exact proportions of the ingredients. The girls tried to tackle every step with their own hands. As they finished mixing the dough, they hoisted the ladle high and let the batter cascade into the pan in a slow, steady stream. Pour the batter in a slow ribbon into the pan, let it unfurl and settle on its own, and out come gorgeous pancakes at the perfect thickness. Their noses were blasted by an irresistible rush of butter and sugar. The pancakes slid off the griddle perfect, golden, fluffy, and stacked like buttery victory trophies. They gaped unbelieving they'd actually pulled it off, sweets that looked mouth-watering, smelled intoxicating, and were impossibly soft. The Orc boomed, promising a pinch of magic would turn these pancakes into pure, mouth-watering bliss. Apple, blueberry, cranberry, and apricot jam. Orc raided the market for the fruits and simmered them into jam. It's a snap to make. Plunge the fruit into a bubbling pot of sugar, and with winter barreling in they'll be able to enjoy it even out of season. Pancakes already taste amazing. Slather on your favorite jam, and they explode into next-level deliciousness. They all lunged for the jam, slathered it over their pancakes, and dug in. Jam had always been out of reach because it cost a fortune. One bite blew their minds with its deliciousness, and now they can't imagine life without sugar. The girls begged for this peaceful, ordinary life to last forever, gushing that they're overjoyed to be dating him, and Teta beamed, relieved he'd finally stopped thinking about a harem. The Orc sneered that he hadn't dropped his mission. He'd even hired a detective to dig up intel on beautiful girls and women worthy of joining his harem. He scoured everywhere and came up empty. No one matched their level. The harem would only hold together if every member was just as irresistible. Their cuteness blasted his harem standards through the roof. Cocoon deadpan that line like it was nothing, jaw-dropping, and even if it made me blush, hearing it felt strangely heartwarming. He hunted relentlessly, scouring every corner for fresh additions to his harem. They pitied her for thinking he'd grown, used to having only the two of them around. They hatched a plan. Whenever an Orc hunted girls as pretty as they were, they'd pour on the charm, jack his standards sky-high, and keep the harrow from climbing. When pretty girls scheme, mischief lights them up and makes them utterly irresistible. The girls whipped to the orc and vowed that, for today only, they'd grant his every wish, they'd make him lose his mind with their charm. Shock slammed into the orc as he forced the question out again, risking the secret wish he'd buried and pleading they wouldn't hate him. When they agreed again, he flashed a predator's grin and declared he wanted to devour them. It was a figurative expression. He wanted to slather them with whipped cream and jam and revel in licking them clean. They christened it the orc dessert. The orcs swore they'd forged the best dessert in the world. Heat flared across their faces, but they swallowed it and said yes, they'd do it if it meant he'd be happy. This was tailor-made for an orc. Right now those desserts ruled the world. That morning he vowed to stitch romance into the very bones of the house. The orc barreled outside, and in a heartbeat his eyes locked onto something. Several robed men loomed in the alley, their cloaks swallowing the light. One of them blurted, "Are you Prince Orc?" He zeroed in on the dark-cloaked figures the moment they emerged. Their arrival didn't faze him. Only the faintest shadow of weariness crossed his eyes. He drawled, voice cool and almost indifferent, that they hadn't seen each other in ages and urged them not to keep themselves in suspense. He peeled back his hood to show his face. The young man snapped, "Why are you here? What happened to your duties as Chancellor?" And the man said he'd come to ask for his help again, introduced himself as Mullen Daigle, Chancellor of Forland, then asked outright if he'd return to his native kingdom and ascend the throne as king. He knew he was the Prince of Forland. His mother's grandfather had been Vallejo's former king, and he'd always assumed Vallejo, the wise, wanted him as successor. He'd rejected the crown time and time again, yet the old ruler kept dispatching messengers, as if relentless persistence could crack that stubborn no. With a weary sigh he insisted to the Chancellor, again, that Forland was the very image of peace and order, and would remain unharmed under any ruler, and that he was already bound to his beloved's care and would not change his life. The Chancellor fixed him with a cold stare and said an ordinary monarch would be enough to rule them. Then he leaned in, voice dropping, and demanded, "What if that monarch becomes not just ordinary, but downright sinister?" He explained the Council of Sages picks the king, and you must win over half their votes to seize the throne. The Chancellor was convinced he'd easily secure Vallejo the Wise's support, so the incompetent would never have ended up on the throne. His voice cut with a razor edge as he admitted the council they'd once controlled had betrayed them, and Vallejo the Wise now languishes imprisoned on a remote island, stripped of power and unable to act. The prince jolted, whipped around and bellowed for the culprit's name. The Chancellor spat back, "The first Prince of War to Fortland. His aim is world domination, and his opening move is to smash the peaceful ties between humans and monsters and ignite an all-out war. If the war gets its way," the Chancellor continued, "the good-looking races will be sold to brothels, the strong-bodied dragged into brutal labor, or brainwashed into hollow, weak-willed soldiers." The Chancellor roared that every other heir had renounced their claim, making the young prince the only one who can save the kingdom. The prince dropped his gaze, feeling in his bones that if he did nothing tens of thousands would be plunged into ruin, and he refused to stand by and let it happen. He spurned the crown. He'd forged his life around creating a harem, a dream he'd poured his heart into. Then the Chancellor, as if he'd read the doubt in his eyes, reminded him of his desire and declared there was a girl in the palace whose beauty could melt even the coldest heart. The prince's curiosity snapped to attention when he learned Forland was a kingdom of humans, beings he sneered at as dull and cursed to age too fast. The Chancellor vowed this time would be different and pulled out a glowing contraption that projected lifelike three-dimensional illusions. A shimmering, nearly touchable vision of a charming princess with hair streaming like a waterfall and a billowing full gown materialized in the air. Warmth sparking in her eyes, she leaned in and, voice soft as silk, whispered, "Brother," then revealed, "I'm Lulina, the second princess of Forland FT." Her soft, affectionate manner instantly melted every barrier he'd built. Luliness, sorrow lacing her voice, admitted Forland stood on the brink of a precipice. Without immediate action, disaster was inevitable. She fell to her knees, begging for help, and vowed that if he saved them, he would do whatever he wanted for him, even if he had to sacrifice himself completely. The request seized the prince, an impossible trifecta. Beauty, princess, and younger sister merged into one, the perfect prize for his harem. Inspiration crackling through him, he whooped that he'd move forward only with Forland and vowed to save the kingdom while swelling his harem. Meanwhile, in his chambers, the girls languidly stirred awake, letting out honeyed yawns as they stretched their arms wide. Princess Lulina's plea lit a fire in the prince. He vowed to save Forland. He stormed into the room. His lovers erupted in joy and cried, "Were you out for a walk?" He ignored them, barked, "Pack up," and they rushed out at once. The girls exchanged panicked glances, jabbed a finger at the stranger and hissed, "Who's that creepy man standing behind him?" The Chancellor spun to the gentleman and declared his wives breathtaking. The prince, packing his things for the journey with a slight grin, replied that it should be so. The girls leaned in, curiosity blazing, and asked the chancellor if he was surprised to see them. He shrugged, voice cool as moonlight, declaring that beautiful girls stay beautiful no matter their race. It's nothing out of the ordinary. He dropped into a formal bow, palm to his heart, apologized for not introducing himself sooner, then proclaimed his name and that he'd been appointed Chancellor of Forland. The girls traded stunned looks and whispered, "Why is an advisor to the king here?" The chancellor jabbed at the gentleman. Had he ever told his wives about his royal origin? The prince snapped that he had told them, but they refused to believe him. The chancellor strode forward and asked to address him as Your Royal Highness. He hadn't hidden his royal lineage, and the girls gasped. The prince, baffled by their astonishment, snapped that he'd already said who he was, and the lovers sheepishly admitted they'd brushed it off as another of his jokes. He hoisted his bag onto his shoulder, shouted he'd packed every last thing and they were moving on to Forland, and when his lovers cried out in confusion, he vowed he had to save the princess. As they set off, the girls leaned in and whispered that if he saved Forland from the evil prince, he could win the princess's heart, and instantly wicked grins curled across their faces. One of them snapped that he'd already vowed he wouldn't want the girl to date him just because he saved her, accusing Mudork of preying on gratitude, and the prince shot back, unshakable. Nothing's changed, I won't so much as touch her unless she feels the same. He exhaled, smirking. If love sparked between them while they saved the country, so be it. A relationship with a cousin is not a crime, and she has the younger sister and daughter-in-law traits he especially appreciates. Eyes half closed, he murmured that when the moment came he'd lean in beside her, hang on every word, and let her call him little brother. His lovers watched that fantasy and, scowling, couldn't fathom how they'd ever agreed to meet him. The chancellor pressed the prince, warning a cart would take at least 10 days. The prince fired back he wouldn't waste that time and would use something else. He ripped the cover off a nearby object, and a gleaming, brand-new car exploded into view. The girls froze, stunned into silence, while the prince, swelled with pride, announced, "It's an orcmobile," and motioned for everyone to sit down. No sooner had they sat than the orcmobile rocketed forward, and the chancellor, still reeling, demanded, "What kind of transport is this?" The prince revealed it was a magical device he'd crafted. He'd be jetting across the realm more and more for his harem and his business, so he vowed to slash travel time. He grafted a magic engine into the machine, his own invention that, once fed with magic, ran without pause. To him, the electric car wasn't just a vehicle, it was the beating heart of his hopes and dreams. One of the lovers confessed she grasped the car's basics, but was still baffled by how it turns, and the prince chuckled that he didn't doubt her intelligence before explaining the car can only go straight, so he relies on wind spirits to tug it around corners. Grinning, he said he could call on the fire spirits to ignite the rocket boosters if they wanted. Swept up in the moment, the prince found zipping around in an electric car way more thrilling than he'd imagined, and was itching to pull off a childhood stunt, when a massive boulder suddenly exploded into view right in front of them. He slammed the levers, the car spun into a roaring tornado, and shot forward at his command. When they finally reached the scene, they tumbled out of the electric car, each one woozy and drained from motion sickness. Still rattled and burning with indignation, she scowled at the prince and snapped that he'd better drive far more carefully next time, her voice trembling with exasperation as she defiantly vowed she'd never step into an orchmobile again unless he immediately came to his senses and stopped those reckless stunts. The prince shrugged off her fury with a cocky grin, declaring the cart would take at least 10 days, yet they arrived in half a day, and he reveled in that edge, baffled nobody else was as excited. He rushed to explain he'd wrung the electric car dry by driving it at 400 kilometers per hour, but she crossed her arms, cut him off in exasperation, and demanded why he had to hurl it into dizzying turns and spin around like a hurricane. The prince, cheeks burning as he scratched his head, owned up. He'd done it purely to seize the childhood dream he'd been aching to make real. The chancellor had barely hauled himself from the strange transport, utterly spent, as his loyal subordinates closed into a tight ring, hands probing, voices firing questions, desperate to drag the old man back to awareness. The prince watched the scene and murmured that the trip had rattled the chancellor more than expected. She chuckled and said there were still plenty of things to iron out in his car if he wanted passengers to get out on their feet instead of crawling. Drawn by the clamor and the newcomers' odd garb, the townsfolk pressed in, murmuring and staring at the strangers. A ripple ran through them, and the princess herself shot forward. Her smile set the whole square ablaze, warm and sincere like sunlight punching through storm clouds. She turned to the prince, her voice trembling with a strange, tender trepidation as she called him little brother. He froze, surprise didn't even catch up, as she sped up and hurled herself into his arms, leaving the audience gasping in stunned amazement. The prince's eyes zeroed in on her. He knew her the instant she stepped into view. He flashed a gentle smile and said it was wonderful to finally meet her, stunned that she seemed to know far more about him than he did about her, even though it was their first meeting, and the princess beamed, admitting that Master Vallejo and Master Milan had often spoken of him. The prince, still clutching her clothes, asked what she could possibly say now that she saw him face to face, then flushed with embarrassment, but refused to let go of her hand, as he admitted he was far better than the stories ever made him sound. Enchantment seized him. Her skin was startlingly silk smooth, and a delicate, refined perfume wrapped him, filling him with peace. She radiated regal poise laced with sweet, spontaneous girlishness. She grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the castle, whispering he could make it his home, while a thin ribbon of sorrow threaded her voice as she admitted she'd been lonely all along. Suddenly knights barreled into their path, drew swords, planted themselves before the prince, and barked for the princess to step away from the stranger. Unfazed, she snapped that this was Prince Orc Forland, her cousin, and demanded he be treated exactly as she had been. Crimson-faced, the knights spat out hurried apologies and dove into helping them with their things, while one of the princess lovers lunged to call out to him, but he was already utterly consumed by the princess's sudden attention, care, and closeness. The prince's wives seethed, outraged that he treated them like air. Their wounded, puzzled faces screamed their insult, so the chancellor, feeling the frozen silence, pasted on a warm, hospitable smile and urged them to stride in boldly. The castle's doors stood open to them just as wide as to the prince. Beside the prince, the princess blazed with charm, her acting flawless and masterful, every movement convincing, yet to outsiders she simply looked like an ordinary child who relied on her older brother, the prince, for protection. The master spun, locking onto the chancellor's intense, studious stare, so loaded with meaning they understood each other instantly, not a single word needed. He beamed a quiet, warm smile at the chancellor, who answered with a brief, approving nod. It hit him like a blow. The chancellor's men had engineered this, betting he'd be far more willing to help if he could win the princess's favor, and watching her he knew she'd been forged by grueling drills and likely elite combat schooling to become a female knight, the same path his mother once walked. He felt the faint quiver in her hands as she led him, confident on the surface, careful in every move, and he knew she was bottling a surge of excitement. Fear coiled in her gut. This was a man who could command an entire country, notorious for his love of beautiful girls, and though everyone called him her brother, he was an orc. A small, sly smile tugged at his lips. He finally admitted he liked her. She was exactly his type, and her presence crackled with something rare as he watched her choke down fear and throw herself into duty for her country, every motion measured, never wasting a single gesture. He vowed to feign being swept away by her acting, believing it would put her at ease and crack open a path for them to finally talk honestly. He leaned in, voice low and almost confidential, promising he'd save the kingdom for her, and that with him here she had nothing to fear. The princess gave a small hug, smiling with tender gratitude as she said she was very happy and that she loved him. He ached to pull their bond out of shimmering fantasies and slam it into raw reality, and with them only pretending to be siblings for now, the whole scheme struck him as deliciously absurd. They crept footstep by footstep down the castle's long, empty corridor, each footfall shredding the dead silence. The castle gleamed pristine, its walls flaunting lavish paintings that immortalized the prince across every chapter of his life. Frowning in surprise, he demanded of the chancellor why the castle already had a fully equipped room for him, and the chancellor answered sharply that Valio the Wise had ordered it. His highness had always been certain he'd return. The prince burned with certainty that the king truly intended to name him heir, while his wives, unsurprised because he was a prince, timidly asked if it was right for them to stay in the castle and admitted they'd never felt so out of place. The chancellor announced they'd prepared separate, comfortable rooms, and the wives, cheeks reddening, protested they shouldn't have bothered. One room was enough. They'd just stay together. The chancellor, pricked by disappointment and racked with guilt for not arranging placement sooner, vowed to fix it. The castle teemed with rooms, vast and numerous enough to house the whole family in comfort and even the largest crowd. The chancellor dropped into a low, formal bow and announced to the prince's wives that dinner would soon be served. The princess herself would join them. Startled and clearly out of place, they hurriedly said they'd prefer to rest in a small, cozy room, then slipped away, trying not to draw any attention. The instant they vanished, the chancellor spun back to the prince, mouth parting to add one more thing. Before the man could even form a word, the prince flung his arms wide and unleashed a powerful examination spell that surged through the hall and beyond, jolting the chancellor to his core. He stood, jaw slack, awestruck as the prince tore across the terrain with lightning speed and surgical precision, sweeping vast ground without a single wasted step or ounce of energy. After finishing his sweep, the prince declared in an icy voice that he'd found nothing suspicious. then summoned a roaring wind barrier around the room that sealed away every sound. The faint wind hissed through the halls, making the castle feel utterly empty, and then he pressed the chancellor again, laying out that the council had been seized and entirely turned into Prince Varda's puppets, and demanded straight up. Could they have been brainwashed? The chancellor boomed that only top-tier, extremely high-level spells could pull it off. The prince snarled that any magic reaching into the mind is strictly forbidden. Mind-bending magic slams into the target's instincts, which lash back ferociously and make those spells deadly, and the wider the power gap between caster and victim, the longer the spell takes to sink in. He suspected his brother had an adept ally, someone skilled enough to pull this off. The prince snarled that with the council already seized and turned into Warda's obedient puppet, ordinary tactics would achieve nothing. If the enemy won't play fair, they'll answer in kind. The chancellor hesitated, baffled, and asked cautiously what he meant. The prince froze like steel, and cold as winter, replied without doubt, "We will have to go to the murder. If Warda is nothing but a deadly pest to this kingdom, the quickest, most certain solution is to destroy it." He added, cold as steel, that no matter how strong, cunning, or vindictive an enemy might be, once he's dead he can do nothing. The prince's words crackled with a ruler's instinct. Valio the Wise and the Demon Lord had forged him into a leader who would take brutal, necessary action for the kingdom without a second thought. The prince hammered the rule into his bones once more. Live in reality, not ideals, and accept that sometimes you must make small sacrifices for the greater good. At the high castle window he stared out over his kingdom, and with a voice like iron he repeated his vow. If it came to it, he'd kill his own brother. Orc lovers, stunned and showering his car with praise, shoved and jostled to snag a quick spin. It turned out those were only the prince's fevered daydreams. His secret hopes shattered when the girls, deadpan and emotionless, refused to do a single thing just to get him to let them ride in an orca mobile. After bowing respectfully, the maids lowered their voices to a velvet whisper, announced dinner was already served, then stepped back and beckoned Her Highness into the dining hall. The huge, richly decorated table groaned under a dazzling spread of delicious dishes. The princess, gentle and with near-familial warmth, called her brother Orc and beckoned him to sit beside her and the other girls, who, staring at the gastronomic splendor, admitted they simply couldn't eat so much. She casually dove into her meal, smiling as she told them not to fret. The servants would devour whatever was left. The butler glided with flawless courtly grace, whisking away the dirty dishes, while the princess, cool and casual, tossed off that guests could safely leave once they were satisfied. Those words lit a fire in the prince. He pictured ancient Rome, where servants ate after the upper classes, and suspected the practice was born so nobles could live lavishly without wasting a single crumb. The girls whipped around to the orc and snapped, "You're not bothered that someone finished the food you touched." He flashed a grin at his lovers and quipped, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." But they, with faint frowns, admitted it was the first time they'd ever heard that saying. Memory slammed into the prince. The saying belonged to his previous life, and he snapped that they'd have to learn to live with it. He hated it too, and by morning he'd already planned to ask them to halt the tradition. The ritual itself didn't bother him, but the image of someone devouring his lovers coiled cold revulsion in his gut. His expression flickered, and a jolt of embarrassment hit him as he realized, twisted as it sounded, this could count as an indirect kiss with his wives, an unforgivable sin. The princess leaned in with a warm smile and asked the guests how they'd liked today's dishes. One girl beamed that everything tasted heavenly, confessing she was stunned by the complex, perfectly balanced flavors of each plate, and another chimed in, calling the meal delicious, refined and extravagant, declaring the luncheon a delightful, unexpected experience. A little later they admitted they still preferred the orcs' cooking, and the princess's jaw dropped when she learned her orc brother's dishes were better than the palace's best chefs, hailed as the kingdom's ultimate culinary masters. One girl admitted the palace fare might win on flavor, but the orc's cooking mysteriously surges through her and fills her with energy wildly unusual. The other chimed that she'd felt noticeably better since the orc started cooking, and the orc, cheeks burning, said he was just glad they noticed his little efforts. He flashed a mischievous grin and revealed his dishes were forged from medical theory and food homology, crafting every plate to taste incredible and to deliver real, tangible benefits to the body. The girls flashed impressed grins and cried, "So that's it, the more we eat his dishes, the healthier we feel every day." Orc laughed and said he only wanted them to stay young and beautiful. The prince preached that diet was the cornerstone of health. The fancier and richer the dish, the heavier the calories, and constant feasts of fat and sugar would quickly wreck the body. A flash of inspiration hit the princess. She leaned in and asked if this was the secret behind the girl's supple, radiant skin even without makeup, and they, with faint knowing smiles, said it probably was. Her eyes ignited, and barely containing herself, she cried out that she burned with the deepest envy for them, still stunned that such a delicious food could exist that not only delighted the palate but kept you healthy and strong. Orc realized then she wasn't putting on a show, she was speaking straight from her heart. He flashed a soft, warm smile and vowed he'd cook for her every day he stayed, pouring his heart into every dish to please her and calling her dear sister with tender affection, and the princess beamed, saying she'd be very grateful for such care. A secret grin sparked. He'd snagged a point in their unspoken game with that quote, but he snapped himself back, refusing to delude himself or chase fake favor points in their brother and sister game. He vowed to earn real, sincere love, the kind you can't fake. Having rounded everyone up, he urged them to kick off the strategy meeting and asked the chancellor to send every scrap of available intel ahead of time. He flashed an expressive, silent command look and signaled the chancellor, who hurried forward, thrust a heavy, thick dossier into his hands, bowed deeply, and announced it was a detailed report on the country's current situation. The prince flipped the report open and the room froze, faces clouded in confusion, silence stretching as no one could find the words. The deeper the prince dove into the books, the more he wanted to drop everything and run. He'd never been one to throw caution to the wind, yet time after time fate forced him into brutal, impossible choices. The princess sprang to her feet and vowed to explain everything again, while the first prince of Warda had already begun shredding their peace treaty with the demon lord and was poised to finish the betrayal by next week. She barked that her troops would be marching before the messengers could deliver the official declaration of war, and their first target would be the elven village to the west. The prince's words slammed into the room, and one of his lovers froze, numb as stone. He watched, knowing the strike aimed not at her birthplace but at the Wingard's village, and as one of their own it hit her like a knife. The tribe still clung to ties with his village of ever-changing crafts, and the girl who'd once been his first love had just come from there, but his current lover burned warmer and felt far more precious to him. Scanning the report, the prince laid out a cold plan: strike the sparsely populated elven hamlets to secure victory. The demand for elves was ravenous, and the captives would be sold as slaves for top coin. He warned that if he takes that step there'll be no turning back. The prince declared it would ignite a full-scale war between humans and monsters, then dropped his voice and spat that his brother had gone mad, and if he unleashed that war he'd summon the demon lord's wrath with utterly disastrous consequences. He pictured monsters and demi-humans packed into tiny villages and towns, each terrifying alone, but steamrolled by the crushing might of a massive human army. It always plays out the same. Humans steamroll monsters and demi-humans, crushing them with superior numbers and ruthless tactics. In almost legendary days, his father crowned himself the Demon Lord and unleashed a ferocious, shockingly disciplined counterattack on humanity, modeling his forces on human armies, and instead of building from scratch, welding centuries old, feuding tribes into one unstoppable army. Every sacrifice and every bold move screamed one thing: seize freedom and a decent future for the monsters. After brutal trials, gut-wrenching sacrifices, and marathon negotiations, his father hammered out peace with the humans, a result many had written off as impossible. The prince's mother, a lifelong champion of peaceful coexistence and equal rights between humans and monsters, would stand by her husband's side this time, and the great sage Merlin in line, whose justice is razor-sharp and honor ironclad, would almost certainly join them, having repeatedly defied even mighty powers to defend the truth. The prince smirked and said aloud, if the 4 elite demons loyal to his father fused with the demon lord's entire army into one crushing fist, Warda wouldn't stand a chance no matter how fiercely he fought. And with sharper confidence, he added that Forlin might be the strongest human kingdom, but its might ends at the borders of the human world. Against the combined onslaught of demons and monsters, he might be overwhelmed. The princess heard that, indignation flaring and irritation lacing her voice as she snapped, is the enemy so stupid he doesn't understand this simple truth? He shattered the oppressive silence and cut straight to business, snapping at the chancellor, did you manage to contact my parents? The chancellor's reply landed like a dry, disappointing blow. He knocked and found no one home. A lone note lay on the table. The chancellor dipped his head and slid it into the prince's hand. In a cheeky note, his parents, in their trademark peculiar humor, wrote that now their difficult son had finally flown the parental nest. They were seizing the chance to set off on a romantic trip for about a year, then tacked on one last tease. Do you want a brother or sister? Against the drumbeat of harsh war talk, the news sounded almost absurd, and the princes, voices heavy with sorrow, warned that if he pressed ahead with his plan, war would be inevitable. He had to find a way to stop the approaching army right now. Rage boiled in the prince as he grasped that killing Huerta wouldn't change a thing, while the troops still marched to crush the elven villages. He shot to his feet, pride blazing, and declared his goal was crystal clear. Only the details remained: Give him one night and he'd forge a watertight plan, leaving no room for accidents. At the main table's edge, the Chancellor's mysterious escorts, long-robed figures who'd hidden their faces and shapes, threw back their hoods, exhaled as tension drained from their shoulders, and swapped relieved whispers that the escort was finished without incident and no emergencies had erupted, so they could finally rest. A charming young girl with delicate features and cold, calm eyes peeled off her heavy black robe and murmured that protecting the Chancellor was her duty. She was relieved the mission had ended with no combat losses. Her companion shot her a quick look, silent relief flooding them that she'd kept her robe on. If she'd revealed more, it might ignite the prince's desire or shatter their cover, the last thing they needed in a place like this. After a whirlwind day of palace events and back-to-back meetings, the beloved princesses, worn out from talking, walking, and excitement, have long since sunk into sweet, serene sleep in their soft, cozy bedrooms. Silence hung over the corridors like a held breath, shattered only by a soft creak of wood and a distant rustle of cloth. Yet one person couldn't afford that peace. Left alone, the prince stayed awake, hunched over a massive wooden table under soft golden lamplight, his mind a roiling storm of thought. He realized the only way to grasp the situation was to escape the castle's biased echo and view everything from fresh angles. Truth can twist into a totally different beast depending on your vantage. The prince trusted only himself, scouring for intel, forging his own conclusions, and spurning his tutors' connections and his parents' influence. That stubborn pride defined him. Everything flipped. This wasn't about his personal ambition or the family's reputation anymore. It was about hundreds, maybe thousands, of innocent people and monsters, lives that dwarfed his stubborn pride. He hurled his principles aside and cut a deal with Health Randog, the corporate titan, worshipped as the god of business, to fetch the intel he needed, because in the market everyone whispered Health Randog was a living legend, a man with an unmatched web of informants who could wrench secrets out of the most private places. The prince knew that no matter how strange or insane his orders, Randog Corporation's vast machinery would spring into action at once. This titan of commerce commanded an information network that reached the continent's remotest corners, and he was convinced their picture of the country's affairs would be far truer and less tainted than the whispers of those mired in court intrigue. Cold truth slammed into him. He now owed the corporation a serious personal debt, so he framed it as his contribution to world peace and insisted their help would ultimately boost their own businesses. The prince felt it in his bones. He was facing the Health Randog Corporation, predators who always rigged the game to win, no matter which flag they waved. A faint rustle cut the silence. The prince snapped to attention, lifting his head and turning toward the sound. His gaze snapped to the door and he cataloged the scene in a heartbeat. No splintered frame, no shattered lock. The only conclusion, whoever slipped in had a spare key. Right then he realized the princess, tiny and feather-footed, could ghost past everyone, and he'd never have noticed her if he hadn't painstakingly rigged a motion and energy detection barrier. Seconds ticked away. He slid from the table without hesitation and melted behind the massive wall, muscles coiled, breathing steady, a predator poised to spring. When the long-robed figure drew near, the prince's hand shot out like a viper in an almost lightning-fast strike, snatching the stranger's arm and yanking her against him, leaving her no chance to escape. It was the princess. She stood before him in nothing but thin underwear, a dark robe draped over her shoulders, and she was thrown on the bed as if she'd barreled in without a second to clean up. The prince stared at her pale, confused face for a beat, and in a flat, dry voice, asked why she was here. She blurted, cheeks flaming and eyes wide, that she'd come to sleep with him. The words landed blunt and raw, and he shot her a cold look. Seeing the way she looked and the state she was in, he knew at once she wasn't lying. She insisted she wasn't lying and demanded he let her go. There was nothing left to hide, but the prince held firm, calm as steel, saying he'd only release her when she gave a normal, concrete, convincing answer. She kept repeating, again and again, that she'd come to ask to sleep with him, awkwardness and despair choking her voice. The prince's frown sharpened as he said dryly that she probably didn't trust his words and had gone to see for herself. Natural caution, he scoffed, and warned there was no guarantee he wouldn't swing to the Wirt's side and then she'd be dead. His voice was cold calculation, and the room plunged into a heavy, breathless silence. He spun to her, disbelief burning in his eyes. Did she really think he wanted a war between humans and monsters? He reasoned aloud. Had he sided with the monsters, he'd probably have won. The Demon Lord, the Azure Thunder Knight, and the Great Sage would have rallied behind him, and once they crushed the human kingdom, he'd take the Demon Lord's throne and keep conquering the world. He exhaled, regret lacing his voice, and told her he was sorry she thought so little of him. She watched him blurt everything out in one breath and guessed he'd been stewing on it for ages. The prince shook his head and snapped, "No, not at all. From the moment they met, he started crunching every possible scenario, carving out exactly how he'd approach and speak to her. He flopped back, threw his arms wide, and let out a long yawn. When her doubt didn't vanish, he swallowed his pride and admitted he'd been mistaken. If a girl couldn't feel free and at ease around him, he still had a lot to learn. She declared her doubt wasn't mere curiosity. Words and beliefs barely sway her. Actions are what matter, a lesson hammered into her by Velio the Wise. Valio's lesson shot into the princess's mind. Trust begins with doubt, believing comforts but can blind you. Doubt uncovers who someone truly is, and if you can still clasp hands after testing each other, that's real friendship. She whispered it with grateful warmth and said she was following his teachings. He admitted it would be madness to demand trust the moment they met, so she could doubt him all she wanted. Then, after a heartbeat and a lowered gaze, he asked bluntly, "Do you trust Valio the Wise?" He did trust Valio. That's exactly why he'd asked the wise man for help. The princess, cheeks burning, exploded that it was despicable to manipulate his trusted grandfather like that. He admitted it wasn't fair, then said bluntly she'd have to learn to bend people and circumstances to her advantage. Unwavering righteousness won't carry her. He shrugged, called the interview over, stunned that anger wouldn't rise, and she grinned, praising his calm and admitting he was a far bigger gentleman than she'd thought. She slid the robes from her shoulders, voice trembling as she asked if he found her attractive enough. Then, with a brazen, seductive stare, she admitted she wouldn't mind sleeping with him. The prince reeled at the confession, freezing as words died on his tongue, shock, churning inner conflict, and a raw, unexpected vulnerability crackled in the stunned silence. Doubt clawed at her again. Was she not good enough for him? A bashful fingertip grazed her breasts as she admitted she knew they were small. He shot her a suspicious glance, kept his eyes locked, and blunt as truth, admitted he was crazy about her. He wanted her badly. She offered herself again, eyes blazing. "If you're willing to give me your power so I can protect the kingdom, take me now." Squinting, the prince flicks her forehead with a light tap and snaps for her to stop pretending to be a damsel in distress. He hates those tense, staged dramas and can plainly see she's trembling all over. The princess froze, words snagged in her throat. He leaned in, asked in a low voice if she was afraid, then immediately declared he didn't need a litter box and that he would build a harem of the girls he loved with all his heart. He pushed forward, refusing to let their first time fall flat and cold. She was a candidate for his harem. She blinked, confused, asked about the candidate, and he grinned, confessing he'd fallen for her the moment he laid eyes on her. With a wry grin, he admitted he was sure she was terrified of him, yet she forced herself to play the dutiful princess and fake adoration, and it hit him hard how fierce and unyielding her resolve was. She snapped, did he really understand all this? He nodded and vowed he wouldn't sleep with her until she fell in love with him. She snorted, mocking him for hyping it like the coolest thing ever when it was actually the exact opposite. She froze for a heartbeat, then admitted she finally understood him, a warm, genuine smile lighting her face as she told him he wasn't scary at all. He shot back a grin, satisfaction sparking in his eyes. Staring out at the night city together, he confessed he thinks she's a genuinely sweet girl who truly adores her brother and could even be harem material. She can count on him. He'll help her without fail. He leaned in, cupped her head, and stroked her hair, declaring with iron calm, "Everything will be fine," and she flushed, whispering, "It tickles." Stroking the head, the prince smirked inwardly. This was his signature move as the main character of a harem story. He moved to gently send her back to her room. Night had fallen, when she, panting, blurted that she felt strange. Her voice quivered as she confessed her body had grown so painfully sensitive that even calming down couldn't fix it. Cheeks aflame, she demanded, "What did you do to me?" The prince's nostrils flared as a strange incense drifted in, the very scent that always ignites wild excitement. Flushed, the princess confessed she planned to seduce him with that fragrance. He sighed and explained the incense would affect whoever burned it, herself included. Shock slammed into her. She'd always thought it only worked on guys. The prince snapped that it works on girls too. She'd cranked the dose to 3 times normal, and he owned up that he's usually resistant to this stuff, but even he was overwhelmed. She teetered on the edge, almost snapping, then erupted, "I can't hold this in anymore, I'm going mad," and he lunged forward, hands out, trying to calm her down. He kept shouting, "Don't touch her." In his head, he'd bribed her with a promise not to so much as lay a finger on a girl he hadn't yet fallen for, yet his orc blood and ravenous libido, plus the fact she was his exact type, set him on fire. She pressed like a vice, harder and harder, while he planted his feet and swore he was an orc who kept his word. Balanced on a razor's edge, they held on until dawn. At dawn, his lovers swarmed him, cheerful good mornings, and sly squints practically accusing him of enjoying time with the princess. He just smiled, insisted he hadn't touched her, and proclaimed himself a master of discipline. The girls shot each other stunned looks, disbelief burning as they realized he'd been carrying so much inside. That night, even before visiting the princess stared into the mirror for ages, cheeks burning with chagrin as she saw herself, ridiculous and blank, like a paper mask plastered to her face. The next morning she stretched, still half asleep and scanning for her brother, when she suddenly realized she was lying completely naked and yelped. Shame seared her. She hadn't seduced the prince or slept with him, and she'd utterly lost control, literally careening off the rails. Some time later, Orc opened the investigation report from Randall's corporation, matched it line for line with the princess and Milana's statements, re-examined the whole situation, and every doubt in him crumbled. He'd once suspected the intel was twisted just to snuff out the first prince, but fresh facts smashed that theory. The orc locked eyes on the castle, muscles coiling, and decided it was time to move. Word had already torn through the streets. The orc prince was intent on seizing the throne, and rumors of every shade buzzed through every corner of society. Word spread that he'd just returned, Valio, the wisest prized protege, the son of Lady Miley, the legendary Azure Thunder, and the great sage's ward. The prince himself ignited a wildfire of rumors through the castle, molding his image into that of a relentless contender for the throne, even as whispers warned a sudden rival might snatch the inheritance from him. The chancellor rushed to his master's side and announced, "The guests have arrived." Just as the orc had anticipated, a contingent of high-ranking nobles descended, some eager to forge an alliance, others circling to pry into its intentions. No one could ignore him now. The prince personally extracted intelligence from aristocratic envoys and meant to weaponize every scrap into a ruthless, multi-pronged assault. He believed politics wasn't won in meetings. Victory was forged by relentless preparation, and meetings were just stages to announce the wins he'd already earned, not battlefields to fight them. As the orc scoured the scene, a brutal truth slammed into him. Politics wasn't his only chain. He had to hunt down the strange, unexplained incidents that had been cropping up. He ripped the massive grated door open and suspected that if the council had suddenly betrayed Valeo the Wise and joined the Warda, mind-washing magic was to blame, so there had to be traces of that interference. He sucked in a breath of power, channeled the double spirit mark into a single razor stream. The room swarmed with tiny spirits as the orc himself tore open the forbidden vision of the past. These spirits were the world's eyes, replaying the past days. When he slammed his consciousness into their sight, he saw every moment inside the castle walls, a forbidden art, because a mere mortal melding his mind with higher, utterly alien beings courted annihilation. Even if you snatched the perfect instant, your body would be crushed by the strain. At best you de-steal one razor-clear glimpse at one exact time and place. Memories slammed at him in rapid-fire flashes. The orc folded in on himself, curling into a tight ball of agony as his lovers froze, panic ripping through them. She closed in around him, snapping him back to his senses. He wobbled, clinging to his feet, apologized to them, and warned his health would be rough for the next few days, yet he still got exactly the information he wanted. He dropped into his seat and declared, voice sharp as steel, that he finally understood, down to the last detail, what Prince Varda was plotting and how his supporters were playing their parts. The chancellor fell in behind him and declared the preparations for the meeting to elect the king were running like clockwork. Prince Varda, the princess, and every member of the Council of Sages were already assembled. The orc remembered the last time he'd tangled with politics, Valeo the Wise's exam, and his edge was still razor-sharp. His lovers urged him on, brimming with confidence, and bolstered by their faith he strode into the meeting with his shoulders squared. The hall packed with royal and noble representatives snapped with tension, every gaze locking in wary, hungry appraisal. The round table was already commandeered by the smug first prince. He recognized his brother, and, burning with spite, hurled the orc's origin at the crowd as a cutting insult. His brother's words couldn't shake him. He shot to his feet and unleashed a blinding surge of energy that flooded the room with light and left the audience stunned. He cranked up his presence, wrapping the room in a menacing aura that pushed the negotiations his way. He thundered his stance into the hall, eyes cold with certainty and a voice that allowed no dissent. The first Prince of Worth is unfit for the throne, and he revoked the Council of Sages' right to rule even temporarily. Later, secluded by the steaming hot springs, the orc unleashed his sight into the past once more and was flooded with joyful visions of his lovers frolicking and splashing with abandon in the water. He flashed a grin at the photo as a wry thought hit him. Unlike them, he could plunge into that swim whenever he pleased. The first prince shot back the accusation, unfit for the crown, scoffing as he repeated it, disbelief roaring in his voice and sardonic curiosity slicing through every word. He jabbed a finger at the orc and sneered, deciding the creature was nothing but a backwater ignoramus, uncouth and uneducated, who should slink back to the village beside the ant who once married an orc. The orc refused the bait, stayed unnervingly calm, and made it brutally clear the whole situation had flipped completely. He couldn't go back. His calculations screamed the kingdom would plunge into disaster unless he acted decisively. He even declared, oddly, that keeping his crown over his harem mattered more than the country's throne, a rhetorical flourish to show he wouldn't clutch power out of greed unless the crisis demanded it. The eldest prince snapped that the council of sages had already declared him heir and recognized him as the next king. The younger prince smiled coldly and said he knew, but the council's verdict wasn't final, and the throne didn't truly belong to his brother yet. The eldest prince snapped that the council of sages' rulings were absolute. No one in the royal family could rewrite them on a whim, then rose, leaned in, and drove it home. The council had been forged to prevent tyranny. He thundered that if the council's decisions could be overturned so easily, the kingdom would spiral into chaos, and the younger prince met the claim with icy, controlled restraint. He admitted a sliver of truth in his older brother's reasoning, snarling that it was only a fragment of the whole, then tore into Article 34 of the Fortland Kingdom Constitution and laid out every clause in razor-sharp detail. The article declared the Council of Sages' decisions necessary, but it tucked in one explosive exception. Any ruling marred by a clear procedural flaw could be challenged. The younger prince pounced on that and realized their decrees weren't untouchable after all. He shot back that his elder brother's taunts about his rural origins were meaningless. The village, and he with it, understood its own constitution and every subtle nuance. The eldest prince then dropped his voice, leaned to his advisor, and asked if such an article really existed. The advisor declared every word flawless and untarnished, and the younger prince fired back that his expertise sprang from hard-won experience and a freakish memory. He carried the languages and laws of every major state in his head, making his position rock-solid and beyond challenge. The eldest prince tore through the statutes and declared the ruling ironclad. No interpretation left it flawed. Then the junior orc prince burst up at once, slamming a fist and shouting that it brazenly violated the law. He slammed down the accusation. A forbidden brainwashing spell had been cast on the council members. That's how Lord Lenaria, Lord Mercardi, and Lord Unaffairs fell under his elder brother's iron will. Some council members slumped, bowing their heads in raw chagrin, their posture conceding the sting of the words. Deep down, many knew the younger prince wasn't lying. The eldest prince summoned them, and the moment they entered the hall, shadowy figures burst in, seized them, and unleashed a crushing subjugation spell that ripped away their will and snapped them into helpless puppets. The spell slammed their mouths shut. They couldn't speak of that night, even as the savage violence lay seared into their minds. The council members confessed they couldn't remember a thing until the orc prince ripped the spell away, and they officially blasted the Council of Sages' decision-making as deeply flawed. After a quick assessment, the orc zeroed in. The brainwashing hit around the counselor's third day at the castle. He judged it a cutting-edge, fiendishly complex spell that hijacked consciousness and had been developed only within the last year. He overlaid the magic trace onto his execution technique and realized on the spot, this caster's potential rivaled his own, likely even outclassed him in parts, since that effect fought every attempt to erase it. The intervention was so knotted you couldn't reverse it by staring at the outcome. The orc merged his consciousness with spirits, seized a vision of the past, watched the suppositions process unfold, and then braided a neutralizing weave from the original source. He lucked out. He could only pin the spellcasting henchman, not the mastermind who pulled the strings. The prince stamped his findings into the record and sounded the alarm. The council members were brainwashed, an undeniable, catastrophic flaw in the procedure. The younger prince rose, voice cold as steel, declaring the first prince must not ascend to the throne and demanding his right of succession be stripped. The audience erupted. Yeldi's prince put on an innocent mask, called the orc's accusations bizarre, flatly denied any washing, and snapped the question back. Hadn't the orc used the same methods? The younger prince then urged the dispute be settled by the proper spell, pointing out the whole council was present and proof could be had on the spot. The eldest prince sneered, calling the move useless because no one would heed such an inexperienced player. The younger prince whirled to the advisors and implored them to hear his case. If you let your older brother carry out his plans, the peace treaty between humans and monsters will end. Memory slammed into him. The last war, humans and monsters drowned in rivers of blood, peace returned by a literal miracle, and his calculations proved it impossible to allow this hell to repeat. The eldest prince crumbled and hurled out an opposite doctrine: command people to kill, kidnap, and enslave monsters, forge them into goods for the slave trade to propel the kingdom to greatness. He insisted it would carve both his name and Fortland into history. He cranked up the pressure and snarled that the half-breed couldn't see how promising that policy truly was. The younger prince scoffed, declaring Fortland doomed the moment war erupted. the only warrior who could match the Demon Lord would never side with humans, monsters outlived generations, and the Demon Lord's veteran elites who survived the last campaign still stood battle-ready in his ranks, leaving the eldest prince with no chance. The eldest prince slammed his fist on the table, hurled, coward, at his opponent, and thundered, "How dare you think of defeat before the battle even begins? Victory already looms ahead, and I'll prove it." The orc ripped open the secret behind that swagger, and the eldest prince, invoking pathos, vowed, "If the monsters rampage again, a new hero, a champion of the next generation, will rise and drag humanity back from the brink." The younger prince froze, blood running cold, when his brother confessed he'd always counted on the hero to show up like clockwork through history. The eldest prince threw his arms wide, sneering as he clung to the fantasy that heroes always burst in at the darkest hour and unfailingly drag humanity to victory. The younger prince went mute, staring at that smug grin. He finally realized his opponent was nothing but a hopeless idealist, teetering on the brink of stupidity. Mid-meeting, the younger prince's eyes snapped to a striking young beauty among them. He stared, stunned that he'd never known such a girl sat on the council. He couldn't pin down who'd pulled the strings of the whole plot, but he figured, if anyone was to be brainwashed, let it be her, not the puppet masters who decide the kingdom's fate. The eldest prince strode forward and halted to seize everyone's attention, then laid out how in the last war the Demon King had been forced to make peace solely because the hero's lightning-fast, decisive offensive shattered the enemy's will to keep fighting. He thundered that with his lofty rank and unchecked power, the kingdom would triumph under his command, certain he could repeat his old victory. The younger orc prince let out a heavy exhale, scrutinized every word, and spotted the uncertainty skulking behind the bluster. He realized that even if a new hero's mere arrival guaranteed victory, the true question was whether that hero would fight for Fortland. He blasted the doubt out loud, demanding to know why his older brother clung to that immovable, opposite conviction. The younger prince lifted his hand to his face and slowly unveiled the hidden mark, stunning everyone present, especially his older brother, who at first could not believe his eyes and considered what he saw impossible. The orc crushed every doubt, roaring that he was the new generation's one true hero. He slammed the truth down. If Fortland and the Demon Lord's army went to war, he, heir to orc blood and the chosen hero, would throw his lot in with the demons, so breaking the peace treaty would be suicide for the whole kingdom. The eldest prince staggered, refusing to trust his own eyes and ears, scoffing that it was a laughable lie and utterly impossible. He crowed at the irony. The half-blood orc he'd always scorned as weak and unworthy was the one hiding a devastating truth, and the orc admitted he'd been deliberately concealing his origin and role. He snapped that revealing it would drown him in needless trouble, relentless worry, and ugly political fallout, so he clamped his mouth shut. He stared down his brother and demanded a blunt, unmistakable answer. Will you really start a war now that the hero has sided with our enemies? The older brother's reply erupted into a wild, near-hysterical outburst. At first he laughed, the laugh ballooning into a roar, and as his own ambitions seemed to drive him mad, he screamed that it was all ridiculous, his voice a volatile mix of anger, desperation, and fierce self-confidence. He swaggered like a man who knew he was irreplaceable, certain his natural gifts and Valio the Wise's special favor, the training Valio poured into him, had forged the skills he now wielded. He roared that those deeds made him the only one worthy of greatness and the sole rightful leader to march Fortland into glory. A bitter ache gnawed at the eldest prince as he remembered idolizing Valio the Wise and fighting tooth and nail to become him. Valio stepped in, eyes cold as steel, and tore him down. You're a stupid mediocrity, born into the royal family by accident. Meanwhile, Valeo, the sage, lavished warmth and favor on his younger brother and his mother, but that kindness proved painfully selective. He treasured only those with obvious talent and shoved the rest aside with icy indifference, as if they weren't even worth a glance. Recalling it all, the eldest prince sneered and admitted with bitter self-mockery that he had no talent, sure he'd inherited it from his father. Whispers said his father only seized the throne after his younger sister mysteriously vanished, and many distrusted him even with the crown on his head. Bryce's current king had only modest talents and deliberately stuck to the well-worn road his predecessors paved. No shame in that. While he lived and thrived, his reign stayed calm, spared from major upheaval or catastrophe. The eldest prince plunged into his confession, vowing that if he took the throne he'd suffer his father's fate, his name swallowed by oblivion, buried with the countless kings history only ever whispers about. He spat that his worst fear wasn't dying on the battlefield or losing a fight but being erased, unwritten, unremembered, his portraits left to rot in the palace archives. That terror hurled him into bold, reckless gambits because he refused to be another mediocre shadow swallowed by his ancestors. His voice cracked with rage and despair as he swore he'd never allow such a fate to happen. The younger prince listened, then coldly asked, "Is all this war, strife, and the sacrifice of a whole nation's peace just for the sake of vanity? Is the elder brother willing to carve his name into the annals even if it means the country's ruin?" The eldest prince offered no excuses. He admitted he'd rather be remembered by anyone, as a tyrant, a criminal, even a madman, than be a nobody. Chasing hollow glory, he vowed to raise every stone Vallejo the wise had set, wipe his legacy clean, and rewrite history with his name blazing at the center. His voice swelled into a bellow, and laughing with morbid delight, he confessed he'd already given the order to the troops. A mad grin ripped across his face. He couldn't care less about their consent. Once the elven village lay in ashes, war would erupt, and he would be the hand that struck the first spark, and the name carved into history as the instigator of a new era. The council erupted in a storm of fury. They knew at once the command shredded the peace treaty's core. The troops had no right to abandon their posts. The younger prince's jaw tightened. He was certain the older brother had cast a forbidden mind-washing spell, wrested the commander's will, and forced him to obey a criminal order. The guess hit dead on. The eldest prince openly admitted it, crowing that the moment he spotted the orcs' interference, he struck first to outrun any detection, gambling on the fragile willpower of mediocre people. The younger prince sprang to his feet, voice a thunderclap, and demanded the first brother be declared guilty of a crime against the crown and the state and arrested on the spot. Guards snapped to orders and seized the distraught prince, the council chamber erupting into chaos and a roar of alarm, while the pale, anxious princess pleaded to know what would happen to the army already on the move. The orc cut in and barked they had to stop the party before it reached the elven village. He doubted a single caster could weave such a spell over every soldier at once, but he warned the danger was dire and any delay would be fatal. The orc slammed his fist and snarled for his advisors to listen. If someone higher than the commander bolts to the site and seizes command this instant, they can still halt the troops. She exhaled a heavy sigh and confessed her misgivings, warning him that Wirt, her accomplice, wasn't a mere sorcerer but a first-class magician who invented his own, even more perverted versions of forbidden spells. The orc scoured the spell-scarred remnants on the council members, instantly recognizing the magician's handwriting. If that mage had puppeteered the eldest prince, the threat was far deadlier than they'd ever imagined. The orc sprang up abruptly as he quickened his pace, his gaze hardened into razor focus. He decided to charge straight for the elven village, to stop the army himself, and snuff the spark that could ignite a war to engulf the entire kingdom. The princess surged after the orc prince, her voice blazing with resolve as she demanded to go with him to the elven village. He tore forward at a relentless pace, never once slowing, yet still demanded an explanation from her, hammering home how dire things were, and that taking extra cargo now would be madness. She, ice calm and methodical, laid out 3 precise reasons. She marched into the elven halls herself and knelt to beg forgiveness for her kingdom. A bare diplomatic formality could never replace a living word and a sincere gesture. She unsheathed the sword, made the blade sing, and stamped her claim as the royal family's second most powerful, right after him. The prince reluctantly conceded, and she blinked, stunned he didn't so much as question her fighting skill. He'd already clocked her serene command of inner energy, and from one single move read flawless swordsmanship. She admitted she'd long idolized Miley's master, and once begged for her tutelage, which the prince seized as a tidy, complete reason for the school's strength. When he pressed for a third reason, she didn't flinch. She spun it as the feelings that supposedly bound them. After a brief silence, the prince glanced back and erupted into laughter, leaving the other person baffled. Yet that bewildered companion ultimately agreed to take her with him. He slung the princess over his shoulder and tore off. Startled by his speed, she yelped a protest, but he cut her off with a cold warning: "We're in enemy territory." In calmer times, he'd have swept her into his arms like a bride, but now he kept his hands free. Fighting with occupied limbs was impossible. The princess pressed him, asking if he really meant to leave the other lovers behind, and the prince shot back that facing an opponent on the same level as the one who had instigated Prince Varda, and nearly as strong as his own teachers, made it safer to travel with only one companion. Plus, the orc mobile had already been loaned to the squad sent to intercept the farthest detachments. When the princess leaned against him, a pleasant scent hit her, and she murmured that compliments like this usually came from men, not women. Blushing, she coyly hinted they'd be intimate after the mission, and confessed her body still ached from the night she'd shown him a different side of herself. The prince grinned and declared he'd forge a harem bound by hearts and souls, not a string of shallow, fleeting affairs. He admitted he already liked her, but slammed her smiles as a staged act, carefully played sympathy, a game, not real feeling. She snapped the old game was over, and this time everything was genuine. She swore she was truthful and already head over heels, saying the sight of the prince driving his elder brother into a political dead end ignited it, and she wanted to become like him. He swallowed a quiet hope that he'd have welcomed such a confession, but he stood his ground. She was probably mistaking admiration for love, a common mix-up at her age that happened far more often than she realized. He leaned in and demanded whether she coveted the throne itself. The princess, cool as ice, flatly denied she'd ever said any such thing. He shot back that she burns with rare talent, that even Vallejo the Wise spots huge potential in her, then warned her not to try to become like him, and finally confessed that though he has all the makings of a king, he's the wrong man for the throne, correcting himself. Not that he doesn't fit, but that he mustn't become one. The prince vowed he'd throw his weight behind her as Fortland's next ruler when the dust settled, and with his backing, if Vallejo the Wise returned, he was convinced her claim would sail through. She couldn't fathom why he'd say that, through her eyes he alone was worthy of the crown, and no one else even came close. He shot her a cryptic glance and dared her to uncover the truth herself, that inner awakening would be the crucible testing whether she could truly ascend the throne. He smirked, savoring his words, then drove the point home like a challenge. His love would be her prize, only once she discovered the right answer herself. Heat flushed the princess's cheeks, and with a sharp prick of annoyance she realized she couldn't fathom why he was brazenly toying with her feelings and mocking them openly. Malice sparked in the prince. The whole thing was just part of his near-ultimate seduction art, stitching, a precise, ruthless trick he swore would strip away fleeting admiration and reveal true, deep love. After pulling that stunt, he swore he'd win her heart for real, no more smoke and mirrors. He wore calm-like armor, but a savage orcish half snarled beneath the surface. Orcs were famed for their unstoppable lust, so he fought tooth and nail to keep that beast caged and never cross the line. He'd threatened to swallow him. He could have given in and crossed every line, but he wrenched himself back, fighting tooth and nail, especially with his stepsister flinging bold, teasing advances at him now, and then like a gauntlet daring him to snap. This time the princess bristled, eyes cutting like knives, and her silent glare demanded he cease those sudden, intrusive touches that kept catching her off guard. He sneered that her body might have enjoyed it. The thought thrilled him. The line had been saved for a special moment, ranked 8th on his list of quips he'd dreamed of saying, and now a rare satisfaction surged as he delivered it naturally, perfectly timed, like the moment itself had forced the words out. She pleaded, cheeks blazing and practically groaning with embarrassment, for him not to say those words aloud. He replied, icily confident, that it wasn't her fault. Her body obeyed natural impulses, so she'd have to wait patiently until they returned, and he could finally give her complete satisfaction and satisfy her longing. Then he sprinted at full speed, weaving a balancing spell to stay steady with the princess slung over his shoulder. He moved with savage focus, like solving brutal math problems, vaulting unpredictable obstacles, and knitting with surgeon-fine fingers all at once, only because he trained relentlessly, forging body and mind into flawless sync. He tried to concentrate, but her sweetness pierced him. Every time she drew near, that delicate fragrance drifted right to him. They picked their way along a treacherous, winding path through the tower's shattered bones and heaped rubble, beating back every hazard until they finally burst out at the road's end. What unfolded before them took their breath away. Centuries-old trees towered so high their crowns vanished into the clouds, and elegant elven dwellings perched on mighty trunks and braided through the branches, glowing with a soft light. From that height they gazed over the entire elven village tucked deep in the forest, a living embodiment of nature's harmony and ancient wisdom. Suddenly elven archers slammed around them, hissing demands for names and spitting contempt at these vile intruders who dared step onto their sacred cocoons. Tension crackled, arrows knocked and trembling on bowstrings, and the elves' eyes burned with disbelief and rage. He hurled himself over the princess, becoming a living shield against the looming blow, then roared that he was an orc of Lucille's village, not a stranger but the demon lord's own son. His words rang like steel, and the elves, bows drawn a heartbeat before, froze, stunned by the confession. Hearing of his past and orcish blood, the archers froze, traded uneasy glances, said they'd have to clear it with their superiors, ordered the travelers to wait, and slipped away for a short, tense council. The elves swept back in, manners softened and voices suddenly polite. They sank into low bows, apologized to Lord Orc for their abruptness and hasty accusations, and pledged to escort him to the village center to settle the rest. Flanked by a ring of archers, the Orcan princess began her climb into the treetops, the path braided into staircases and swaying bridges that stitched together houses hanging like lanterns in the leaves, and from those heights the sunlit world of branches where the elves lived sprawled below, every footstep on the wooden planks ringing through the forest's hush. The princess drank in the majestic settlement. She'd heard the elves were famed for fierce caution and distrust of strangers, so their effortless welcome struck her as utterly baffling. The orc replied, calm as a still lake, telling her the elves were well acquainted with his tribe's leader and had long nurtured a special, warm bond with his village. They'd even raised him as a child, so Mom called in every favor to assemble a crack team of tutors, and Dad, afraid he couldn't train his son alone, would occasionally summon one of the 4 elite demons to put him through brutal training. They sparred with him, hammered a new lesson into him every day, and gratitude burned bright in his chest for them. She hung on his every word and gasped, "You said 4 elite demons, could the elves' leader be one?" The orc snapped yes and sealed her suspicion before she could finish. There he was, oven leader Karen, the invisible assassin, the demon army's deadliest marksman and one of the elite 4, the demon lord's own subordinate, already waiting in the room. The old elf lifted his head, fixed the orc with a warm gaze and declared he'd matured, he'd changed. When the orc's father renounced the demon lord title to become leader of the demons, the invisible assassin stepped aside as the army disbanded, and if enemies froze, Karina's deadly skill could strike from 3 kilometers. In his day, he was feared above all in that great army. The orc chuckled warmly that a whole year had flown by and the old man hadn't changed a hair. The old elf grinned slightly and said if he'd known that weak, obsequious child would change so much, he'd have given his daughter in marriage to him. York's grin split his face when he spotted the head's daughter, gorgeous as ever, yet the bitter discontent etched on her face hadn't shifted in years. Deep down, the orc no longer cared how the elf chieftain's daughter treated him, grown up long ago, been hardened by countless trials, and his heart now belonged wholly to 2 lovers. The old elf beckoned the orc to sit for a long talk, but the orc grimaced and regretfully said there was no time for heart-to-hearts, forcing himself to cut to the chase. The situation was brutally dire. The orc spat that Varda, the first prince of Fortland, planned to shatter the peace. He'd already sent an army to the elven village to raise it and snatch his clansmen. The orc's gaze dropped as he said the kingdom was fighting tooth and nail to stop the army, but he confessed he wasn't sure they'd survive this threat. After listening intently, the head of the elves leaned forward and asked bluntly if he'd come to ask for help. The orc held his gaze, nodded, and boomed that of all the villagers only he had real battle experience, because he'd once been one of the former 4 elite demons. The elven leader replied, shock crackling in his voice. He couldn't believe the humans would point their blades at them again, as if they'd learned nothing from the last bloody war. He warned the demons had rushed into peace without thought, and now that truce lay exposed as an illusion, shaky and fragile, like thin ice on a spring river. His features hardened into ice as he snapped that rejecting reconciliation outright was the wiser, more honest choice. The prince knew to his core that enough demons still despised humans. The war erupted because the monsters finally snapped after being treated like toys for humiliation and amusement, and that hatred never faded, only smoldered in the dark, hidden but deadly. Ravenous demons were itching to ignite war again, and the orc sensed how desperate and precarious his situation was right now. He snapped at the old man to calm down, accused an unseen hand of forcing water into this, then hauled a weathered parchment from his bag, unfolded it, and slammed it open to reveal the forbidden Fortland spell written across its face. He insisted the head of the elves would understand everything if he just examined the manuscript, and the old man took the paper in trembling hands and fixed his gaze on it for a long, silent moment. His face snapped into something harder, angles sharpening and eyes exploding wide in shocked disbelief. When the spell clicked, he mouthed it again so quietly it was almost a breath, disbelief ripping through him. This can't be happening. The orc bellowed that the spell wasn't forged by human hands, that its script bore the demon's handwriting, and that the demon's lone aim was to ignite the war again. The head of the elves narrowed his eyes and demanded the orc's certainty. Possibility isn't proof. The spell in the orc's hands radiated a chilling plausibility next to the chaos unfolding, yet did that justify blind belief? The orc, eyes locked and never wavering, asked the old man how he had felt when he heard the humans had decided to spark a new war, then snapped that he was certain the head of the elves understood perfectly why someone wanted to light that fire. The old man's face twisted. He heaved a heavy sigh and begged them to look the other way, declaring he wouldn't play the priest or sage sworn to neutrality, and he admitted flat out that the notion this could be a new chance had crossed his mind. Ever since the last war ended, he replayed those moments on loop, tormented by whether he'd been too merciful, had he let them walk away and escape justice. He said the elves, more than any other demon, nursed a burning hatred for humans. Humans hunted them more often and ripped into them with savage, ruthless ferocity, as if elves were the choicest prey. 2 elves barreled into the room, cutting him off as they gasped urgent, terrifying news. Voices collided as they hurled the guard's warning. A human army was already barreling toward their land, only 20 kilometers away, and the invaders numbered over 1,000 warriors. The orc scowled as unease slammed into his thoughts. had the kingdom's human army failed to halt the advance. Before the orc even crossed the elven chief's threshold, a guard thundered, "The orc lord from Lucille village has arrived." The instant the name hit her, the head's daughter zeroed in on that lecherous youngster and, scowling, screamed for him to be driven off. Her father, imperious and unyielding, snapped for him to be brought at once. As he burst onto the house's wide terrace, the orc was the first to spot an army of thousands, rapidly closing in right at the borders of the elven village. The marching ranks were breathtaking, the soldiers surged faster than he'd expected, and the prince stiffened as their advance blew past every prediction. The elven chief himself stalked onto the terrace, fury shredding the air as the old man let out an ancient battle cry, spat contempt at the crowd and dared them to fight, then snapped his bow to life and dropped into a firing stance, ready to shoot at once. His face went stone. He was poised to unleash the invisible killer's full wrath, ready to slaughter the newcomers without hesitation, a cold, ruthless resolve to annihilate the enemy burning in his eyes. The chief's daughter snapped at her father, and the orc as the moment screamed for calm. The orc stepped forward, palms up to douse the heat, urging the old man to rein in his fury and warning that any bloodshed would spark a full-scale war, pleading they end this without another life lost on either side. He demanded they shield that fragile remnant, even if its truth left a bitter aftertaste. The old man's wife cut in, pleading that if the battles began their daughter could wind up with blood on her hands, or not survive at all. The old man looked back at the orc, whose voice rang with hard-won maturity and clear reason, proving again that he'd grown not just in body but in mind. He vowed to forge a bloodless peace, and the orc clasped his hand, pledging to stand with him and make it happen. The prince swallowed a cold truth. He might not be able to halt the army's sweep into the kingdom, but the elves' deadly skills kept the defenses breathing. One towering problem still loomed. How do you stop that oncoming army? The old man weighed whether the orc's plan was brittle, and why the orc had clamped his thoughts shut, and the instant someone named that spell the orc warned me not to pry or stir up too much. When the old man demanded clarity, he swore again he'd settle everything without spilling a single drop of blood. He jabbed the map and clarified that, by his calculations, the army would be upon them in about 2 hours. The elven chieftain demanded the right to give orders. The orc growled he'd issue only one, then named it. A single sharp command shattered the silence. Every elf was ordered to abandon the village at once. The head's daughter gaped at the news, but the old man stamped the order as final and demanded it be carried out. The orc bowed his thanks, and the old man, eyes sharp, likened him to his father, the demon lord, pointing out the faint, familiar traits he saw. No one had ever said that to the prince before, and the words hit him, unleashing a quiet, private pleasure that spread through his chest. The sun slid behind the mountains and twilight wrapped the valley in silence as troops fanned into tense circles, combing for their target, only to find the elves had vanished. Huddled in a cramped house, they peered as enemy patrols slipped by. She whispered, "Can elves really vanish without a trace?" And he nodded, "Yes, they melt into the trees, and in this dense forest the soldiers won't find us." The thought that news of the deserted village could lure the enemy into attacking another target gnawed at him. Blade freshly honed, the princess bellowed that the moment to strike had come. The orc, sizing up the danger, warned her to be careful. Her rank and a voice that bent even brainwashed commanders couldn't cover the tremor she let show. She'd walked here on purpose, stepping straight into danger's waiting jaws. The prince's smile brimmed with gentle pride as he drank in her iron determination and radiant beauty, and that look sparked a fierce courage in her. She burst from hiding, strode forward, and with that single move triggered the operation to begin. She stepped into sight and every gaze snapped to her. The army froze at the princess's appearance, and the orc detonated its amplification, its presence sharpening to a razor edge. She stormed forward and thundered an imperious speech, naming herself Fortland's third princess and demanding the barbaric acts stop at once, her voice cutting through the crowd as she warned that the fragile coexistence of humans and demons was forged in the blood and sacrifice of millions and would not be thrown away. The princess spoke, her words landed like a blow. A murmur raced through the soldiers, and bewilderment flared in countless eyes. The prince staggered, her charisma hit him like lightning. It wasn't fake. Her voice and face carried a rare, natural power few possessed, and in that instant her gifts aligned with the moment as the heavens seemed to bless her, seeding the soldiers with an unexpected thread of doubt and peace. Confusion ripped through the troops. Soldiers huddled in tight ranks as their weapons slid down and they froze in stunned disbelief, unsure what to do. No one dared make the first move, and even the earth around them seemed to hold its breath. Tension coiled like a noose, choking the air as the front groped in the dark, unsure what to brace for or how this showdown would end. Suddenly, a massive ring of magical light exploded into being before the human ranks, like the earth itself painting an ancient seal on the ground, and the soldiers who had stood motionless a heartbeat ago burst into strangled groans as an unknown pain tore through them. A ruthless brainwashing spell exploded through the ranks, swallowing minds at terrifying speed. The orc had never seen anything like it, shock hollowing him to the bone as people who'd only just held onto their human forms snapped, faces blackening, bodies twisting, movements jerking like puppets on invisible strings. They flipped into zombies in an instant, shrieking as if an unseen vortex had seized them and roaring for death for anyone in their path. One by one, their eyes locked onto the princess, and with feral fury, they pelted her with stones while chanting that she must die now. One second they softened, the next they snapped into ruthless fury. The princess froze, heart roaring, stunned that her words hadn't pierced the soldiers' hearts at all. Now she had to fight. She lashed out with her blade, deflecting stones and blows as the crowd's onslaught swelled. The plank beneath her feet betrayed her with a treacherous crack, snapping, splitting, and tumbling away. She plunged into the pit, flinging her hands up as a desperate, silent plea for her brother tore through her mind. Like lightning, the orc lunged, snatched her from midair, cradled her in his arms, and a faint smile softening his face, asked her, concern plain in his voice, if this was her way of taking revenge on him. His arm's mark exploded into light, and a mysterious force ripped open a corridor for them through the raging crowd as the maddened masses parted of their own will, like an invisible tide shoving them aside. They slammed onto solid ground. The princess snapped, furious he'd been so slow. She'd been terrified and demanded comfort right now, but the orc, still clutching her like a lifeline, calmly promised he'd comfort her once the danger was over. He declared she radiated rare bravery and insisted her actions alone unmasked the true instigator behind it all. He sprinted through the line with the princess cradled in his arms and muttered that if their plan failed, the instigator had to be hiding among the soldiers. The monstrous mass mindwashing he'd just unleashed proved someone with colossal magic was at work, not a petty suggestion, but twisted black sorcery that could snap dozens of minds shut instantly. He closed on a warrior. The orcs froze as a raw pulse of magic flared there, the very surge that drove the spell. He yanked the knight's helmet off, and his suspicions shattered into certainty. Beneath the steel wasn't a mere warrior, but a handsome young man with a third eye on his forehead, Khalil of the Golden Crystal, one of the 4 elite demons. Stunning and deadly, he radiated terrifying beauty, jaw carved from steel, eyes cold and blade-sharp, and a third eye burning on his forehead that exuded raw power and bone-deep horror. Khalil erupted in a mocking laugh, admitted he'd walked into a trap, but his sneering tone and unshakable bearing screamed confidence. He froze, an orc blocking his path, the last thing he'd expected, and he snarled, "My disciple," to remind him he'd once taught him magic. Khalil's race forged razor-sharp minds and raw magical power, spawning the world's greatest spellcasters, and Khalil, hailed as a genius, had already proved his mettle in the last war before he turned 10. One of the men who'd once forged the orc strode forward and unmasked himself as the true architect of the devastation. The orc, jaw clenched and barely containing the tension, snarled that only a spellcaster like Khalil could have forged such a fiendishly complex magical construct that bent so many minds at once. The prince strode up, voice razor-sharp, as he demanded whether Khalil understood his deeds would unleash a new catastrophe and spark a war between humans and demons. Khalil snapped back without a blink. He refused to call it a crime, insisting humans must die for the demon's future, a cold, merciless logic that sanctified destruction. The orc snarled he'd stop him at any cost. Khalil sneered that his actions proved he wouldn't kill in the name of peace and crowed that the soldiers, already gone mad, knew no mercy. Pleasure laced his voice as he savored the coming disaster. The princess dove behind the prince, shaking with terror, and the maddened army snapped their ranks shut, coiling around them like a ring of boa constrictors. Elsewhere in the elven village courtyard, the chieftain's daughter loosed arrow after arrow with ruthless focus. Training was a duty she couldn't escape. She drew the bowstring, every muscle trembling with tension as she forced her focus. The old chief, her father, watched in silence, poised to step in if needed. Primal howl of rage and terror erupted as soldiers surged at the prince and princess. The princess, seized by sudden fear, yanked her brother's arm, and he lashed out with one imperious sweep that split the sky and rained dozens of thunderous explosions down on the army. As soldiers, blinded and bewildered, flailed in a choking cloud of smoke from the magic bolts, the prince seized the brief respite, scooped his sister up again, and his voice raw with strain, shouted that he was about to jump. In the next second, he rocketed skyward like an arrow, a single explosive leap that split the air. Caught in the thinning air, the knights felt their strength ripped away and crumpled to the earth one by one. He levitated, cradling his sister, and with chilling calm told her it was all his doing, a sedative he'd prepared, vaporized into gas, sealed in special bags, and hung as traps in the trees. The brainwashing cast over the soldiers pinned them to obey only the simplest commands and unraveled fast, so the plan was to let it die away while they slept. Beneath the golden sunset sky, only three figures still held their ground: the demon, the orc, and the princess. The demon ripped off his heavy armor, stifling the bitterness clawing at his throat, and let out a regret-soaked sigh. He was caught, with only moments left before he ignited a war. The orc peered from under his brows and rumbled he'd spent the whole time hoping he wasn't the instigator, not out of any personal ties, but because the demon with the golden eye was impossible to deal with. As his name screamed destiny, the blazing golden third eye on his forehead marked him as one of the legendary Golden Crystal tribe, born with monstrous potential, razor-sharp intelligence, and tidal magical power that could crown them the world's greatest spellcasters. The demon, youngest of his people's four elite warriors, was already a celebrated genius. He'd seized fame and won great merits in the last war despite his youth. The orc, eyeing him as the magic teacher, demanded he lay out the truth of what had happened. The demon grinned and agreed without a second's hesitation, waved it off as nothing, then shot back. "Ever heard of the wart prince I smashed?" The demon leaned in and unleashed a horrific tale. Prince Varda kidnapped his beloved and ripped her heart from her chest. The prince and princess gaped, barely believing their ears, as the demon pressed on. "The heart of his kind is a golden crystal, blindingly beautiful, one of the three greatest jewels in the world, a gem that would fetch more than an entire castle." The prince barely registered his words. The peace treaty forbid humans to touch demons, but the demon kept speaking. He admitted his beloved's death, written off as an accident from the start, smelled wrong, so he began his own investigation. Prince Varda's bride burned with a ruthless hunger to claim the world's most dazzling jewel. Driven by her greed, the eldest prince ambushed the demon tribesman in Fortland, staged his beloved's death as an accident, tore out her heart, and presented it as a twisted gift to his beloved. He could hardly believe it, but the merchant-minded orc stared into the bottomless pit of human greed and knew countless people would go through with it for a pile of coin. The demon snarled, finally realizing that even if people sign peace and turn it into law, they'll still deceive, humiliate, and mock demons. It's their naked, true nature. No matter how beautiful the promises or how ironclad the rules, they'll shatter them at the first chance. His face frozen like carved ice, he intoned, "Do we have any choice but to kill our enemies?" A hollow, pit-born voice, flat and empty of feeling yet razor-edged with menace. Silence hung over the orcs for several minutes as they chewed on what he'd just heard and weighed every word. His gaze landed like a hammer on the demon, and after a long, tense pause he spoke slowly, each syllable measured. He barked, was the demon baiting the prince for revenge and twisting him until his life unraveled. The orc demanded to know why he had unleashed the army and forced it to crush the elven village. He barked at the demon, reminding him they'd always been the closest of the four, so the whole thing hit him like a betrayal he couldn't fathom. The demon snapped, ice in its voice, declaring it only applied to the past and held no sway over the present. The demon confessed he'd once told his best friend he wanted to spark the war again, convinced the man would back him. Humans had once tormented and humiliated elves without mercy, so he'd hoped his friend would be all too willing to help. The demon snarled that elves were still vanishing without a trace, and even after the peace treaty, they kept turning up sold as slaves at human auctions. The orc spat, incredulous, asking if the elven leader had really refused to back his plan. The demon sneered and spat a flat, dry no. He let out a cold chuckle, savoring the thought that maybe I should have taught him a lesson. Only if his precious daughter were sold off and forced into slavery would his eyes snap open and his veins run with a thirst for war. The orc crumpled into a heavy silence, his eyes blazing with a raw tangle of anger and pain as the demon leaned in and fired a single, relentless question. "What are you going to do?" He admitted he couldn't bring himself to fight. The other still lived in his heart as a younger brother, a kid he'd once cared for like his own, and those memories wouldn't let him strike. The orc lowered his gaze, forced out a stiff apology, and said he couldn't help him. He had to stop him no matter the cost. He swore he wouldn't punish him with his own hands or betray him to the humans, and would instead send the demon to the elven leader to be set straight with a severity no one else could match. The demon exhaled, regret bleeding through his voice as he said he was sorry the orc couldn't see the world through his eyes. The orc shot back the same sting, bitterness cracking his words. He too was wounded that the demon couldn't understand him. They slammed their fists shut and readied for the coming fight as the air around them thickened into a hot, crackling tension, about to erupt into a storm. The demon's single forehead eye slit into a razor line, its stance blazing clear. Humans break vows, plunder the demon's most sacred treasures and turn away from their agony, and chained to the peace treaty, the demons can't strike back. Magic roared through the demon as doubt seethed. Was it wrong to crave the erasure of useless rules and believe all it needed was the power to strike back when attacked? The orc ripped his blade free and let steel be the answer. If that was the root of the problem, you don't shatter the world on a whim, you rewrite the rules for the better, out in the open, not behind people's backs. Eyes like steel, he vowed not to hold back. This opponent was a genius who could fight at a great sage's level at will, so he slammed the gap shut to force a sword duel. He sprang forward and launched the carefully mapped-out plan into motion. In a flashback to the conflict's origins, the first prince's lover pressed, soft but relentless, that Shisu wants a golden crystal, and the prince warned the peace treaty makes getting that jewel nearly impossible. She closed in, wrapped him in a sudden hug, and repeated her plea, her caress pressing harder. Charmed by her insistence and the heat of her closeness, the prince sneered inwardly. Wars still start for stupid reasons, and maybe this is one of them. Before he charged, the orc sharpened his focus and carefully counted the gap, exactly 10 paces, knowing each step could decide the fight, and with a simple, clear plan, he would unleash a blur of rapid movements and fell his enemy in a single step. Time stretched like molasses, but in truth only 0.14 seconds, 1.4 milliseconds, passed before the blade was primed to cleave space and strike its target. Right then the demon, cold smile twisting and eyes narrowed, sneered that the reception was impressive but nothing new. He'd seen it 1,000 times, when a counterspell burst up and slammed the swift lunge aside. The orc kept his blade raised, retreat never crossed his mind. He'd already cast a strengthening spell that surged through him, bulking his muscles, hardening his flesh, and igniting his speed. The demon cranked every ounce of power into a counterstrike, and parried so savagely the orc staggered back several paces just to stay standing. Glittering spell shards still jutted from his body, each skewered by a magic spear. He tore at them, teeth clenched, refusing to let the pain break his spirit. The demon barked a mocking laugh, deriding his moves as stupid and taunting. Isn't it too painful to fight like this? Gritting his teeth, the orc glared up and snarled. It sears, but you're struggling too, and it won't stop me. The demon chuckled, admitted the orc was only the 4th person ever to wound him. He'd badly misjudged his opponent, then drew strange, rune-etched cards from his pocket, artifacts packed with ready-made spells. Their danger burned in its simplicity. Magic needed no rituals, just fill a card with power. A demon snatched one, poured its energy in, and unleashed an explosive flame spell. In that instant, a blinding light ripped open the space between them. A titanic explosion detonated and swallowed the area in a roaring firestorm, and the orc had only a split second to grasp what was happening. His reflexes and combat instincts yanked him from certain death. He ripped away as raging flames nearly swallowed him. The demon kept coming, a new map blazing in his hands, while the ground right behind the orc detonated, spitting up clouds of smoke and dust. Looming over the chaos, the demons howled in smug triumph that the orc's entire strength was tied up in defense, proof, they sneered, that he could never win. Spells hammered down in a relentless barrage, each a lethal strike the orc barely evaded, making any attempt to close the gap impossible. The former teacher's lightning-fast spellcasting left no opening. The demon knew that if he hadn't wrung every last drop from the spirit marks, he'd be dead by now. The orc's blade wasn't a crude weapon, but an oracle's sword, a true relic that cleaves through even the strongest spells. The demon snapped to the truth. The orc's strikes weren't wild flails, but a calculated, deadly pattern, a hidden technique he couldn't unravel. The gap widened, and he roared that the orc shouldn't even try to touch him from that far, pointless. The orc grudgingly nodded, and admitted it couldn't land a hit at that distance. The demon roared he wasn't finished, brandished a special card, sneered that the orc's arrogance was ridiculous, and vowed to prove his efforts futile as the map erupted, blasting a colossal beam of light straight at the orc. He snapped his blade up, and the extra distance turned into a lifeline, buying him the moments to fend off strikes and mend his wounds as he reclaimed strength with patient self-healing spells. He kept parrying each blow, eyes slicing through the flurry, and a single thought bit at him. Those demon cards were stuffed with way too much magic. No ordinary object that size could hold that kind of titanic energy, only 2 possibilities. The owner wields another artifact that slashes energy drain, or there are rare, special cards that trap every ounce of invested power with 0 loss. A brutal truth slammed into the orc. The storage maps were fueling the demon's power. Seizing the moment, the orc slammed his blade into a spell with a bone-rattling parry, froze as the secret finally clicked, and the demon scowled, snapping, "How are you fending off every attack?" The orc hoisted his sword and roared that it all came down to raw strength and skill. The demon, brilliant at magic but weak in real martial arts, had nothing for close combat, and the orc spat that its moves were blunt and obvious. Spell after spell, no feints, no sudden strikes, no distracting maneuvers. The demon wields nothing but raw power, utterly devoid of tactical flexibility or any instinct for combat. Dropping low and leveling his blade at the enemy, the orc's thoughts snapped into place. He'd cracked the rhythm of his strikes, unlocked the secret of his power, and now he would end this duel. The demon cut the silence first, squinting with a slight grin as he asked the orc if he'd really figured out his secret, amusement, and keen interest, lacing his voice like he craved confirmation. The orc shot back flat and without hesitation, ordering him to finally stop. It was obvious that kind of magic couldn't be wielded forever. He declared it with the iron certainty of a warrior who spots the truth mid-battle. The demon's brow lifted, his grin split wider, and with a flicker of surprised respect, he admitted the apprentice had seen right through him. He growled, "Yes, that's right, that's what I'm fighting with," then after a beat vowed, "With your help, I'll tear this rotten world down to its very foundations." He slipped his hand under his sleeve like a man primed for this exact second, determination hardening every move as the demon snarled. He knew that unless he unleashed every last means and laid his full arsenal bare, he'd never defeat his apprentice. He slid a secret trump card from beneath his cloak, the final ace held until the last moment, and the demon, voice like ice, declared the orc had no chance to defend against this spell, even if it knew its nature beforehand and tried to predict its course. Hoisting the map skyward, he roared the golden sun spell. The next instant, a colossal, sun-shaped fireball flashed into being and erupted into flame right above his head. The golden sun flared with crystal heart brilliance, its radiance piercing every corner, a high-grade fire-type spell only he could wield. The sphere ballooned, searing the air with blistering heat and bulldozing everything before it. Even an orichalcum-forged true oracle sword, famous for slicing through enchantments, shattered at the slightest touch of that ravenous mass. You couldn't step aside or find a loophole. Time had evaporated. The demons grinned in satisfied amusement, thanked York for making the fight thrilling, and sent his opponent a mocking goodbye. Blinding, blazing sun tore across the sky, incinerating everything in its path as it barreled, unstoppable, straight for the orc prince. This was the end, his fate sealed and doom closing in. Right here, the demon's two fatal mistakes lay exposed. He flamboyantly flashed the trump card from beneath his cape, telegraphing a wild, deadly move. The orc saw it, guessed the spell, and slammed a counter into place. Second mistake, the demon burned through too many cards in the fight, letting the orc map the symbols to their spells, and worse, realize each tiny card hid a staggering, colossal well of magic. The demon's secret, he siphoned the golden crystal, the tribe's heart, and transmuted its vast reservoir of magic into a special ink he used to paint his spells. The thought slammed into the orc. He pictured the demon ripping out his beloved's heart, chaining her to endless battles while it hungrily drank her life. When the guess finally snapped into place, the orc dove into calculations, sizing each spell's power from the thickness and density of the lines drawn, and when the last card flashed, he pinned its strength and carved out time to prepare. In the next second, the orc prince hurtled at the blazing sun without a moment's hesitation, certain he could handle it. As he leapt, he tore loose the ancient, evolving power sealed inside him. He shattered the first seal, removal. Beneath the ancient seals, 3 hidden tiers waited. The first unlocked only 20% of the orc's true might, and a quick reckoning proved it would crumble before the golden sun's colossal, world-rending fury. With the risk and responsibility heavy on him, he plunged back into training again and again, obsessively testing every way to master the hidden power. After endless searches and brutal drills, he crafted an unorthodox technique he named pseudo removal. It funneled the first seal's raw power into a single blinding pulse, and for a heartbeat, it became a weapon of devastating force. When the orc ripped open the second seal in a pseudo release, 2 colossal forces met face to face. The demon's dazzling, fiery sun erupted like a living inferno, poised to devour every living thing, while the warrior stood with sword clenched, resolve blazing as he channeled to unleash deep energy. It was a baited trick, a pseudo-withdrawal that yanked power into an instant, razor focus and let him wield it without losing himself, a trade that made him fight like he'd smashed the second seal when he'd only tapped the first seal's cunning transformation. The technique hid a fatal flaw. Orc normally had a full 8 seconds to unleash the force when the first seal snapped. The pseudo removal gutted that window down to under a second. It could only cling to stability for a single heartbeat to unleash a concentrated surge. He swore that one furious strike would end it. The orc bellowed a war cry and lunged as his sword flared, collapsing into a compressed beam of righteous rage that ripped through the void, sliced the darkness apart, and hurtled straight for the demon. In a heartbeat, the orc was at his side, almost brushing him, and funneled a short, savage burst of power into a punch aimed squarely at the enemy's chest. The demon writhed in agony, screamed until its voice broke, then crashed to the ground, frozen in disbelief. He screamed in disbelief, "This can't be." The strongest spell, the magical support he'd hoarded for the crucial moment that should have made him invincible, failed, and he was defeated. The orc snapped upright after the flash of motion, voice low and measured as he admitted he had never fought alone. Faces of his lovers burned in his mind, their strength and warmth, the support he'd earned by honing his skills, and that love, fused with his iron determination, kept him alive and blasted him through. He slid his blade home, gazed down at his fallen foe with a gentle, serene smile, and thought that even when distance separated them, their hearts remained one. The sun finally plunged beneath the horizon as night swept over the land, cloaking everything in a heavy velvet pall. The prince and the princess lashed the demon to a nearby tree, cinching knots so tight they crushed any chance of escape, and the prince snatched every card from him, the source of his power and the weapons of his magic. Joy exploded from the princess as she hurled herself into his arms and pelted him with praise, comparing him to legendary heroes and proclaiming he outshone them all. He flashed a modest smile and owned up to pulling off something extraordinary. She flushed, admitted her feelings had only deepened, and praised his intelligence, kindness, and fairness, saying it was impossible not to fall in love with a man like him. Sheepishly he stammered that she was exaggerating, but her fierce sincerity struck him, and the princess pushed, insisting he must be king and that he was lying to himself when he said he wasn't fit for the role. He snapped that he was riddled with flaws she'd simply missed. She flinched, stunned, and repeated again that he was amazing. He reveled in her faith and respect, daring to believe she'd finally learned to tell shallow admiration from deep love, but he still hadn't decided his next move. A faint flicker snagged his eye. He shoved the princess aside in a heartbeat, and that split-second move saved her life. The demon tore through its ropes and began weaving a new spell as the prince snatched his sword and charged, only to find the fiend had recovered in a heartbeat. He'd stashed a pill or amulet, maybe tucked in his mouth, so he could snap his drained strength back and force the complex magical process to finish in an instant. The demon strained to unleash a teleportation spell, one of the most complex energy-devouring rituals, and the incantation hung half-formed, nowhere near finished. The prince hurled a furious cry, doubting he could possibly finish the ritual before time ran out. The demon, calm as frost and dripping with mockery, sneered he'd make it, only because the orc was too kind and gentle to his enemies. To prove their point, the demons whipped their tongues out, bearing a map tucked deep inside their mouths. He slammed that card and ignited a light attack spell, not at the orc, but hurled it racing down a treacherous, unexpected path. A blinding spear of light tore through the air and plunged into the princess's chest, striking her heart. She froze, turned to stone from the sudden, brutal blow as garish crimson blood erupted from her chest like a geyser, and the orc prince screamed her name, panic and fury shredding his voice, as his cry echoed through the dark trees. His eyes snapped into focus. He shut out everything and assessed the scene, cold as steel. Every second cost a life, and if he sprinted to her and unleashed a healing spell this instant, the wound would vanish with no consequences, like it had never happened. He couldn't afford to hesitate for 5 seconds, pause that long and the injury would cripple the princess for life, be 10 minutes late, and her chances of survival would all but vanish. Let 30 seconds slip and death would snatch her forever. The demon slammed the teleportation ritual into place, every calculation cold and precise. If the orc had sprinted straight to the princess, the enemy would have snatched the chance and vanished. The demon balanced fate on a blade. The orc now had to either save the princess he loved or annihilate their enemy. It was no accident. The demon engineered this torment, because if he wanted her dead, he'd have ended her instantly, so he instead dangled a choice, knowing mercy would betray the orc. He froze for a single heartbeat, then scooped the princess into his arms, cradling her like a fragile vessel that might shatter at a whisper. Though fear quivered in him, his voice cut steady and tender as he flashed a warm smile and soothed her. "Don't worry, this wound will heal, and everything will be fine." Consciousness unraveling, clutching the last threads of reality, she breathed a fragile whisper, "Why did you choose me?" as understanding and pain flooded her eyes. The prince seized her meaning instantly. She'd already suspected he'd chosen another route and stood there waiting for an explanation. As the heir of Valio, the wise, she expected nothing less, and he felt a sinking certainty that deep down his choice would look wrong to everyone. Spell sealed, the demon's grin split predatory and icy as he sneered. "Exactly what I expected. The prince will do what he always does, be kind." Sneering, he was already slipping away from the battlefield, ready to abandon the former disciple to the fallout, when a razor whistle sliced through the air. A blinding flash split the dark, and a heartbeat later an arrow slammed into the demon's shoulder, impaling flesh and shearing through the metal of its armor. The demons howled in shocked agony as a piercing shriek ripped the air, shattering their concentration. The orc kept channeling healing streams into the princess's wound. The instant his hand touched it, he barked, half to himself and half for anyone nearby. "I always knew the demon wouldn't get away. Someone would stop it." The arrow struck with near-perfect precision, skirting vital organs, not killing but pinning the enemy in place, a brutal testament to the shooter's incredible skill. Hidden in the distant shadows, the elf breathed, "After all these years, my arrow hasn't rusted a bit," calm pride and quiet confidence threading every syllable. The demon writhed in stunned disbelief, then cold clarity slammed into him. The orc had picked the princess because he knew, or at least guessed, a deadly archer lurked close enough to interfere. The orc shrugged, voice unnervingly calm, confessing he couldn't be sure, he only hoped, he only believed that an ally waited nearby. The demon flung his eyes to the sky, bitterness and despair roaring through him, as he cried that they had once been friends who shared the same trials, and begged why his former comrade now interfered. Then, his strength ebbing, he surrendered and bowed his head to the ground. The old elf planted himself to the side, bow clenched, eyes fixed on the outcome with iron determination, while the orc kept healing the princess, its fingertips pulsing with a gentle, pale light. He clamped a bandage on the wound and slammed a sealing spell over it to cement the heal and staunch the blood for good, knowing the demon's fate now hung with the eldest elf, who would decide what to do next. As the pain melted and each breath came easier by the second, the princess shot her rescuer, the orc, a grateful, tear-bright look, tears born of pain and the fierce joy of having him there. He swept her into his arms, crushed her to his chest like a promise he meant to keep, and declared, "It's time to return to Fortland. The road back must begin this instant, while hope still burns, while their hearts blaze with resolve, while her wounds can still be mended completely." After countless trials and hard-won victories, they snatched peace from the jaws of a looming human-demon war, and with every urgent matter settled the orc, and the princess returned to Fortland's majestic castle. In the cavernous halls where the air still thrummed with the weight of old worries, his lovers waited, and the moment they spotted the prince they surged forward, bombarding him with questions. Did it really end well? Why did his face look so grave and thoughtful? How could any of that have happened in reality? They devoured his tale like a fairy story ripped from the pages, and one lover, remembering his exploits with trembling delight, proclaimed that his victory over the god of misfortune and that savage battle with the magic beetle that almost swallowed the world tree were worthy of eternal glory. She declared he'd become something more, a true hero whose name will be etched into the memory of peoples, while another, listening with a puzzled blink, blurted that it was bizarre how he found time between those deadly fights to seduce them, lavishing obsessive, sometimes embarrassing attention. Curiosity snapped into a blaze. Everyone tailed him and the princess on the journey, desperate to uncover what was between them, while the prince's chest tightened as he agonized over admitting the young heiress had truly fallen for him. Her heart burned with admiration and reverence, not love, so he felt no urge to chase anything more intimate. A sharp knock cracked the silence, and the princess filled the doorway, grave-faced, voice like steel. She'd come for an important conversation. She slammed into the chair opposite York, voice razor-sharp, demanded an honest answer, and drove it home. In the decisive battle he'd been forced to choose, save her or capture the demon. She shot back that he'd leapt to save her without a second's hesitation, and if Lord Elf hadn't intervened in time, the demon would have left. She demanded flat out, did the prince know the elf was nearby? The orcs shook their heads and snapped a firm refusal. He explained his calculation left the odds at only 50-50. He believed the elf was the tribe's leader and would naturally shepherd the tribesmen to safety, but a stubborn hope burned in his chest that the man would leap in at the crucial second, and he'd fire his one fateful shot. The princess gasped, incredulous. Did he gamble her life without certainty? If the demon escaped, millions of innocents would die, and that guilt would stain his conscience, and she was only one replaceable life among many. The orc nodded, letting the truth fall raw and unguarded. He confessed the ruler in him would have sacrificed her to save millions, but he deliberately chose to save her, and he feels no regret. He swore, eyes burning with conviction, that if the world rewound and it all happened again, he'd make the exact same choice. Clarity slammed into the princess. She finally grasped his motives, and why the orc, bristling with kingly power and raw potential, believed he had no right to wear the crown. He demanded she explain it herself. This was her homework, her conclusion. Admiration had been rising in her, but she swallowed and admitted the truth. He'd fought for the greater good and still made a fatal choice. He chose her at the price of millions of lives, and now she refuses to be like him. She snapped aloud, the prince is hopelessly biased. Whenever a choice comes, he always sides with his lovers and me, no matter the stakes. A man like that can never be king. The orc finally relented, admitting that making those he loved happy was all that mattered to him. Losing millions would gut him, but if his heart demanded it, he'd burn everything down to save his loved ones. He knew the princess, radiant, fierce, the very picture of royalty, could never truly accept him, and the thought of saying goodbye to her stabbed him raw. Suddenly the girl thundered, I will be the next ruler of Fortland. The orc barked his agreement, swearing it would work. Valio the Wise will return soon, and with him backing her, her throne will be unshakable. The princess pressed her plea again. She'll be queen, but she needs him. Looking up, she begged him to be her chosen, promising her heart, her body, her innocence, her whole self. Shock slammed into the orc, leaving him stunned and barely able to grasp how a simple chat had spiraled into this. Princess beamed like sunrise and even said maybe this was how she'd completed his task. When he, tentative and worried, asked if she was disappointed in him, she replied calm and certain, not at all. She insisted his coronation would be disastrous, but vowed he'd be perfect as her husband and right hand. The orc snarled that if they paired, she'd have to juggle him against the lives of millions. With a gentle, unreadable smile, she declared the country comes first. She's certain he'll stand firm, so she can push him away when duty demands and welcome him back when she chooses. The lovers barreled in, warning him the orc craved a harem and would take other girls, while the princess, eerily calm, just asked, "Is it worth worrying?" Nobles always collected wives to sire heirs. The girls gaped at one another. Could the orc actually be a noble? Seizing his hand, the princess snapped, "Let him have as many wives as he wants. If he'll give the child to me and truly love me." Then she yanked him into the bedroom. She coaxed him out of his clothes and onto his back, then whispered she'd tend to him herself that night. She seized his hand and slammed it to her chest, eyes blazing as she gasped, "Can you feel my heart pounding?" The orc froze, her fierce determination striking him like a thunderbolt. The princess didn't mistake admiration for love. She burned to close the distance because she loved him, yet doubt churned in his chest. Was this the ending he'd been searching for? She burrowed into him and demanded, "Do you love me more than anyone?" He clamped his mouth shut. Indignation boiled in her. She snapped that he could at least lie, and he shot back steady. He'd sing her praises without end, but he refused to tell lies that trampled other lovers. He'd never wound her with falsehoods. He pulled her into a tighter embrace and shouted, "I truly love everyone." She flashed a wicked grin, dubbed him sly, and admitted she adored that trick, so they buried their quarrel and surrendered to waves of tenderness that carried them until dawn. The orc stayed true to his nature, still hunting only the mightiest. He prided himself on never yielding and scorned settling for scraps. Dawn smashed into the room. Lulina slept on while the orc was already awake, eyes glued to the window. He sipped his coffee and savored the triumph. He'd actually spent the night with the princess, a staggering win for the orcs, and the laugh that ripped from him jolted her awake. They traded bright morning wishes as the master pressed a steaming cup into her hands. Lulina took a sip, instantly recognized the coffee Teta and Karuru had raved about, and grinned. It was amazing. She sipped, eyes lighting up, and blurted she'd love to drink this every day, but the moment the master left, that chance would vanish. Orc demanded whether she'd try to dissuade him, and Lulina snapped that no matter how suitable he seemed, he had no right to the throne. She added that with his help she could still fulfill her duties. La Luna chuckled and proclaimed she'd be the first queen of Forland, a sliver of worry shadowing her grin. The guy watched the princess and realized she was iron-strong and fiercely selfless. If it were him, he'd choose his girls over the kingdom. The orc rumbled that La Luna could come to him for help, and La Luna swore she'd do anything to make sure he kept loving her. Teta sneered that her master had enjoyed a wildly pleasant night, and Kururu's voice broke as she confessed she finally understood the elf's feelings, even though she'd once convinced herself the harem didn't bother her. Orc admitted they'd been lonely without him, but vowed they'd still get the same attention. Teta spun to her friend and demanded a plan. She wanted to teach her master a lesson. Her friend shrugged and said he probably meant no harm. He jabbed a finger and reminded them they'd gone ages without baking sweets, daring everyone to whip some up for a tea party today. One girl forgave him, the other declared she wouldn't yield to sugar. Orc grinned, sure they were fishing for any excuse to forgive him, but he doubled down and made the desserts outrageously, sinfully delicious. Lulina peered from behind the door and chirped that she wanted a taste of the sweets. The girls exchanged smiles, realized she was family now and refused to fight, and the princess beamed as she accepted their invitation, eager to get to know them. The master knew she craved more than sweets. She wanted to meet the rest of the harem, and forging those bonds was vital to a strong relationship. He announced he had an appointment before the tea party, then dropped that he was meeting a crafty, powerful figure he'd known for years. He staked out the terrace waiting for them, hailed the orc, clocked that the orc hadn't come alone, and the man shot a greeting back. Teta and Kuru both cried out the moment the former king stepped into view, fear blazing across their faces. Velio the Wise blurted, "Marry an orc and you'll be my granddaughters." Leiluna brushed him off, telling them to ignore him. When the great-grandfather tries to act like a normal granddad, he looks completely out of place. He pleaded he didn't want to scare the girls away, and the princess urged them to treat him like any ordinary elderly man. The orc beckoned them to sit and dared Vilio the Wise to deny his girls were beautiful. Great-grandfather grinned, agreed, and admitted he'd even grown a little rowdy, forgetting his age. He urged the master to drop the formalities and call him by name, but the orc bristled and refused, insisting he was his disciple. Vilio the Wise agreed, but warned it would only drive them farther apart. He presented himself as a lonely old man, but that mask couldn't hide who he really was. In training, Valial the Wise ignited into ferocity, believing no one is evil, only talent waiting to be revealed. The orc roared that no one else belonged on the throne. Vallejo was the perfect king. The master bristled at how effortlessly the former king was locked up. He suspected the Wise had instantly seen through the war to Prince's true intentions and deliberately let himself be taken. He scoffed that his great-grandfather could have done it unnoticed and pressed what had driven him to act, and Valio the Wise admitted he'd known of those suspicions and watched the people at their center tumble from crisis to crisis, and it unnerved him. He warned that a ferocious power prowled in the shadows. The master froze, seriously considering his words. They crowded around the table, eyes locked on the orc as Valio the Wise leaned in and asked if it didn't feel strange that he'd already saved the world 3 times in such a short span. He rattled off the boy's recent exploits, crushing the magic bug, clashing with the god of misfortune, and stopping Kalo, preventing a war between demons and humans. Orc growled that these events were deadly serious and could trigger the end of the world. The former king insisted it all stemmed from his fate as a hero. The master felt the fairy's words like a cold blade. He didn't have to pick fights, but the moment the spirit king branded someone a threat, he'd be summoned to battle. It hit him. The king only called anyone who could destroy the world a threat, and there were far too many of them. Valio the Wise snarled that a shadowy hand was secretly pulling the strings behind every event. Great-grandfather seared the faces of everyone involved in those misfortunes into his memory. The elf who shattered the seal on the magic beetle fell for human gold and spectacle and ended up a puppet. Uncle Kuru, the man who shattered the seal on the god of misfortune, wasn't himself the last time they saw him, and Kuru says that until a couple of years ago, he was just an ordinary, friendly presence the family trusted. Valio the Wise thundered that Warda was plotting to spark a war. Behind him, Kala loomed, vengeance roaring in his chest for his beloved whose heart had been stolen. Memory yanked him back to the Warda bride's interrogation, where they demanded why she needed a heart of gold crystal, and she simply answered she didn't know. The orcs snarled that a hidden hand had been pulling the strings, and the former king nodded in grim agreement. Valio confessed his hunt had come up empty, swore he'd never stop searching, and growled that if that instigator truly existed, he'd be forced to surface after 3 foiled plots. His face a stone mask, the orc declared, "I'm reliable." His great-grandfather bellowed that he'd summoned him to warn of the danger, then whirled to the girls and snarled, "You won't be safe near the master. The enemies will make you the main target." He felt the enemy's strength, and his allies would tear into the orc's weak points, strike at his beloved, and stop at nothing. The elf shot back, "Do you mean we should part with our master?" The former king conceded it could be read that way and began to explain. Teta vowed she'd stay by his side. He'd saved her, and she loved him. Koro swore she loved him and would never abandon him, staying at his side even as danger loomed. Lulina's eyes flashed. The orc's love at first sight was no accident. She proclaimed she was in league with the girls and snarled that she'd been born to endure any torture and would survive everything. A fierce warmth surged through the orc. Despite Valio the Wise's warning, the girls loved him and chose to stay by his side. A tidal wave of feeling slammed into him, snapping his instincts wide awake. Leo the Wise burst into a knowing chuckle, eyes gleaming as he pointed out the guy's beautiful girls and impeccable taste. He shot his hand up, volunteering to play at the wedding, and sculpt the whole night into an unmatched, luxurious spectacle. The girls burst into ecstatic whoops. They'd dreamed of this moment. The orc snapped no out of nowhere. When they asked why, he roared he'd marry only after he'd gathered his entire harem. Teta piped up, asking if he'd keep growing the harem. Kuru purred that she wanted him fully sated. Lulina conceded 3 was already a lot, but could see he'd hunger for more. The orc grinned 3 might placate most, but he was a special case. Vixen snapped, "When's the wedding?" The master said it was far off. The elf protested, and Vallejo laughed, saying now he knew there was nothing to worry about. The orc swept the girls into his arms and bellowed that he'd become the harem king. The girls unleashed fierce drills in the castle courtyard. Teta loosed arrow after arrow, and Lulina ripped through fencing techniques on wooden mannequins. The orc fixed them with a stare and offered Kururu a place among them. She snapped she'd make a lousy fighter and would rather hone her blacksmithing skills. The fox vowed she'd conquer every skill the master taught her. He warned it might take forever, but his voice burned with unshakable confidence they'd succeed. Kururu smirked and admitted that right now, nothing interested her more than his desserts. The orc swore they'd be the best she'd ever tasted. The guy yanked a mango from his pack and slammed it onto the table. Kuro gaped. She'd never seen a fruit like it, and the orc rumbled that it was insanely hard to get and he'd been lucky to nab a few. He roared that mangoes come from warm southern countries, and you must swim across the ocean to deliver them. The fox inhaled the fruit's intoxicating aroma. The master declared one costs 400,000 gil. Kururu gasped and asked, stunned, as the orc confessed he had 5 fruits worth a total of 2 million. Then the fox exploded, furious that you could live in luxury for 2 whole years on that cash. She demanded why the price was sky-high. The orc snarled the mango rots in hours, and the root chews up travelers. Only 2 of every 3 ships even reach the capital, so 400,000 might as well be pocket change. He dared her would she eat that outrageously expensive fruit. Kururu grinned and said she would, and once she heard the price every bite tasted even richer. Orc jumped in, offering to try it fresh. The gentleman carved the mango into hedgehog-shaped cuts. The fox sniffed as the sweet scent swelled in the air, and a hungry craving for the fruit seized her. He dove into the second dessert, whipped mango into a silky paste, chopped the pulp into neat cubes, poured in milk, and tossed in a pinch of gelatin. He shoved the blanks into the freezer, and the jelly iced over in minutes. Kuru gasped that the fruit chunks glittered like precious stones, and Orc nodded that a good dish always pleases the eye. He dove into the third dessert, pouring milk and scattering sugar into the mango paste, then sent it sizzling in a frying pan. Kururu's eyes shot wide as the aroma erupted and blazed when heated. Orc grinned and said the fruit had been wildly fragrant from the start. As the mixture cooled, he folded in silken egg yolk cream and jewel-bright fruit, poured it into a chilled metal cooling vessel, and watched it solidify. He summoned the water spirit and whipped the ingredients into a velvety mango sorbet. Kururu beamed like she'd found treasure, and the orcs suggested we head straight to Teta and Lulina. The girls spotted them, and the master beamed, declaring a tea party out in the fresh air. Tito's jaw dropped. They'd already finished cooking. Lulina piped up that she'd tasted the fruit, and the elf confessed she just wanted a sweet. Tita inhaled the fruit's heady scent. Kururu beamed with pride. Osprey spotted exactly what Kururu was pleased with, and the elf plucked a sample piece. Tita admitted she'd always found human fruits strange, but this one shattered her expectations. Kururu burst into tears, declaring it the most delicious 400,000 gil he'd ever tasted. A jolt ran through the princess. She'd gone ages without mango, and a fierce craving for desserts exploded inside her. After tasting it, she grinned. The bits of pulp scattered through the dessert won her over. Titus dove in and proclaimed the icy dessert a brilliantly sweet twist on fresh fruit. The orc grunted in approval and admitted it wasn't bad. The girls showered him with praise. He grinned, thanked them, and felt every hour he'd poured into mastering sweets and winning their favor rush through his mind. He spun toward me and demanded, fruit, jelly, or sorbet, which tastes better. The girls paused and thought for a moment. They chorused that it was a fruit. The orc froze. They hastily gushed that the desserts were beautiful too, and the hero realized he'd lost this small battle. He knew mangoes exploded with flavor when fresh. That's why everyone dubbed them the pastry chef smasher. The orc snorts, declares the job finished, and strides for the castle gates. Lulina blurted out whether he was really leaving. He nodded and said he'd keep hunting for girls, scope out the business, and that he already had plenty to worry about. He offered Lulina a place with them, but she planted her feet and vowed to stay to prepare to become the future queen. They clung as Orc swore he'd come back often. The Orcmobile covers the road in a single day, and the princess gripped his sleeve, asking if he truly meant it, because she'd cry if he broke his promise. Lulina's tears burst free, and the guy dared to believe she had changed. These weren't fake sobs anymore, but raw, real tears. He slid the stone into her hand, and she gasped, asking what it was. The orc roared, declaring the magic device a stripped-down teleportation spell. He realized real teleportation was reserved for fairies, Sage Merlin and Kahlo. He couldn't wield it himself, but he siphoned a sliver of that power into the crystal. The master revealed he had a matching stone. With it, they'd be able to speak for 20 seconds no matter the distance. Lulina whooped, relief flooding her that their connection would no longer be interrupted. The princess's eyes slammed open. This invention could flip the world, and the orc snapped that only certain stones could handle it, each costing a fortune. He dropped 10 million gil apiece and ordered they be used only in the direst emergencies. Lulina blurted out if she was the only one with a stone. The orc shook his head. She wasn't alone. Teta and Kururu flashed their stones and laughed that the master was just worrying over everyone. The orc swore the crystals were his lifeline, forged to shield the girls and stop them from being lost the moment danger struck. The girls and the gentleman bade Lulina farewell. He strode out, convinced $10 million for the device was chump change if it could one day save the girls' lives. A towering mountain of paperwork waited for the orc in the city. The girls stared at the stack and realized the gentleman was wildly popular. Flipping through the documents, the orc revealed rumors of a sugar business with Xanalik and a flood of offers from rival firms. Teta asked if that meant the master would be buried in work, and the orc smirked, saying he only takes on jobs that truly grab his interest. Kuru's satisfied grin widened as he caught on that she didn't want him consumed by work, and the master asked bluntly if it was because she'd be lonely without him. Vixen flushed and shot back that it wasn't bad at all. She only hated it when he stopped teaching her blacksmithing. Orc grinned, charmed by her, and when the elf asked if she should respond to the suggestions, he nodded his approval. The gentleman grinned, announcing Teta was getting stronger every day and promising he'd ask for help if it came to that. The girl swore she'd keep fighting and never stop trying. The orc rumbled he'd stop by the Xenolic company Xenolic, and the girls wished him luck. The orc thundered up to the monolithic building, realizing Xanalik was one of the mainland's corporate giants, its web of connections sprawling everywhere. He braced himself, remembering he'd urged them, on behalf of his company, to sell sugar at rock-bottom prices, and new cooperation would benefit them both. The orc stormed into the office and greeted the company head. The head boomed, "I've heard of your exploits in Forland," and returned the greeting. Xanalek's declared sugar had become the company's runaway hit, then revealed a serious problem. The boy leveled a questioning stare at him. He thrust a letter from the region's ruler into Orc's hands. Orc read it, and fury exploded when he learned sugar production would be banned. The man warned the decision will be made at the next meeting, and convincing the ruler will be an uphill battle. About the RC, the Spur tore through the records to see what had gone down while he was away. Xanalik jumped in to scour the port's unloading manifest. The orc's eyes cut to the scant names. Xanalik smirked and declared every single one tied straight to their business. He thundered that sugar was a linchpin of intercontinental trade, sweet, easy to store, wildly expensive and hunted by everyone. Mangoes rot in a heartbeat compared to sugar. They can't be stored like it, yet they're still shipped alongside sugar. He warned sea monsters could swallow a ship whole, and that sea trade depended only on sugar's profit. The guy snapped that once a profitable product quit bringing in income, the risks weren't worth it. The man nodded. The master realized the sugar trade's halt had shattered the supply and demand balance, and everything shipped with it skyrocketed in price. Xanalik agreed, adding that market prices had blasted through the roof, and the ruler had slammed a ban on production. Orc nodded, calling it one of the best solutions he'd seen, then leaned in and demanded, "Did you come up with one?" The man announced they'd sell sugar at the import price, even though it would slash sales in half. Orc shrugged and deemed it an acceptable solution. Silently, he admitted the choice gnawed at him, but the sugar spilling outward could spark shocking new discoveries. He vowed to ignite a sugar culture, shove sweetness into the spotlight, miss the moment and you'll never get your interest back. Orc slammed his fist and declared the real enemy is the gamble of sea transport. Overhaul it so merchants can survive a lost ship without going bankrupt. Xanalik leaned in, curiosity burning for an explanation. The orc snarled that merchants only make money from successful deliveries. Lose a ship and bankruptcy follows, so he demanded how big companies like theirs could afford to take such risks. The head roared that they had a fleet. Even if one went down, the rest would still bring back the profit. Orc watched tiny firms, clinging to a single ship, evaporate the moment the first crash hit, and now they're paralyzed, terrified to take any risks. He proposed pooling 10 ships from different companies into one fleet, so they'd split the losses and shoulder the risk together. Xanalik warned they'd be forced to shoulder others' losses. Orc fired back they could forge a shared cost system to spread the burden and, crucially, slash the chance of bankruptcy. The man scoffed that it looked like a charity event. Orc snapped that a business could pull it off. He slammed down the plan. It's insurance, participants chip in dues, and the general fund swallows any losses. A spark lit inside the master. In his old world, insurance titans ruled, and he pictured Xanalik rising to become one. The head snapped up and thundered, "This is brilliant, it benefits everyone." Xanalik shoved the question at the orc. Did he regret revealing the idea? The orc shot back that insurance demands huge sums and trust, but he likes this city, and reviving the market will help everyone. He vowed to hammer out a plan and contact the small firms. Only then would the ruler lift the ban. The orc watched the dust settle and began eyeing a crossing to another mainland. He'd hired scouts to scour the world for beauties, but none matched his girls, so he had to sail beyond the seas, and one girl who would never be his haunted his thoughts. With iron resolve, the master swore he'd sail across the seas to seek out new beauties. The heroes burst onto the island. Orc beamed, satisfied that Orkma's Orkmobile had made the long journey without a hitch. Kuru blurted he couldn't believe they'd gotten here in just one day. Teta admitted she still couldn't accept they'd crossed the sea, and a guy calmly explained they'd arrived in the southern lands. The elf recoiled from the thick, humid air, the fox snarled about the stifling stuffiness, and the master, half tempted to summon the wind spirits and change the sky, decided they'd have to toughen up to this weather. Teta jabbed a finger at a tree heavy with bright fruit and asked, "Is that a mango?" The orc nodded, surprised by her keen eye, and noted there were plenty of trees like it here. Kururu scowled. Why would he spend 2 million gil on mangoes when he could go here and back in a day? The gentleman went stone still and, with cool defiance, declared his day worth far more than their meager cash, while the girls grinned, smug that he'd completely forgotten about it. The orcs barked that they had to reach the city. It was their goal. The elf gaped at the total lack of walls or fortifications, and Karuru snapped, "Isn't it dangerous to live here with no protection from monsters or bandits?" Orcs snarled that even with threats looming, no one would dare attack. "This is her territory." Vixen snapped, "Who?" And he shot back, "It's about the demon lord." The girls gasped. Kururu blurted, "Is this your father's city?" And the guy snapped, "No, this place answers to the local demon lord." He declared his father owns 3/4 of the mainland, that this woman controls one region, and drove the point home. Like every human race has its own king, this place works the same way. The orc hissed that the demoness before them was one of the demon army's elite four. Teta's jaw dropped. How could a mere local ruler rank among them? And the guy beside her suddenly realized it too. Teta's brow tightened. Why was the lady obeying his father? Vixen snapped, asking the orc to introduce her. He shrugged that they'd met years ago and it meant nothing, when a mocking voice cut through, sneering that he was too indifferent and that she and I were far closer, and everyone looked up as a figure streaked down from the sky. She lunged at the orc, driving a knife toward his skull. He sidestepped with ease and slammed back a brutal counterstrike. She seized his fist, beamed, and declared he was still in excellent shape. The orc grinned, admitted he'd been waiting for her to appear, and the woman, calling herself Lilith, wasted no time inviting him into her hot embrace. The companions gasped as the orc, cool as stone, turned her down. The girls were stunned. How could he refuse such a breathtaking woman without so much as a flicker of temptation? Lilith felt no embarrassment. She swept the orc into a fierce hug and grinned, "You don't have to be shy." Teta's voice trembled as she asked, "Do you two know each other?" The guy recoiled from the girl and blurted, "This is Demon Lord Lilith herself, a top-class succubus." She confirmed her name with a crooked smile, proclaimed her race perfectly compatible with orcs, and dared the others to say otherwise. The orc's breath hitched as he realized Lilith was a succubus, her martial arts honed to a deadly edge, and the demon lord's power could stand toe-to-toe with even his father. He counted on their years-long bond to make her help him, so long as he didn't ruin it by blurting a needless remark. Lilith beckoned them to her castle. A girl demanded why they were heading underground, and the guy snapped that her property sat beneath the earth. The companions gaped, demanding, "Why is it so bright down here?" Lilith grinned and said the dungeon was perfect for the castle. The light comes from an artificial sun she'd forged here. Kuru clenched his jaw. Why was this so difficult? The demoness answered, cool as ice, that the site held historical value and she could afford to build a castle here. She beamed, declaring the girls around Orc were incredibly kind and that he had given it his all. The companions stiffened as Lilith's scent, identical to their master's, rolled over them. Lilith glided closer while Ashy snapped to the orc not to worry. She'd handle them herself, and the guy barked at me to stop. He planted himself between the girls and Lilith, snapping that they were here on business. Lilith spat bore, and the orc, unnervingly calm, announced he'd risen to an influential businessman and had come to establish trade relations with the city. He decided to notify her beforehand. Lilith slid into the chair and declared he could do whatever he wanted. Her permission guaranteed he'd encounter no obstacles. She pressed, "Is that the only reason you're here?" He smirked, "I'm here to add to my harem." The demoness flung herself into a joyful embrace, crowing that he'd finally come for her, while the orc shoved them apart, snarling that as a demon lord she could present him to her worthy subordinates. Lilith snapped, "Isn't being left alone enough for him? It hurts," and Orc watched her face betray her words. Her expression said something else entirely. Teta choked out, "Why did Lilith serve the orc's father?" Calm as a storm's eye, she confessed she'd once tried to conquer the world. He defeated her, and then she fell in love. Kuru's jaw dropped. How could a succubus kneel to another master for love alone? Lilith snapped, "Was there any other reason?" Orc's eyes snapped as he realized why she served her father. She tried to seduce him, and he coldly rejected her. One more reason he can't take her into his harem. Lilith leaned in and offered to spend the night with her, and he cut her off with a flat refusal. He wasn't interested. The demoness froze and demanded, "Do you find me less attractive than your companions?" And the orc snapped that wasn't the point. He bluntly said he didn't see her as a partner. Lilith chuckled, confessed she'd never been baffled like this before, and dared him to a fight. The guy asked why it was necessary. She grinned and tossed down the rule. It's the price for sleeping together. Win, and she gets to be on top, and the orc blinked, baffled. He paused, smirked, then announced that if he won, she'd personally introduce him to cute girls. Lilith snapped, rage roaring through her, as she swore she'd hold nothing back, and even preemptively apologized if she accidentally killed him. The orcs crowded the arena's center, muscles coiled and eyes locked on the demoness as the duel loomed. He felt it like ice in his veins. Lose, and he'd spend the night with her. He burst into a nasty chuckle. That would be interesting too, he said, and Karuru bristled as his cruel laugh returned. Teta smirked. This was the master's special orco laugh, a sound he deliberately wrings out of himself. The guy begged her not to reveal his secrets. Kururu gaped when the orc flatly refused Lilith's offer. The orc growled that he had his own reasons. Vixen's gaze snagged on the audience as it swelled, and the guy barked, "They're castle dwellers." One girl's eyes flew open. She couldn't believe different races lived together so peacefully. The orc snarled that once savage wars raged between the races, but 500 years ago the Liliths ended the bloodshed, hammered out iron laws, and seized control of the mainland. The companions pressed him about the demoness's age. He shot back that she was no ordinary succubus, and the girls snapped that suggesting a fight would be madness. Only God or the devil can win it. The orc swallowed his pride and admitted Lilith outclassed him. In the last duel he never stood a chance. The girls gaped at her terrifying power, and a low hum suddenly rolled through the air. The demon lord stormed into the arena, every girl's gaze snapping to her scandalously revealing outfit, and the orc tensed, a small knot of nerves twisting in his gut. Lilith tossed him the question, "Ready to give yourself to me?" The orc thundered a firm no, but she just grinned, her body shouting the opposite. He insisted the mind and body were separate. She smiled and dubbed him cute. Lilith proclaimed it looked delicious. The crowd roared encouragement, and the orc gaped at their reaction. The demoness sneered and dubbed him brave for daring to challenge one of the elite four. The orc bellowed that dusky Jeshpelt was the strongest, and Lilith conceded his might, but confessed she was reigning in her power to protect the orc father. She prayed that crushing the cocky brat wouldn't blow his ego sky-high. The orc snarled that only Lilith could summon Halothad. The demoness tried to shut it down, but he fired off another question. The guy sneered the crowd was way too rowdy and asked if she often lashed out at people in public. I figured that's exactly the kind of thing a succubus would do. Lilith declared it was her first time. The room erupted with excitement, and with cheeks burning she confessed she was still innocent. Disbelief cracked across the orc's face. The woman erupted, spitting that succubi only do this in their dreams. She swore her dreams had made her seasoned, but in waking life she had nothing of the sort. He caught the steely seriousness in her eyes, yet he still couldn't bring himself to believe her. The orc snarled that she was ancient and innocent, and branded it shameful. He hadn't been joking about her age. She was almost 1,000 years old. Lilith's wrath ignited, and the orc knew he was finished. She flashed a grin, apologized for the chaos, and vowed she'd fix it. The demoness lunged at him, roaring that he'd be hers. Lilith flashed around the boy. He realized her speed rivaled the hero of Azure Thunder, Miley Forland. The orc slammed a steel wall up in front of him. The woman tightened her grip, eyes blazing, poised to strike. With one bone-crushing punch, the demoness ripped a hole clean through the barrier. The wall contorted into a brutal X, and the master barked in order as it snapped shut to crush Lilith. The edges slammed shut, but the lady ripped herself free from the trap as black smoke billowed around them. The orc froze. This was dark magic, ravenous and wrecking, a stealing, destroying force only a demoness could wield. He cracked it. Darkness and light were rare elements, unlike the rest, and from darkness you could forge weapons of devastating power. Forced to face Lilith's supremacy, he conjured a brutal water and wind vortex and slammed it into her weak points. The orcs unleashed Azure Thunder and pinned it on the woman. He explained the spell magnifies static electricity and that lightning rips along at 1,000,000 meters per second. Lilith effortlessly deflected the attack, leaving him standing there, utterly stunned. He forced the spell from his lips again, but the outcome stubbornly refused to change. The demoness chuckled, sneering that the orc had botched the finish and still had a long way to grow. He demanded how she'd turned aside his thunder. Lilith's grin sharpened as she saw he'd named the strike for his mother. the orc snapped that it wasn't true. He blurted he'd only remembered her mid-spell. Lilith burst out laughing, calling it a brutal punch, and admitting she couldn't have dodged it if she hadn't spotted the activation. The lady sneered, "Your magic can't touch me." The orc's eyes slammed open when she realized she could read minds. Once you could pluck thoughts, fighting meant nothing, and he just shrugged, saying the world was huge and her race wasn't surprising. He snapped into a fighting stance as Lilith cut in, asking if he planned to go hand-to-hand, and sharply declaring that only his mother could make that call. The orc grinned and admitted it. Her darkness-infused claws could obliterate anything. He barreled forward, signing his own death warrant. Closing in, Lilith snapped her claws into a living shield, stunned that the sword hadn't crumbled. He realized black magic devours mana, and a weapon only survives when it's soaked in that power. The master proclaimed that his girlfriend had forged the finest blade. Lilith grudgingly admitted the blade was magnificent, thrumming with raw energy despite being forged from orichalcum, and the orc silently thanked Kururu. The battle erupted into a brutal maelstrom. Lilith laughed that she was loving every second, and the master nodded in agreement. She saw he'd hit his limit and unleashed the boost. Lilith hurtled at the orc. He rooted himself, muscles coiled for the impact. They struck in perfect sync, cleaving the demoness's claws from her wrists. The orc shoved his blade to her throat and roared that he'd won. He snarled that, like Lilith, he'd unleash a decisive, crushing strike. He ripped the seal off in a heartbeat and snapped himself into a whole new form, his ultimate trump card. The demoness snarled, "How did you adapt so fast?" He laughed low and shot back that he'd been hiding his true power, forged on his mother's war stories of her clashes with the demoness, each fight waged for love of his father. He remembered his mother's skills were lacking, yet a few encouraging words hardened her into a force. That shift sent Lilith reeling. The demoness sneered, branding those memories unpleasant. He clocked that she'd been holding back, and now he effortlessly repelled her attack. Lilith sank to her knees, conceding part of the fight as sobs ripped from her throat. She screamed that the orgling and the orc had brushed her off and she'd lost again, vowed to remain ancient and innocent, and the stands erupted as the crowd howled for the orc to be punished. Tension choked the arena as the crowd screamed murder. Panic burst from the guy as he blurted at Lilith to leave and awkwardly offered her a room. She shot back, "Are you trying to seduce me?" The orc hesitated but agreed, and a delighted Lilith agreed and grabbed his hand when she noticed him growing insistent. They ran away. The demoness pulled the boy into her room and felt fate crackle between them, like something was about to erupt. The orc thanked him for the chance and warned that his girls were watching every move. The two women stammered hurried apologies for barging in, and the instant they stepped inside, Lilith's glare seared them. She said she'd slip away to change and told them to stay for tea. Kururu admitted she'd been sure they'd be kicked out, and the master reassured them the demoness is kind and loves to take care of others. They sat down for tea. The girls' jaws dropped at the succubus power, and the orc thundered that he'd lay out every detail of her ability. He snarled, "That's theft, it belongs to Lilith alone." He revealed the brutal truth. Succubi tear into men's dreams to feast on their life energy, and Lilith's power is a turbocharged version of that same skill, eerily mirroring the orc's abilities. Kuru demanded, "Does that mean the demoness can grow infinitely stronger, or are you saying her power is being fed by someone else's energy?" Cold dread slammed into Vixen. The idea that she might be impossible to defeat terrified her, but the master cut through her panic, declaring it wouldn't come to that. Everything has a limit, even her. He slammed the truth. A body is a vessel with a hard limit. Lilith's is already full, and he'd felt that same terror when his evolved orc blood nearly consumed him. Stunned he'd actually beaten her, the orc admitted he'd lose the next fight, yet vowed to become the strongest to protect his beloved. The girls bristled with confidence, certain he'd stand his ground against that weird succubus and refused to give up his body, and when the boy forced out a reluctant yes, they watched disappointment wash over his face. Lilith burst back into the room, shot him a grateful grin, and thanked him for waiting, admitting the old suit made her feel alive but left her a little cold. The orc figured those words were natural for a woman her age, but he bit his tongue and let silence do the talking. He drank in the beauty of her black wings, and a sudden clarity hit him. He'd been pulled to wings like hers ever since he'd fallen for a race that bore the same feathers. Lilith swooped in, wrapping her wings around him, and teased, "Why are you staring so intently? Did you finally notice how gorgeous I am?" He flushed, visibly embarrassed. The lovers implored the master to come to his senses. The orc screamed he wouldn't be tempted. The demoness taunted, "Don't you like older women?" And he admitted he did. Lilith noticed him recoil at the thought of her appearing in other men's dreams. He craved someone untouched, someone innocent. The guy snapped he didn't see the girl's worth as diminished, and bragged he could seduce women with kids, Teta spat that he'd been flirting with her mother, and Kararu recoiled in disgust. Lilith's scream tore through the room as she spat, "If it doesn't bother you, why are you rejecting me?" Orc swore he'd never entangle himself with someone already in love. He's certain that'll only breed suffering. The demoness confessed she loved him, and he refused. The master snapped that her heart belonged to his father, not him, and smirked he can spot true love and its target the moment it sparks. The orc snarled he wasn't his father, and demanded he stop hunting for a replacement. Clinging to that ghost would only break them both. Lilith stalked away without a word. The master swallowed hard as he realized she knew he was right and that her father's memory clung to her. The demoness glided to the bed. She hurled a pillow at the orcs, screaming for them to leave, and he took the blow on purpose so she'd feel better. He walked out of the room with the girls trailing him, and in his mind Lilith made sense. Her body showed her years, but her soul stayed young, chained to a past she couldn't shake. The orc resolved to do her a real kindness. He wasn't dragging her into his harem. He simply wanted to help, admiration roaring in his chest. Lilith's fury lanced through him. Regret for the lost moment ate at his heart, and he knew that betraying his principle would have left him nothing but garbage. The orc vowed to forge his harem with blunt honesty and true sincerity, crafting an alliance he could stand tall and be proud of. Teta grinned that the master flips frighteningly serious when you least expect it, and Kururu shot back that now it's obvious why he never gave in to Lilith, even though he'd been pushing at her relentlessly. The orc declared he only flirts with people he can truly make happy and dreams of a harem where everyone shares that joy. The elf confessed she'd sensed a genuine kindness in him, and Kururu nodded, stepping forward to unleash a question. She challenged him. Would he abandon them if they loved him and fell for someone else? Horror slammed him mute. The thought of his lovers falling for someone else crushed him. He vomited. Kururu cut in, asking if he was okay, and the orc cringed, apologizing that the very idea had stunned him. The girls admitted they felt the same way every time he acted like that. The orc vowed he'd make them love only him and demanded they never glance at another man. Teta spat egoist, and Vixen backed him. They announced they'd be hard-pressed to find anyone better, and the gentleman beamed. We lunged to tear into his lovers, but they shrieked at him, yelling, "Don't do this in public." The orc braced himself and schemed, call the wind spirits to twist the light and raise a magic mirror to show the outside where there was none. His laugh bloomed like an orchid in her head. Kururu stared at him and asked Teta how anyone could fall in love with someone like that, and the elf sneered that his expression was disgusting right now. Roaming the market, the orcs blurted that he wanted to apologize to Lilith so they'd stick around the city, and he couldn't help noticing the stalls sold totally different goods here. Kururu's eyes locked on the basket and she blurted, "Wheat flour." The orc snorted, "It's rice, in these parts rice is the main food." They ducked into another shop and discovered a rice flour delicacy. The master jumped at the chance to taste it, and the girls eagerly agreed. They froze, awestruck by the spread before them. An orc swore it had to be a stuffed pancake from another world. Kururu gushed that the dish was delicious and bolted to show it to her family. The gentleman revealed there were salad leaves and shrimp inside and warned you can't take seafood with you, it spoils fast. He zeroed in on rice paper. Its long shelf life made it perfect and ignited the idea of wrapping different fillings in it. The girls agreed. He cracked it. You could wrap shrimp or fruit the same way, stuffing them with cream. Spotting the coconuts, the orc's grin split his face as he slung a coconut to each of them for dessert. They exploded in delight, shouting that the fruit tasted incredible. He lunged for his own. The fairy beat him to it, snatched a sip and declared it good. The orc froze as recognition slammed into him. Her companions staggered in shock as the orc growled she was the spirit king's servant, the very one who'd given him the mark, while the fairy bristled and spat she wasn't a servant at all but an apostle. The master waved it off. "No difference," he declared. She snapped back, "Apostle sounds weightier, more solid." The orc sneered at her haughty expression, eyes flashing as he joked he'd carve her into a statuette. The fairy bristled, fingers twitching to call the guards, but he caught her reading his mind again. She smirked and shot back, "That's my basic skill." The master felt shallow thoughts skimming his mind, while a foul horror squirmed in the deep, so the fairy plunged into the abyss to investigate. She gagged and vomited at the sight. Teta leaned in and demanded, "What's in there?" But the orc shook her head and snarled, "I don't want to know." Memory crashed over him. Gloomy Jeshpelt had once thrust a tragic image at him, and the face in it was his mother. The fairy shrieked that she loathed the orc and demanded the spirit king replace him with someone honest and guileless, Miley in her prime. The master's gaze snapped into focus. It wasn't about strength, but an era when heroes were eager and easy to use as tools. The fairy's fury flared, even hotter than before. Orc SBR finally understood why she'd come. she fired back a razor-sharp warning straight at him. The fairy lined in and warned that his life could end at any moment. The orc braced with eerie calm, convinced a new enemy of the world would appear any moment. He roared that the heroes had to take them on, and the Spirit King gives them nothing but the strength to win. Memories hit the master like a punch. Were they the enemies of peace? He barked, and the fairy's nod sealed the truth. She snapped that her navigation had guided him. The orc growled she vanished right after planting the mark. The fairy insisted she barely intervenes so the hero keeps his freedom. The orc sneered that barely intervening hardly looks like navigation. The fairy snarled that the rules stop her kind from stepping in directly, but when an opponent gets cunning they strike. That's why she's here. A cold truth slammed into the master. An all-powerful sovereign stood above the Spirit King. The real enemies are the puppet masters who pulled the strings behind every monster we crushed. The fairy spat madman. Outraged he'd spun an entire tower of conclusions from a single word. The orc gaped and asked if that wasn't normal, and she replied he'd become the first hero she'd ever seen who doubted them. He brushed it off as nothing more than clashing views, his imagination blazing and packed with 1,000 stories. The fairy blasted a warning, be careful, and vowed that if no one stepped in he'd be dead for sure. The orc sneered that her analysis only annoyed him, so she snapped, "Don't interrupt me," and admitted she just wanted to end the conversation fast, and the guy asked, "Will it give me power like a mark?" What? The fairy confirmed, voice cold and steady, "It's a one-shot power to be spent with ruthless care." Orc pressed her to tell when he'd die, and she said the rules forbid her from speaking. "The guy pressed me to tell you more about the force." The fairy fluttered forward and laid it out. She declared her business finished, and the orc snarled that mortals like her couldn't possibly pull it off. She strode to the merchant, asked for another coconut, scoffed at Orc A's taunt about her size, grabbed it, waved goodbye and shot into the sky. My companions sneered that they'd pictured fairies differently and instantly lost all respect for her. A blaze lit in the orc's eyes. He'd tear fate to pieces and run, cost be damned, to save his lovers. Fear tightened their chests as the lovers begged the master to be more careful. The orc bellowed a vow that he wouldn't let him die for them. Teta pressed him for a promise, and Kururu stepped forward and offered to mend his blade. She turned the weapon in her hands and felt her breath catch. No scratch dared mar its steel. The orc rumbled that she had made an excellent blade. He warned her she must forge something far better, and it will be brutal. Chanterelle flashed a confident grin and declared she could do it. Her skills sharpened with every battle. The elf urged her to keep up. The orc snarled that Teta was getting stronger too. Her cheeks flamed as she admitted she was a little embarrassed to hear those words. The orc rumbled to him that he meant every word. The master announced that during his clash with Lilith, he devised a new technique and was itching to show it to the girls, who jumped at the chance and sprinted to the training ground. Teta snapped to as the city's eyes pinned them, stunned by the sudden curiosity. Kururu smirked, sure their master's victory over the demoness had snagged her attention, and the orc zeroed in on his assault, remembering the technique he'd forged in another world and itching to unleash it. He funneled raw power into the sword, flooding it until it stored the exact energy he'd burned to simulate breaking the second seal. As he chanted, the orc's eyes widened. The spell dragged on longer than expected, and the blade fought to contain the surging magic. He finished, swung his sword, and a roaring wave of destruction smashed through the hall. The impact tore the hall's floor wide open and cleaved through buildings standing several ahead. Gasps ripped through the audience and his companions as the orc bragged his sword was magnificent. The girls marveled at the technique, sure it could crush any enemy, and the orc only said, "That would be nice." Teta shot the question like a thrown blade. Did the long spell hide the secret of the blow? The orc barked a flat no and sneered that it wasn't necessary. He declared the spell fed only on intelligence and raw energy, no spoken formulas, so the elf's jaw dropped and she shot back, "Then why did you do it?" And the orc just grinned, "It's cool." He snapped that the pronunciation punches it up, an orc who lives for style and respects original creations. He burned with a vision of someday handing out his own manga, launching anime, and marrying a female voice actor. His companions noticed him lost in thought again and told him to shelve those dreams for now. Lilith's servant lunged forward, closing on the orc Lilith in a heartbeat. He blurted that the demoness was waiting at dawn to speak with the master. The servant snapped, "This is strictly business, not some friendly chat." Ravenous greed snapped awake inside the orca, and it saw that everything before had been only a prelude. He jolted awake, dazed. A younger face stared back as he realized he was in a crude hut in his orc village, and when he hollered for his lovers, strangers answered. Lilith herself materialized in front of him and snapped, "Did you have a nightmare?" He exploded with indignation and demanded an explanation, and the demoness closed in, saw he dared call her by her first name, and branded that familiarity impertinence. OHRK blurted out that she wanted him to call her sis. Lilith shot back that he'd had a bad dream. He always called her that. She crawled into his bed. She crushed the boy to her as he asked her to stop, and Lilith, calm as ice, said he might just push her away. At first he called Teta and Kururu to her mind, then in the next heartbeat his memory went blank, and he couldn't even remember who they were. The demoness vowed to grant his every wish. She flooded him with praise, then snapped, "Repeat after me, say you love your sister Lilith." He parroted the lines on cue, and in that heartbeat his girls vanished from his mind. Lil spotted the shift and offered to do something nice. He just snapped that she was wrong. The orc snarled that if she hadn't forced him to confess his love, he would have given in, but he has lovers he will never betray. The master snapped that he couldn't confess his feelings to her alone, vowed he wouldn't betray his girls or his dream, and I begged him to stop again. The orc jolted awake, relief crashing over him that it had been only a dream, but cold dread gnawed at him. It could happen for real. Then Teta and Kururu burst into the room, Kururu calling that breakfast was ready. He admitted desperation raw, that he couldn't calm the orc caliber and begged them for help. The girls gasped, eyes wide, and quickly weighed whether it could be done. He stormed straight to Lilith and slammed her with one burning demand, "Tell me how you did this." He snarled that orca liber or caliber had snapped because of her. The demoness sneered it was his own fault. His strength hit her like a wall, he was so much stronger, and she blurted that he reminded her of her orgling father Orglinga. With chagrin she admitted she liked him more and more. Warwick smirked that if it worked for her feelings for her father, he'd have torn down the world to make her his. He knew exactly how irresistible she was. He scoffed, "Don't bother with fantasies, she's in love with his father." Lilith shot a sharp nod and offered to shelve the whole conversation about love for another time. Disasters started hitting with brutal frequency, and she couldn't ignore it. She had to uncover what was happening on the other side. The demoness bristled, certain someone lurked in the shadows. With her here the continent stays safe, but a terrible disaster almost struck recently. Only the orc's parents stopped it, and the guy gasped, asking about them. Lilith snapped that her castle wasn't just a relic, it was a ritual prison built to bind the creature, and someone had just tried to rip the seal away. She revealed that the guy's parents had bolstered the protection. Without them, none of this would have been possible. Orc Visep seared the memory into his mind. His parents promised a romantic trip. The demoness spotted them slipping away the instant the case closed, and the boy realized they were truly remarkable people who knew far more than they'd ever shown. He was convinced the old enemies had surged back the moment the seal shattered, and he refused to believe that same fate could befall this continent. The master declared he'd help. Lilith, still smarting from his rejection, couldn't ignore the quiet kindness in him. The orc confessed she was still dear to him, and Lilith shot back that she appreciated him too, insisting she only saw him as a brother and wasn't trying to replace anyone. He spotted she'd crushed the chaos within and demanded, "What kind of monster can't you contain unless my parents step in?" The demoness sneered, disbelief curling her lips. She never expected the creature to still be alive. Space twisted and warped as the master sank into sudden sleep, while Lilith shouted, desperate to understand what was happening. Panic slammed into her. Something had just blasted through here, and the reinforced seal was seconds from bursting open. She yanked the orc's arm. Overhead, several rifts ripped open, spilling sky, towering cities, and untamed nature into view. He blurted, "Is this a dream?" Then realized the vision wasn't a single person. The demonist smirked and praised his razor-sharp observation. Lilith declared the world was stitched from countless dreams, belonged to anyone who'd stumbled into it, and then they were ripped into an alien reality. She screamed that the creature sealed here was her own ancient ancestor. She's the primordial progenitor of nightmares, reeling in bafflement as the ancient seal inexplicably shatters. The orc scoffed that it was impossible, but the fairy's whisper about cheating slammed back into his memory. The demoness urged me to stay close. It's safer that way. The orc snapped that she'd already saved him, and he wasn't here by his own choice. Lilith felt the world swell and devour everything around her. She braced, convinced it would keep ballooning until it blanketed the entire continent, and the master's thoughts drifted to his lovers. He vowed he'd find them. The woman scoffed the world was too vast, but he swore they were searching for it too. Lilith didn't buy it. The demoness jabbed a finger at the two monsters. The orc froze, recognition slammed into him, and Lilith watched as everyone lost in that world ignored the chaos unfolding. She said they're fine for now, but forging a perfect new world devours power, and they steal it from those trapped. A second later the monsters crumpled, their life force draining away, and Orc's panic exploded as his thoughts snapped to his companions. Lilith snarled the world was too vast to ever find anyone here. The boy shot back he had to protect Teta and Kurura. The demoness slammed the idea aside. She declared, voice cold as steel, that erasing the creator of this space would be the easiest option. The orc reasoned that if people were hard to find, the creator would be even harder to track. Then realization slammed into me. I could force him to come myself. Her eyes lit up at his guess. She declared those beings anomalies of this world who should try to destroy it, and she stepped forward, offering to make it happen. Lilith leaned forward and vowed to probe every corner of the place. The orc gaped, the demoness's power still pulsed, even inside the illusory world. He shouted that his magic had died, and a leaden weight anchored itself in his bones. She replied it was normal and asked me to trust her. The orc detonated a crackling surge of magic. Lilith's eyes flew wide. How did you do that? She cried, and he grinned. I learned by watching you. The demoness's smirk deepened as she pointed out his terrifying intelligence. She'd spent a millennium mastering that edge herself. He chuckled and shrugged. He couldn't handle it alone anyway. The master insisted this way he'd never be a burden and asked, what should I do? Lilith chuckled, dubbed it their debut as a duo, and promised she'd help. She finished the analysis and tasked him with erasing the world's errors. He agreed and resolved to unleash a brand new, devastating skill. The orc swung his sword and slammed a bone-crushing blow. The impact slammed into the earth, ripping open a yawning void across the world. Lilith snapped that he should have done it sooner. He shot back that doing it then would have hurt her. Just then they spotted the enemy barreling toward them. Black magic erupted from the crack as the demoness's memory flared with the old words about the castle prison that once held her ancestor. She explained the ancestor wasn't like her. It reached into people and ripped away everything: power, memories, will, emotions. She demanded whether the orc could cling to its sanity after swallowing human hearts. He snapped, no. Something burst from the gap. The master proclaimed the human heart holds the whole world and only Titanic will can force it to restrain itself. This creature has devoured countless worlds. The orc snarled it was the epitome of a nightmare, and Lilith agreed. She snapped, you're looking at the prototype, the very one that once destroyed the whole world. A punch of truth slammed into him. The opponent was stronger than the two of them combined. The orc barked that the monster had already obliterated the world, but if it still existed then, it must have been stopped. He said they also have a chance to repeat it. The master swore he couldn't have pulled it off alone, but Lilith stands with him now, and the woman vowed they'd not fight for this world, but to forge the world she would create. The enraged monster unleashed a hail of blows. The heroes slipped through them, evading every strike. Horror tore through the orc when he saw the creature. It had lost its mind, ravenously devouring hearts and acting on blind instinct. He realized up-close fighting was hopeless. Lilith unleashed a soul-destroying spell at the enemy. A feral howl ripped from the monster as its shape melted into a streaking blur. He realized the demoness had devoured the souls, and the enemy's control was unraveling. The creature lunged for Lilith as the orc coiled to strike. He unleashed a brutal strike that tore the monster to pieces. A surge of hope slammed into him. They could win. The enemy had terrifying strength, but fought without the skill or strategy of a true monster. Without warning, a strange creature tore itself from the remnants and snapped his hand into a needle-sharp spear. A split second later, a blow smashed into the orc's shoulder, and Lilith hurtled to his side. Their demoness ancestor loomed before them. He gasped he finally felt light, admitting his overeating had wrecked him. The orcs bristled as his sixth sense screamed a warning. The enemy was too deadly, so he ripped himself away and fell back while the woman shook with terror. Lilith crumpled to her knees and howled that it was over. They couldn't beat him, and they had to run. Cold dread slammed into the orc. She'd already surrendered every scrap of hope. She knew the ancestor's power, and his last attack had proven just how terrifyingly strong he was. The ancestor's aura slammed into him, so raw and heavy it pulsed under his skin. The creature declared they were two sides of the same design, both built to hold the balance. The man was fortifying himself just to cling to consciousness, and Lilith was his perfected upgrade. Realization hit the orc like a hammer. He'd been holding someone back who'd been sitting on priceless information the whole time. He urged the demon to obliterate this hollow world, proclaiming the true one far more beautiful and insisting he never meant to kill it. The ancestor spat a hard no. His nature was to plunge everything into a nightmare. The orc watched humans find release and demanded whether demons had any outlets to sate their urges. The ancestor asked the guy the same question and got a blunt no. The creature snarled that you can't demand what you can't do yourself, declared him unstoppable, and told the seasoned orc warrior to grasp the yawning gulf of strength. The hero had to agree. A cold jolt hit him. The enemy wielded total control over the power concentrated in the human body, weaker than before, yet far deadlier. A brutal truth slammed into the guy: their defeat was inevitable.